We have leftover pot roast and some blueberries. Yeah, you should be hungry. That's the purpose of things this afternoon. Catch all that. Holy, thank you for bringing everyone in here. I'm still like posting that I'm live. That's how early. That's how early you caught me. I was dealing with Luna did a new thing where she walked around me screaming for 5 minutes, then walked up the stairs and then army crawled through the stairs to get on my desk to be like, I said meow. And I'm like, oh, okay. And I was just like taking care of her, and then I sat back down, and then you're here. Thanks, Holy. I'll catch you later. Hi, Mr. Hi, Vic. Hi. My gosh. So yeah, this is this is what happened today. Hi, Ginger. Hey, hold on a second. But I hope you're doing good today. Hi, Atlas. I'm doing great today. How are you? Thank you for asking. Hi, Yogi. Hi, Groy. Hi, A. Hey, SCB. Hey, Venus Toys. Yeah, Atlas. I'm waiting. We're gonna start an hour into stream today. We're gonna have Monkey Jesus come in, and the two of us are gonna talk Clair Obscur, art and psychology, and all that. And it's gonna be a really good time. What I have this moment because I played I Love You, Colonel Sanders, a finger looking good dating simulator. I say. That's fine. Why we not have that emote? Damn, in 1 hour. Friends, I am live on YouTube. If anyone wants to hang out there, it is super helpful. The bulk of my hours that are remaining to get me to YouTube partner are coming from the live streams, and it is working. It is working. We have recouped hundreds of hours just from people lurking in the live stream. So it makes a difference. There we go. All right, one more Pokemon. Hey, Snorlax. Hey, LaRue. Over now, though, getting something to eat soon. Ooh, enjoy. Yes, it will 100% be a debate. Hey, Zesty. One absolute. That's what we were planning the whole time. Debate. All right. Friends, if we get 42 in here in the next 15 seconds, I'm going to extend it. So you like the game a lot? I did. I did like the game a lot. Yeah. Yeah. I enjoyed it a whole lot. Today is going to be the last day that I play it. On stream for like a main stream that I am planning anyway. And then we're gonna go to we'll go to Date Everything on Friday. We'll go to Ironmon tomorrow, and we'll play the new games. We're gonna play different stuff. Maybe I'll play a brand new game on Monday. But yeah, I liked it a lot. And Monkey came to me to say, "Hey, you know, the game is based," but this isn't a spoiler or anything, but the game is based heavily in art and psychology as like the two overarching themes. Look at the two of us. You want to talk about it? And I was like, "Yeah." Oh my gosh, hi Monkey. I love that. That's oh god, so good. Something I was saying France, yeah. Yeah, yep, GTZ, yep. Do more game things. So basically catch more mods. But it doesn't have to be unique mods. It could be like 1,000 spoopas and you'd be okay. Um, yeah, I'm gonna highlight this as well. Yep. I gotta spend a day and highlight everything. It should be hopefully, right? What's up, Rob? What's up, Potacron? Okay, everyone just got in here. Last one. Age of Slashes, that'll be it. So I asked Monkey if he wouldn't mind just going in an extra hour, like in 45 minutes instead of right at the start, just so people had time to get in here. And he said, sure. Okay, sweet. So I'm in the Discord. I'm actually been getting everything set up in the background right now. Just to make sure that it's good. Yeah, there you go. But we hardly caught it. I don't know, Groy. We're suffering, Groy. We're suffering. Where's the Falcon? But I'm good. Oh, I did miss it. I'm sorry, Atlas. Yeah, my head is like still getting screwed on. I apologize. Let me click and actually see if I missed more of your messages. Hold on a second. I'm sorry. I'm tired. I'm all right. I got a lot of work to do, but I hope I can listen and praise. These kind of talks from my jam. I love Expedition 33. Yeah. I hope you can too. That's why I actually specifically mentioned it because I was like, if you have a chance to just listen, I'm hoping. Um, yeah, sorry, Atlas. Cool, cool. I know but yeah, I hope that you're able to just listen. I hope we're not too distracting. Hopefully, we're just like good radio. Is that new? What's up, Patrick Hill? It sure is. What's that? It's because you know what? Actually, it's a good call. I should. That is for. Well, I could leave it on. That's for Date Everything. When we play Date Everything on Fridays, Date Everything gets a little spicy, and we just need to be able to have people bonk just in case. Hello, Stromen der Falke, and chat. A lot of calls, which has been the trend this morning. Sorry. I understand. Still sorry. Okay. Ice Bear Cheer 161. Oh my gosh, my eyes. I just realized I've had my fan pointed up for the last couple of days, and it's just been drying my eyes out like the whole time I've been sitting here. I'm like, why are my eyes burning so much? That's why. Wait, why can't I? Oh, clicked off the tab for some reason. Exclamation point, kick LaRue from raids. Doing well, Kingdon. How are you doing? Really headache. I might cancel my event thing tonight. Oh, no. Dude, that sucks. Headaches are fucking awful, man. I hope you feel better. I'm hauling over my duels this week. Nervous about my new tier. I'm excited for you, SCV. Hello, Violet. Congratulations, rockers. Not that many of you. 30 baiters, 18 rockers. That's stunning. All right. This glass is 4 eyes. Thanks. Shielding my precious baby eyes. Actually, like I'm legit like not seeing properly. Why are my glasses like okay, hold on. Why can't I see through my glasses? Opposite of what's supposed to happen. Okay. I clean my glasses and we're gonna see if it was that. No. I don't know. Whatever. My eyes are just not focusing today. We'll figure this out. We're librarian, man. That's me. Hey. Did I put my contact? I don't have contacts. No. I almost thought about it for a second, man. I'm like, did I? No, I don't have contacts. I never worn contacts. One day I'll get cool color contacts and I'll come look at you. I'll be like, ah. All right, friends. I'm gonna do the daily. You know what? I haven't done the daily in a minute. I'm gonna put up the prediction here. I'm gonna put up a little baby prediction. Does Falcon score 11,111 plus on today's daily challenge? And I'll take this time real quick to tell you all what it is we are doing today. So, Monkey Jesus and I will be talking shop about Clair Obscur, and that'll be in about 40 minutes or so. I'm in Discord right now. Monkey's gonna hop in, pull into the channel, and we're gonna talk art and psychology and just game and stuff like that in Clair Obscur. And what we would love is if you all participated with us and joined in the discussion. You can do that by typing in chat. You can ask questions, whatever you'd like. Or if anyone really, really wants, you're feeling all antsy in your pantsy and stuff, as long as you're in the EG Discord, you can come on in and let me pin it actually. You can come on in and phone in and ask a question and talk to us. Guys, once Danny's peepers are dry, they are. It's awful, Junebug. 1 minute left on the prediction. That's a lot on yes. What's that? Crystal needs to tell me something real quick. Hi, friends. All I was sending this kid home. um, yeah. Hi, friends. Hi. Okay. So, I'll tell you all a little story real quick. So back when I was doing when I was counseling, right? I had to deal with a lot of charts. You'd have new patients come in. Sometimes you'd be the person to establish their chart. Sometimes you would inherit their chart, right? But charts are very, very important. People who write in them it's very, very important to pass on information, right? Crystal's job, she's a medical coder, so she codes charts all day. So she has to just read pages upon pages of doctors' notes and all that to be able to point out like what's going on with people, etc. Right? Um, Eventually, at some point, like I had a supervisor that I could talk to about everything. Something particularly like tough comes up, I could talk about it, or we share it, whatever. But Crystal works from home. She works on her own. When she has a particularly like tough thing that she has to read through, it can like be a little draining. So occasionally I'll just be like, I did that for like years, right? I'm like, yeah, like you can always like talk to me about it if there's something that's like a little bit particularly tough, because it's a lot. A lot of people have a lot going on, and you wish that you could care for them and do more for them other than code their chart to um get them billed properly for insurance. So yeah, um yeah. I got barely 10K. This one particular round really screwed me up. I'll tell you about it after. Sure, SCV. Sure, sure, sure. I'm sorry you got screwed up, but damn. I found out last night playing the DLC. We don't have to. Oh, yeah, Zesty. You know what? I suspected that's how they were going to get us with that, right? All right. I'm hiding chat, everyone. I suspected they were going to do that, Zesty. Tisk, 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 Pokemon. All right. Let me hide chat real quick. Here we go. Here we go. Oh. All right. All right. I can't see chat anymore. Hmm. Short sleeve. I couldn't tell you what these plates are. I couldn't tell you what Flatwoods is. I know it's the US. Couldn't really tell you where this is. Could really be geez, I didn't mean to do that. This could be really just anywhere in the US, it looks like. I mean, this looks like everywhere. I'll say maybe it's a little more north. This is yeah. Gosh, I miss this music. I think this is probably a little more north, and I'll say not too far north though. You know what? Northeast or no? Or do I go in Midwest and play safe? Here? Here. Darn. Oh, West Virginia. Okay, West Virginia makes sense. West Virginia makes sense to me. That makes sense. Where's chat? There we go. Ah, man, boy. That's the enjoy your lurk. It's France. Post your favorite dumper so Falcon comes back to a bunch of booty in chat. Hmm. Definitely Chantilly as fuck. I mean, it was closer to that than where I guessed. I thought it would be northeast. I thought it would be northeast, but I mean, this makes sense because West Virginia has very northeast kind of weather. So this it very very much makes sense that it was West Virginia. So that's fine. Okay. All right. Next one. I noticed the theme of there's a lot of rainbow colors here. This is a curated list by a streamer who is trying to collect donations for charity. This is a hell of a song. Okay. So that's cool. Yeah. Okay. Where are we by way of sun? Tough. This is tough. Hmm. So I'm leaning toward. First off, we had to figure out if this is Spanish or Portuguese. Spanish. I think. I don't think there's anything here directing me otherwise. I had to kind of figure out where we are now. This taxi over here. This taxi with the green, the white, and the red, and all that, right? makes me think that this is Mexico. However, we ran into this before, and it was not Mexico. There was just another country that used those colors on their taxis, this red, this white, this green, right? So, I don't know. I wanna say, based on flags, that it's somewhere else, but now I kinda wanna just say Mexico. So, I don't really have enough I was thinking it was Colombia. They just call it Colombia, it was just an Ecuador. I just that gets me, that got me twice. I just went with it. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Let me go up here. There are a shit ton of yellow New York plates still, because like, most cars that people have, unless they got new cars, will have the yellow one. Um, what's up, Jesta? Favorite kind of party? Yeah. Oh, is there an Ecuador domain? Sounds like Streets of Rage song. This is Square Enix. This is all Final Fantasy 11. Oh, I didn't see that. Damn. Yeah. Darn. Darn. All right. I was thinking that SCB actually. Yeah. 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 I was you know what? I don't blame you for picking Malaysia. Damn, dude. All right. Uh, hmm. Okay. Hmm. This is weird. Right. Look for URLs, Falcon. Silly. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where we are. Hmm. Boy, there's a bunch of flags, but I don't know the hell. Uh, my goodness. The fuck? I fucking slung my mouse to a second monitor and I like opened a window. Gosh, friends, I don't know. I feel like I'm being like real stumped today, and I'm just you know what I'm thinking is like, mm, I don't know. I'm thinking maybe um here. I don't know. I I almost dropped it literally right on there. Oh, I should have just done it. You saw me put my fucking mouse on it, right? Where's fucking chat? I should have done it. I should have done it. And then the Jugga's guy, and there's this bloke sitting here listening to boss music. That's yeah, Victoria. I can't control which song plays. Damn it. Where's the sound alert? Hello? Oh gosh. You got so scammed. I'm so sorry. Wow, you got scammed. Let me spies, let me fix that. Hold on. Damn. I owe you a sound alert, spies. I'm so sorry. Victoria, it's just it's out of my hands, you know. Spies, I owe you a sound redeem. I can't refund those because they autoplay and they're like, nope, sorry. Thanks for letting me know, by the way. My alerts have been off since whoops. My alerts have been off since Clair Obscur. Fuck, I should have just gone with that. All right. Damn it, dude. I would have gotten 5K. Or like, 4,999, whatever. I mean, armed response. Hmm. This well, see, here's the problem. I see this URL. I I don't know. I don't know what that is. Uh here? That just is that South Africa? I think it's SA, right? Is that not Zambia, is it? Oh, Zambia is up here. I'm looking at Zimbabwe. No, I don't think so. I mean, maybe, but isn't this the South African flag? Am I making that up? I don't think I'm making that up. I'm a little heckin' confused. I thought that was. Doesn't South Africa have like several flags? If I'm not mistaken, like there's like not like just I mean I'm not just like two, but like a whole bunch. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know now. Now I'm a little messed up here. There are a lot of places over here though. Hey, look at this. There's this place. That's not what that is. But I don't know. Maybe it is up here. I don't know, man. Oh, okay. Oh, it's not that bad. Whole look between. Oh, okay. That's not bad. You know what? Fine. Oh my gosh. Um, Easy South Africa. Yeah, yeah. So what's the .za? Um, Tool name and ZA is the domain. Okay, gotcha, gotcha. Africa. Oh, South Africa. Gotcha. Drive on the left. Yeah, I double checked that they were driving on the left, just to like make me feel better about that. Gotcha, gotcha. So if it's written like that, Was that more northern South Africa? Is that? It's because we're at South Africa is where ZA takes place? I love South Africa's Eiffel Tower. Alright, let me go to the next one, because I wanna get in the game duel today real quick. I need this. I need, like, 1,500 points here, something like that. Okay, I need, like, 1,400. Shit. Uh-huh. Well, hmm, can't see our car. Well, Tuvalu. I like saying Tuvalu because it sounds fun. I think it's Tuvalu. Alright, well, I really need these points. Uh, oh, man. See, safe Falcon wants to just be like, "Guys, I just gotta throw it in Kenya because it's always Kenya." I don't think it's Kenya. I'll tell you why. Well, I don't know, man, maybe. I'm thinking because of this and how this is, like, written, it just really makes me wanna say, like, West Africa. Ugh, I don't know, man. Here. No, hold on. Here. I almost went over to Senegal. I just saw how dry it was. I was like, "Wait, but I didn't wanna go too far." Whatever, I'll take my points. I could have done so much better with that one in Indonesia. Alright. Falcons score more than 11,111? Sure do. Oh, man. Alright. It's all ZA? Okay. Well, I'm sorry, I okay, never mind. I realize I asked my question poorly, but I don't know how to rephrase it. They're like 15K instead because the Ecuador? That sucks, SCP. Oh, Cote d'Ivoire. Yeah, alright, that was a little bit better. This one sucked. I could have done better with that one. I could have nailed this one. Overall, I don't feel that bad because it could have probably had more like 15K. Actually, which is what SB said. I let myself get tricked again by the Mexican colors, and that was a little hard. Okay, whatever. Anyway, look, I wanted to get to the game duel, and we have a chance to get to the game duel. So here we go. Friends, let's do this. We got like 11, 12 minutes before ads, something like that. So let's get to this real quick. Cover art. What is this the cover art for? Looks like some zombie shit, right? Average guess is 5, so this is hard. Um, it matters because, the Google doesn't have coverage, the Google car hasn't gone there. Alright, what do we think this is? Prosecutor Zombie Revolution. I think you're very close. Hmm. Uh, Dead Island. Riptide. What is this? It is an RPG shooter. So we've got that. Um, most on franchise. Also not on like PC or something. So let's do what's that game called? Shenmue. I know it's not what. It does look old. Yeah, this looks old. I have no idea. I looks familiar. Yeah. It looks like Hal. After cover art, I need to like wipe my glasses one more time. Uh an RPG shooter. Borderlands. Oh, is this like this? Okay, wait on. Sorry, this face makes me think of like Command and Conquer, but like that's not what this is, right? Is this a Terminator game? What's up, science? Hello. Terminator? No. Maybe it's some weird Command and Conquer. No. The new one dropping tomorrow? Is there really? I don't know. What in the hell is this? What is this? 100,000 maps? And they really? Where do they pull the data from? I didn't think that was possible. I swear I see this cover, but I don't know what it is. Splinter Cell? Sure. Oh, whatever. Pandora tomorrow. Nope. Is this System Shock? Ah, fuck. Ah, that sucks. Yeah, it's the OG one. Yeah. All right, well, we got it. Current streak is 21. We got it. System Shock. Yeah. Damn. Maybe it's only no move. Maybe. I didn't know that was a thing though. Artwork. All right, what is this artwork from? I'll let me go grab here. Let me just go grab my glass. Most ambiguous artwork I have. Guys, what's this from? Can you figure it out? Exit, I'm out. Left 4 Dead, definitely a zombie game. It sure does look like it. There's like a nail with a bat, right? Left 4 Dead. Try it. No, but it is a Windows shooter. What does it say in the backpack? Enhance. Too far. I don't know. Doesn't say it. AI slop. Dead Rising. Dead Rising. Nope. Ridden. I think you're right, SJ. I think you're right. A lot of orange, so maybe the parkour one. It's the parkour one. Do 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 do. Oh yeah, what is it, lol? Yeah, yeah, yeah. What is it? Ridden? Yeah, what is it? Maybe we're back for blood. Back for blood? Look at the two of you. Nice. I don't know back for blood. Lamau even. Gosh, we did so great on that last achievement, Hellion. Holy shit. Guys, so like there was an achievement last night in we were doing achievement runs in WoW last night. And one of the bosses, it's very, very simple. The boss like marks 3 people and shoots walls at them. We call it the Tetris boss. Because like I'm gonna show you how this works, and I'll see if I can explain this accurately. It's gonna be very, very silly. Uh, where's my paint? Oh, where is it? Here it is. Okay, here you go. So the boss is this like um big evil guy. Wait, where's how big is my brush? Let me make it like a little bit bigger. I forget. Okay, anyway, this is the boss, right? The boss is like this big evil guy, right? And his arena is kind of like this. And what he does is he'll mark 3 people and then he'll shoot walls at them. But he'll shoot walls at them in like these specific lanes. So let me show you the lanes. The lanes will be like lane 1, lane 2, lane 3. Why didn't that change color? Lane 3, lane 4, lane 5, and then like lane 6, right? And he'll mark people, and when the people get marked, they have to go and drop their walls in a lane, and then he's gonna throw walls at them, right? Let's say 3 people go to lane 1. He's gonna drop 1, 2, 3 walls like this, right? And then the next time people go to lane 2, so he'll drop 3 walls over here, right? The catch to the boss is you have to spread everything out because when he throws these walls at you, he hurts you. It does a lot of damage, blah, blah, blah. But also, if he ever stacks the walls up so that there's 6 walls, the it's game over. He rages and one shots everybody. So we call it the Tetris boss because you can't let the walls get too high. He also will give you a buff to break the walls. So you have to like manage this. The achievement that we did last night, there's an achievement for every boss in the raid. You do it on the easiest difficulty because the achievements make everything really hard. And if you beat it, you get like a title and like a cool mount and stuff, right? So we always do it every season because it's like a fun challenge. Like you beat the raid, let's do a fun challenge. The achievement was called Breaking the Fourth Wall. What you had to do was get 4 walls stacked up in a lane and then break the 4th one. And you had to do that 18 times. But the way that it works is you will eventually run out of time and you can't fuck up where people are going. So you have to like stack it up. And then by the end of it, you're sitting there and your like whole arena just like looks like this. And you're like, okay, we have 5 over in lane 1. No one can go to lane 1. We have 4 in lane 2. Leave it. 4 in lane 3. Leave that. 5 in lane 4. You can't go there. And we're just like screaming at everyone. This like fucking complex math. about where they have to go on the fly while they're like trying not to die, and we're using like colors and shapes shit to denote marks on the ground to get people to basically play Tetris in World of Warcraft, but like with their bodies. And we were essentially 5 seconds from failing it, and we had been doing it for like an hour, and we eventually got it done. And I was so fucking proud of our little group, merry band of troopers there for just being able to be like, okay, two people go left, one person go middle. Two people go middle, one person go right. One person go right, one go middle, one go left. It's fun shit, dude. It reminds me that like MMOs do have, if you want them to, a really like cool social aspect that frankly like we got done as fast as we did because we're friends and like we've made a bond with each other. We know how to communicate. Hi, Evil Bite. And if we see Ono Grinds in here today, I'm gonna give her all the compliments in the world. What's up, Bite? How you doing? All right, what is this character? Kabutops. it's, it's like this is like the Kabutops, but from Pal World. What is Yeah, like Antarctica has the person walking, right? An indie game character? Yeah. Colonish? Yeah. Cornifer. No. A beholder. Beholder. Um Skulltula. There you go. Like weird like Venom or some shit. Other gender. No, we're not gonna have time for Hurdle today. Don't you don't have to warm your ears up. There's like this little face over here. I don't know. People usually guess it now. Venom. Yeah. What is this like weird face monster person? I guess this is very recognizable, but I don't know what this is. Vending machine and the nothing monsters? Danganronpa? We can't guess by game. We have to guess by character. So yeah, I don't know. Shimigami Tensei looking at yeah. The Heartless, yeah. Uh Shadow the Hedgehog. And now we can guess by game. It is a monster demon. Hey, this face looks really familiar. I am fairly certain I know what this is, and I just can't put my fucking finger on what this is. Haley, thanks for saving us. I don't know what this is. I have no idea actually. So, Haley, great job. Great job. Okay. I'm skipping keywords. We're gonna do the last one. Haley, since you uh since you got this, let's do this real quick. Let's do this one. Let's do Calamity Trigger. All right. Newer than 2008 on some of these systems, not side view, not an arcade, not fighting. Fantasy or sci-fi, single or multiplayer. What do we think? You know what, by the way? I'm gonna throw up the break screen here. Exclamation point join if you want, but I'm gonna do something real quick. I don't want to keep monkey waiting. I don't want to keep monkey waiting here. And I'm just gonna lower this real fast so you can keep track of it in this corner. Who the 2D fighters was probably not gonna hit a lot of categories. No, it's true. It's true. It's true. I just like guessing the last game anyway. Hi, Syndril. Hi, and Mary. We can guess something different though. Mary, enjoy your lurk. Fallout 4. Fallout 4. Newer than 2015. A whole bunch of categories. Not single player. Not a single player game. So probably probably an online exclusive game, right? Probably not like an in-person co-op or anything. Maybe we can think of some MMOs. Um, it was a hard daily SCB. I like Peak. Peak 2025. Peak has solo though. Apparently, it's not a platformer. It's not indie survival. It's not first person. So it's going to be a most likely a third person 2025 online game. What's that like new one? The like that just came out. Split Fiction is that not a platformer? I thought it was a platformer. Our creators. Are these third person games? From Targa. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought that oh, it is our creators. There you go. No, I wasn't say I was saying that I thought Split Fiction was a platformer. I don't know why. Um it looked like it had a lot of platforming elements to it. Maybe they don't consider it that. Action adventure, yeah. Well, there you go. Easy as that. All right. Cool. Well, let me run my ads and I'll get Monkey here in 1 second. Oh, look at Monkey's hanging on 8 crazy nights. There we go. All right, cool. Veld and Obscure wins every time. Yeah, no, kind of crushed it. Let me close this up. I'll get Monkey in here in 1 second. Let me begin the game. Okay. And yo, nice. Nice Mega Deancey. Hold on, I'll join Chris. try to get the cat to he is very, very relaxed. Okay. A little bit. Thank you. Very lucky. Okay. I am trying to get a really good picture here, and I'm having trouble getting a really good picture. So I'm just gonna go drag monkey, and while I do that. Oh my gosh, wait, I gotta drag them to 2 channels. Discord won't scroll. Oh, wait, no, there it goes. It's scrolling. That work? Hello? I knew it. I knew I couldn't hear Discord. Wait, 1 sec. I knew it was on the wrong sound setting. Oh, wait, now I can hear you. Yeah, hi. All right, let me see if they can hear you. No, that's my fault. Okay. Okay, now everyone should be able to hear you.
Hi, Chad.
Oh yeah, you are good too.
You're looking real cute today.
They heard that. Did we catch that mega dancing? I don't know. No, we didn't. I've been trying to get a good Expedition 33 cover art image. There we go. I found one. Okay, good, good. I got it. Haley. Okay, sweet. I have a great. I feel very proud of this scene that I've set up here.
Let me just refresh the stream.
Oh, I haven't
Become
finished it
quiet.
yet, but it's gonna be
Oh,
real good.
I'm just usually quiet in the past, so I always assume that things have changed.
That is Sea of Arlden. Yeah, if spoiler people don't feel bad to leave. We're probably gonna be talking spoilers.
Yeah, it's gonna be thick with spoilers.
Yeah,
The
don't
air is
spoil
gonna be
yourself.
dense with spoilers,
just,
even.
just dripping with spoilers. Okay, so the music that I've chosen to put on for this in the background is a playlist called Relaxing Massage.
Okay.
Cause like I was like, I don't know, just completely quiet sounds like it wouldn't be the best idea, but
Yeah, I don't think that's ideal.
right. So, and here we go. I think I have your little image in here. Oh,
Oh, hi.
are you the little play?
I'm the little bulb that peeks up.
Okay, I'm gonna get this just perfect, and what I'm gonna do is there we go. Okay, now if you say something, how high does that little burb go?
Um,
Oh my gosh,
Pops up
yes.
pretty high.
This is so good. Okay, perfect. And then this is gonna completely cover us. Let me just let me throw that back in the scene real quick.
Yeah, it's
And
the same type of bird as my bird.
I love that so much. Okay. This looks like a pretty good scene, and there's relaxing massage music on.
Very nice.
I feel like this is already started off pretty darn well here. Um, okay, let me welcome everyone here real quick. First off, if anyone cannot hear Monkey, let me know. I mean, I think you guys can. I see his mic like looks sounds good and everything like that. But if it's at all like too quiet or something, feel free to let me know.
Um, when I listened through the stream, it seemed okay.
Okay, sweet, sweet, sweet. I feel like doing background catching with Monkey here is appropriate. I was gonna ask Monkey what he prefers because I can probably keep track of chat, but I don't want you to be overwhelmed with chat. If you feel like people doing background catching would distract you if you were trying to like keep track of chat and everything.
I don't mind. It's your call.
Shit. All right. Let me see here. All right. Screw it. Background catching. I'm gonna mute the game though, guys. So you won't be able to hear it. So you just have to pay attention. There you go. Um
Basically, just because I like birds, screw. You know,
Everyone's very disillusioned that Monkey is in fact a bird today. So
well, it's like MIDI is a cat. You know,
bird, parrot. There you go. I cannot get over birds. That's a fantastic name to just walk in here versus this. During this, sorry, I was reading what Power Chords wrote about verses. Who? Why does everyone keep saying this is a debate? This isn't a debate. No one called this a debate. I don't understand where this came from. Oh my gosh.
you put us on either side of the screen, and all of a sudden we're in opposition.
Yeah, right. This is BS. Because if I call in, we know it's going to be a debate. Okay, good. That's actually fair. That's fair. I'm curious about the parrot in the bottom left. Well, all right. I'm going to start here and say hi, everybody. So, what Monkey and I are doing today is we are. This is Monkey's idea, by the way. All credit goes to Monkey because I've been doing this playthrough, and I was first off very flattered that so many of you, Monkey included, were like, "That was a good playthrough," and I liked. We had a my gosh, we had a and Monkey. I'm assuming you were probably asleep already for this because it was really late your time, but we had a really long. I want to say well over an hour long discussion after the game was over about just the ending. And wait a second. Sorry. Um, about just the endings of the game, and I thought that was I thought that was great because there's so much more of the game. Like to literally just discuss just the ending for an hour and a half was pretty wild. So Monkey said, "Hey, this game is like very heavily based in like our fields. What if we had a little discussion about it? And what if we asked if people wanted to participate in it? And I was like, well, what if we like maybe even just say like, hey, do people want to like jump in and actually like talk in here and have a conversation? He's like, yeah, sure. I'm like, okay, sweet. So yeah, we're gonna have a whole discussion today on Expedition 33, whatever really we want about it, and we want to invite all of you to also participate in the discussion. And I feel like Monkey and I should probably just like start by just chatting about it a little bit first before we ask people if they want to come in and talk about it. Uh, I have to fix one setting on Discord that I just noticed is going off. It is a new setting. Thanks, Discord. So, Monkey, if you want to take it away for a second with something you
I
wanted
got
to
you,
throw
bro.
out there, thank you, because this is pissing me off.
Uh, so basically, it's not really like an opinion-based type of conversation. So we're not really gonna like sit here and debate like whether things are good or bad. We're more looking at like the psychological aspects of the story, the philosophical aspects of the story, the artistic choices that they went with throughout the game. So in that sense, like we're focusing on those things. not necessarily whether or not things are good or bad, um, because obviously a lot of those things tend to be subjective. I think factually we can say it is a good game, and everything really beyond that is pretty much subjective. So what we really want to talk about here is like all of that content.
I really like that. I really like that. Here, hold on. Let me take that real quick. I really like that you said like factually it is a really good game. I mean,
Yeah,
yeah, like, I know people will even debate things like that, People will debate things like, "Hey, is this a good game or a bad game or whatever?" I I'll turn monkey up, sure, guys, sure. I This game, I don't know. I don't wanna say it's opinion that it's a good game or not. I think it is just a good game. 'Cause I'm sitting here, I'm like, that does kinda sound subjective, but, like, nah. I think it's just sort of
I
like
think
what a
like
majority of people say about it, And even
and like I think if you look at it critically, you can say like you can say pretty factually that it's a good game, right? Like you
yeah,
can debate whether or not it's perfect or a 9 or a 10 out of 10. Um, but that's not really like relevant. Everything else is opinion based. And in the same way, like I might think, I don't know, Mario is a good game, but I will never play it. Like I don't like to play it, but I know critically that it is a good game. So you kind of have to like look at it from a critical perspective and maybe like uh, remove yourself from the game and look at it as like content and kind of like a piece of art or literature.
yeah. Some things may not be for you, but you can acknowledge that they are good. I figured out what was going on right away. Alright. And I turned up Monkey for you all, so let me know one more time after next time Monkey speaks if he needs to be turned up. Um, I think that this game is one of those games where even the people who didn't necessarily like care for it themselves came back to it and said, "Look, I respect this game. I respect what it's doing. It's not for me." And I would say the majority of the people who said that have cited the combat as being what they didn't like. You know what? That's fine. If you don't like the quick time events and the whole parry and the dodge system and all that stuff, fine. Um, but that doesn't take away from the fact that like the game is good. The game has just top to bottom. The game has beautiful, beautiful art. The game has gorgeous music. The tone, the scene setting, all of that is like a masterclass in how to design a game. Um, I had my own like little issues with the game that we can get into, but it didn't take away from the fact that, like, I think that this game is great. And I actually I'll just flat out say I wasn't particularly jazzed about the ending of the game. Like, it wasn't my favorite thing. But that didn't take away from the fact that this game, like, top to bottom, was just really, really, really good. And even if I ended up saying, like, "Boy, you know what? Like, this kinda, like, ruined it for me," and, like, I would still sit there and go, "You know what? This game is good and you should play it." Because this game lets people have discussions, um, everyone has an opinion about it, even if they didn't really like it, and even those who disliked it the most were like, "This is still good." So, yeah, I think I'm stuck on that because, man, like, that's such an interesting point to make. Yeah, like, it's hard to debate that there's anything but a good game. I think that would just be a bad take.
Yeah. Um, I think like Mooney captures it pretty well there. Um, so but yeah, like you can debate whether, like it's a perfect game or a great game or whatever the case may be, but like it's a good game and that's fine. It's not really something that we're here to talk about. Because what we can say without a fathom of a doubt, and it's why we're here and why at the end of everybody's stream there's hours long conversations, is that it's really, really well written. There's a lot of like fantastic, interesting concepts that carry the game and the characters and how they respond in the world do so very accurately according to how people suffering from trauma and trying to recover from trauma might, especially within like a family setting. Um, so I find that particularly fascinating to see within a game format, because seldom do you see that depth of writing with regard to like the psychology of characters and why it is that they behave the way that they behave, and that not everybody is a perfect being. These things, I think, are what make characters compelling.
I felt like I said this several times that I think what blew me away about the writing of the game, and I'm glad you went to the writing as like one of the first things, is that it's extremely real and they do not hesitate to it's very easy to sort of pander to this notion of we have to play it safe, especially if this is your as a studio, like a bunch of people who broke off from Ubisoft and everything else. Like this is our first game. We have to pander to the tropes of what makes like writing feel cozy, what makes writing feel epic, what makes writing feel funny. And there was just the way that these characters were written, the way they had interactions, the pacing of conversations down to like very subtle the mocap involved down to very subtle like voice acting choices made everything feel extremely real and relatable so that even if a character was maybe experiencing something like you said very heavy trauma driven not everyone's gonna a lot of people, I might say most people in some way can connect to that, but even if you can't, you can connect because of how real these characters are and how you get into their world and how many different facets of this stuff they're dealing with.
Absolutely. And that's why I think that like trauma is such a core theme of everything. Uh, I mean, the Gamage itself is the driving force of the story in the game. And it is in and of itself a trauma machine. You know, people get left without their loved ones once a year practically. But like just before we get going for real, I just want to make sure like what it is that you know, like what, because I didn't get to see how much of the ending, um, or and what
Yeah.
decisions you made at the end.
That's a good question. By the way, I think thanks everyone for your patience. Also, Monkey, thanks for covering for everything. I think I finally fixed everything. Yeah, Discord had an update that broke everything for me, so I had to basically redo my like co-streaming Discord capture. Yogi's in chat going, "Is anyone hearing the beeping noise?" Yes, everyone was hearing the beeping noise. I had to enable a beeping noise, which is weird. It's gone now, so we're all good. I beat the game and I haven't gone and done side things. I don't really care if any of the side stuff at this point like gets spoiled for me. I'm gonna go back and do some after we're done talking. Um, but I did both endings of the game.
Okay,
So
good.
yeah, I thought that was one, like good to show off, but two, also kind of important to understand like the full scope of the game. And I know other people are have been here like I'm going to do a full replay of the game and then go do the other ending. I had no urge whatsoever to do that. I was like, "Nah, I could just load the autosave." Yeah, and now I'm gonna go win Ismael. So, like,
I need to know
yeah.
now.
Mhm. Yeah, I need to know, like, right then. Hey, Tyria, like, what happens? Because I wanna compare them. I wanted to compare them in real time, and I will say I was taken aback by the fact that you could make that choice at the end. I thought that was
They get real.
so cool.
They get
Yeah.
real with it.
Mhm. I was, can I speak to the ending real quick? I don't
Of
wanna
course.
I don't wanna tangent too much, but, like, um I sat there and I was like, well, there's like a what I think is a like a moral choice here, and then there's the more like I the moral choice is the way they present it, the way they set it up and everything. It's like okay, the moral choice is you choose to fight as Verso and kick Mael out and end this, and then there's the sort of more I can't call it the more human choice because it's not the more human choice, but the more, uh, I mean, it I don't wanna call it the selfish choice, but the other choice. I'll just say the other choice. Imprint whatever word you choose. I don't wanna say selfish, I don't wanna say whatever, but I sort of wondered if they were going to leave things up to a sort of like choose for yourself how you think this will end, kind of way after you experience the endings, right? Because I'm like, Mael's ending, as it stands right now, is just leading toward like a very, very selfish turn. And they'll probably change that, right? And then you see the ending, you're like, nope. Like, this is the ending that they very, very plainly were like this is selfish, right? Um, versus Versos, where like the characters at the end, although they are mourning and they didn't get to say in the painting or everything else, they're smiling, and there's like like a Star Wars fucking episode 6 ending, and like and all this shit, and I'm like, oh, okay, it's very very cut and dry
Yeah,
how the
I
devs
mean,
wanted you to
they
view the endings.
survive.
Yeah. But, like, I thought there was gonna be more of a twist there, and I was actually kinda surprised that they very, very seemingly cut and dry told you their feelings on the choices. And I I don't think it's I wanna ask you, like, I don't think it's really it's not really debatable how the devs felt about those 2 choices, right? Like, I'm not missing something, am I?
Well, I think what's quite interesting is that, like, you almost fooled into thinking that there is an ethical choice there because there is no real ethical choice to be made. And that's because as you go throughout, like through the course of Clair Obscur, you realize more and more how selfish the Descendre family is in what it is that they're pursuing. Um, and I'm of the position that the real villains in this game are, in fact, the real Descendre family, not the copies inside the painting, but the real people that are essentially just playing God and perfectly willing to throw away all of these people who are, for all intents and purposes, quite real. Um, Literally just because they're done with it. And I mean, even when Renoir is expressing any sort of remorse about this, he only really expresses it to the facsimile of his own son. He never really even directly acknowledges any of the expedition team. They really don't seem to care much at all about these creations of theirs. And in that sense, it's kind of like they are cruel and uncaring gods, fully consumed with their own selfishness.
Yeah.
And
No,
I
I
think that
yeah.
as the game goes on, that becomes more and more apparent. And I think that that last choice signifies signifies that very well. Um, in that Mael, obviously chooses probably the most selfish path, and Verso essentially makes the only choice he believes he can make. But in reality, Verso has removed any agency that the rest of the team had to make decisions because he knew all of this beforehand and they could have come up with a better plan. Because, hey, they've got Luna. She's smart as fuck. You can't tell me that she can't come up with a plan to have a chat with Aline or something. Um, so he was after that particular ending. He knew what he wanted. There was a reason why he held back on the stone and he did all of that weird shit and he was a stinky liar all the time because he was pursuing his own ends just as much as the rest of the Descendre family were. So in that sense, I think that they are the bad guys of this story, and the people of Lumiere really are just like, I guess, what you could consider lower beings trying to survive in a world of wrathful gods. And yeah, like the mother and father literally said they have created thousands of worlds. I shudder to think. I mean, think about what Renoir's creations are. He makes things so that they can be like metaphors for strife and suffering and like arrogance, and they aren't exactly creations that live happily or with full lives. You know what I mean? Um,
Yeah, I think they kind of even say that at one point. They said, like, that Aline paints life and he paints death. It's just they're very different styles, but it's the whole Clair Obscur, Chiaroscuro, like, um, juxtaposition there. But yeah, like, if this is what he put in here and we see all the weird shit that's in there, what is he doing elsewhere? That's a great point that I yeah. I mean,
yeah,
there's potential for more game stuff there, for sure.
because something tells me they've made some twisted shit. Because he literally says we have pushed the boundaries of creativity. That is a scary statement to an artist with an imagination. Um, I don't think you necessarily want to be pushing those boundaries too much. They are there for a reason, especially when these things are going to become living, breathing, conscious thinking creations.
I think that's where, I wanna respond to that. I'm just kinda, like, looking here. I'm already, like, loving this here. I see, like, Yogi, Power Chords, and Lull kinda going back and forth. Power Chords unsurprisingly agreeing with you. It's fair. I kinda wanted a third ending where Verso dies, but Mael still keeps visiting a new or even the same painting. I know more what I want to be honest, but both endings felt like they kind of fell short of my expectations would have been. It's interesting because I think Lull that sounds a little bit like what I was saying I was surprised at, which was that it is kind of cut and dry. Like this game
Well,
that's full of mystery and interpretation doesn't really end with that.
that's where Verso sort of rears his sexy head as the real villain, right? Is that he removes that option for them, in that he lies to them the whole time. He doesn't share the information that he has. He doesn't give them the access to, these key figures that he clearly has. And in that sense, he again removes their agency as the creations that he knows that they are. I would have loved a happy ending like that because it is perfectly feasible if these are like normal, non self absorbed type people, but they only see like two solutions. Either Mael stays in the painting forever so that they cannot destroy the painting, or she leaves and they destroy the painting. Those are the only two options that they see. And the second that she leaves, they're going to destroy it. And I mean, they even proved that when she leaves the painting briefly and tries to hide it. And even that, like, done.
I think it's interesting because I think that there's an argument that can be made that like not I think. There is an argument that can be made that different people are gonna connect with different parts of or different characters in the story to see, like, who's right, who's wrong. Like, uh, I was talking to Crystal about this because right after the last time Hey, Violet. Right after the last time I played before the finale, so last Thursday, I left it off right outside of Lumiere, right? So I didn't know how the game was gonna end. And Crystal hadn't seen any of the game. She didn't know anything about it. And I said, I'm going to give you a 5-minute summary of this game. And I'm going to ask your opinion on something. And she goes, okay. And up to that point, it's just saying like, so who do you agree with here? Who's right? Who's wrong? Is it the mother, the father, or the daughter? Like they're all fighting for control of the painting. Yo, Taylor, thanks for the reason. Um,
Well, don't forget the Lumierans as well.
well, fair. That's fair.
And that's kind of the problem, right?
That is, yeah.
Just because they can't step out the painting doesn't
Taylor,
mean they
thank
don't
you for the
suffer.
34 months. I appreciate it. You go Majd. It's yeah, that's a good point. That's a fair point. Um
I think we
I
can also agree like that the ideal situation for everyone involved would be to keep the painting, allow Mael to interact with it in a healthy way so that she doesn't break apart, allow them all to interact with it in a more therapeutic way instead of losing themselves to it in a way that I kind of likened to like almost like a drug, especially with Aline, where she's gone into this like state where she just refuses to leave. and there kind of
Yeah.
isn't a rock bottom for her, so she isn't going to come back unless somebody pulls her out.
I, I think there's one point that I think that you've been making that I sort of I think I disagree with because of my interpretation of what they were trying to put forth with the game. But I just think I think it's just very interesting that, like, that ending, the way that it ends, really does change your entire perspective of the game up right before it. Because I think it's sort of the peel back the curtain, the little boy verso in the background painting, like, part
Yeah.
that sort of throws the wrench in everything. And that's where I get sort of, like, lost, because before that, I sat there and I said, "Look, I mean, he's kind of being an asshole right now." I'm like, "But I think that when I was standing there outside Lumiere and I hadn't done anything in the end game yet, I said, I think Renoir is, like, the one here. I'm sitting here like, yeah, like, okay, like, look, you made these people and you made them, like, very real and everything, but it's a fantasy world. And the therapist in me is sitting here like, you like, neither one of you, Aline and Alicia both want the painting for themselves. Neither one of you has more of a right to it than the other one. And you are, like, immersing yourself in a fantasy that is going to, like, literally kill you. And as a healthcare professional, I cannot allow this. Renoir is correct." And, like, that's like my like therapist brain, like, kicking in, right? And then, like, the game goes through and you get to the end, and I still, like, maintain in my head that, like, I really actually did not like the final scenes of Renoir, because, like, he sort of, like, lose all his patience and just goes, like, full on selfish, where that kind of wasn't the exact way that his character was written. It is a bit of a, like, in a very, very subtle way, a bit of a shift of character that's, like, uncharacteristic. Like, you can get mad, you can lose patience, you can snap on people, whatever. I did not like how it was written at that end there, because it almost seemed
Well,
like a
also
different character.
remember, it is a different character. The Renoir that you know up until that point is the Renoir that was painted by Lean, and he's painted specifically to be distant and cold and uncaring, like a distant father type figure. That's why when, or just before real Renoir rocks up, Miles like, "Don't worry, he's a lot warmer than you think." Because he is a bit more of an impassioned human being, I guess. Like he isn't emotionless in that same sense. So maybe
Yeah.
that's what you're detecting with the change of his character. Um, because you don't really get introduced to Renoir in any other way necessarily. Um, but I could be wrong there.
Yeah, I was really thinking of it as the beginning when, like, when he's sorry, the beginning of Lumiere, when he's, like, actually in there, and then he, like, you all leave, like, you fly away with SKA and you're, like, regroup and you'll be like, "Okay, we need to go back to Lumiere." Like, the actual Renoir. Like, just
Yeah.
those 2, I guess you see him really just twice. It's then, and then again at the end. Um, it just seemed a little different to me, but that's probably just being a little nitpicky. But, although I still agree with the, like, again, strictly from, like, a healthcare professional and an unfeeling clinical monster. I mean, he's right. Like, you have to face reality and you can't just kill yourself in this painting, sort of thing, right?
Yeah. I
It
think
all then
like
changes to me.
the real tragedy is that none of them are willing to compromise. I guess
Right.
typical to people who are used to being the master of their own universes, none of them are willing to compromise. I think Yogi pointed out like there is a very easy ideal solution here. Like I said, if Mael can access the painting in a healthy way, they remove Eileen from access. All of these things are very possible. It's not like they don't have resources too. They can just send Eileen to another place. Um, it's not outside of the possibility. Um, but again, it's their inability to compromise on anything that results in all of that. And I think uh, Chasm also brings up a good point in that there is merit to destroying the painting. because Verso, or the last sliver of Verso's soul, is still trapped in the painting, and it's the little boy that's painting the canvas. And in fact, there's a sliver of Claire's soul in the canvas as well, and they are both painting, keeping this world alive at its very core. Um, the problem is the little boy doesn't want to be painting. Verso has always wanted to be a musician, and he's there painting out of what he feels is his duty to keep things moving. Um, so it's not like he's really there by choice. So the painting continuing existing also means a continued suffering of that little fraction of his soul. So there's also that to consider.
Yeah, that's the part that got me, with the, like, ideal ending about the painting remaining because unless I'm mistaken, I think that what they is basically say is that the painting cannot remain unless the little boy is painting. Like, that has to that is what keeps the painting going because this was Verso's canvas. And, this is sort of like, because we have to accept that the game is magical, this is all magic, so you have to assume that, like, a soul and all that is a real thing, right? Um, we as players are are told time and time again by the family that that everything in the canvas is not real. Even like Alicia, I believe, admits like, yeah, I know this isn't real, but I want it to be my reality. And that's the whole point, right? Like
Yeah.
I'm making a new reality. And throughout that, the the only one who doesn't have their own control over all this is that's last sliver of a soul of Verso. That's just suffering. Uh and the only way I just personally can't get past in my own opinion that the only way like for this to sort of work out is for people to accept that none of it's real. The characters in the game, Lune, CL, all Gustav, all of them, Sophie, none of them were ever real. Even though we feel like they're real, we're sort of being falling into the same trap that the Desandra family is falling into and making them
Well,
real.
no, I think it's beneficial for them to think that none of them are real. Because if they believed that their creations were actually real, they probably wouldn't be able to live with themselves. Because under
Sure.
every definition of what we understand to be real, philosophically speaking, they are very much real. They are conscious, thinking, feeling individuals with free will that do what they want to do within the bounds of their reality. There is no arguing their reality. It's just another dimension, you could say, to the one that the Descendres are from, and they simply don't have the control over theirs that the family does.
It's yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yes.
Like in my book, if something can suffer, it's real. Like
Yeah. It's it you know what? It makes me it really makes me think of like again, just a magical world sort of thing. That like this is so real that it feels real, but you have to remember it's like that it's not real because we created it. But then it becomes the whole thing of like that's where you dive down to basically what you said is diving down like the philosophical like world of like what is real. Um, and it really does come down to our perception of what do we think is real or not. It does absolutely benefit them to assume that it's not real. And yeah, I have trouble faulting the only person I have trouble faulting for that is Verso because in order for them to be real, he has to perpetually suffer for eternity, right? And I think at that point if you are like the creator of this and you design this, you realize, well, okay, I have to remember that I made this, and without me, this wouldn't exist, and I don't want to
but I don't
exist. You
I
know?
don't believe that Verso necessarily would have to suffer endlessly. It's not beyond anyone's comprehension to develop a new, different identity. Um, he is struggling with, real, I mean, what we could view as real identity disorders, in that he is struggling to separate himself from the facsimile of himself. But that doesn't mean that he doesn't have the free will to go and be different, make different choices, and be a different being, so to speak.
I think when I say verso there, I'm talking about, like, the little boy painting in the background, not
Ah,
the, character. Yeah, sorry. I realize that that's the distinction I should make. I meant the little boy painting in the background because I don't I it just that's the part that I wanna make sure I understood is the painting can't exist without him, right? Like, him there painting, and
as far as I
that's
understand it, yeah.
yeah, and that's what the facsimile verso was going for the entire time, was to basically get him to stop because he can't separate himself from the little boy painting and little boys paint. So even when Alicia in the just we'll call it like in the Alicia ending, um,
Yeah,
remakes Verso and try as she might to be like, this is new Verso, everything, you see that he's still suffering. There's no way to remove that suffering.
reconcile, yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I was just like, he doesn't mind painting. He's just tired of everyone fighting inside his canvas all the time, if I'm remembering right. I don't, you know what, Power Chords? If that's the thing, the little boy doesn't mind painting. He's just tired of everyone fighting inside his If that's the thing, that changes everything, right? A very subtle line like that.
I think Power Codes is probably right. Just based on like conversation that you have with the little boy throughout there's like those chromatic spaces where you're hopping on the canvases and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He seems to genuinely love his world in those conversations. Just that it's become a scary place because of all of the fighting and what his sister has been up to since. Um, and Claire is a whole conversation that's worth getting into because she's a very interesting character that they don't explore necessarily, but there's a lot of stuff you can find out about her in the side quest kind of stuff. But she is a very interesting character and certainly not as terrible as you might assume.
Yeah. From the very little bits that you see her, I very unaffectionately call her Clayazelle. And like she's just rude and overburdening. Like
Oh yeah, she's
overbearing.
rude. She's very abrupt.
Mhm.
Um, she has a very clear superiority complex. Um, I mean, like, it is definitely worth saying again, none of that family are good people. They are all terrible people. I think their power has probably corrupted them.
Oh, yeah.
Um, it's just not a good situation all around. But as far as things go, the way that she is responding to the grief in the family is probably the most healthy,
Yes.
in that you tend to find that she is one who is trying to keep things going. She has become the central pillar for the family, while the mother is, deep up inside the painting, and the father is spending all of his time to try and get her out. And, Mael has been terribly, terribly like hurt and like disfigured essentially, and like not leaving her room. And now she has an entire war to solve as well that Miles sparked off. And she has all of these problems that need to be solved, and none of the people in the places they need to be to solve them,
Right.
because they are all wrapped up in this painting.
Yeah, I'm very
So
interested to see, like, more of that because I did assume that somewhere there'd be more information about her because they mention her a lot, especially in it tied into, Francois. Like, they really, really mention Clea and Francois a lot. And,
yeah,
especially at the end of, like, part of SKA's story. Um, and,
so
uh,
I guess it's
yeah,
free to talk about now.
sure.
But Francois was Claire's creation and Esquier was Versa's creation. Um, and the reason why Francois is so depressed is because Claire no longer comes to visit him in the painting. the only reason she comes to the painting is to essentially make creatures of destruction to try and reclaim the chroma in the canvas to slowly defeat the mother. So that's why Fonfon is pretty depressed, because she doesn't come to see him at all, even though like he is her creation.
That's cute. I get it though. Yeah, okay, fair. I
And that's
d
why in the
no,
family
no, you're
section, she even gets angry at Mael because she says like, I was the one that was there that created this world with Verso. Don't you think it's even
mhm,
more important to me?
yeah,
Because as children, they made it together. Um, to be fair, it
yeah.
wasn't just Verso's canvas, and you see both of them like the little shards of their souls as children painting together as well. Um, so I find that very, very interesting. And I think that in their future games, they'll probably explore that a little bit more. But there is some side content to see with regard to her. So I highly recommend seeking out a boss called Simon.
Simon. Oh my gosh, I don't wanna play Simon. Alright, sorry, I don't know if I actually just realized I don't know how international Simon as a game is, but, um,
Yeah,
I
it's worth
was
just like you'll know where it is as soon as like you can go to a walkthrough or whatever that tells you like where to find the place. You've probably been there and just like walk past it.
yeah, Power Chords told me to go apparently to go exactly there. They asked me, they were like, "Hey, would you like a little nudge as to where I think everybody wants you to go?" And I went, "Sure." And they said, "You're gonna go here." And I went, "Gotcha." So that's what I was planning on beelining that later. Hey, Cookie. Yeah. Um, I was going to ask, is there a point in the game where they explain why everyone blames Alicia for Verso dying?
So, as far as I understand it, they don't say quite like clearly, but as far as I understand it, she is fooled in some way by the writers. And you can see if you look at her room in the mansion, it's got like writing stuff and paper and stuff like that in it. Unlike the other rooms in the mansion, which have like painting stuff and easels and whatever, it's only Versos that has musical instruments. Um, so I think in a sense she is an aspiring writer, and they use that to fool the dissenters and create a house fire. In creating that house fire, Mael was trapped, and Verso essentially sacrificed himself to save her,
Okay,
and it was
gotcha,
on her at her birthday party.
gotcha. Okay, um, okay. uh, all right. So, all right. I guess
I think
moving
you
on
muted.
from that, I love this. I wanted to ask these questions also to kind of catch myself up because I didn't want to like I don't I'm trying not to throw too much like opinion in there and whatnot, but I just think it's very, very interesting because you weren't there when we were discussing the end of the game the other day. So I really did want to like kind of get your take on that because I
I
think
don't
just
hear
about
you
everyone
through Discord.
Oh, I'm so silly. I'm sorry. I my caps lock is the key I'm using for it, so I can just, like,
Oh
not
wow.
blast yours all the time, and yeah, I was holding shift instead, not caps lock. I'm so sorry. What I was saying was, I I wanted to I didn't wanna drift too much into the whole, like, what do you think just, like, what do you think about the end of the game? But, I think you were pretty much everyone in chat right now was there the other night when we were discussing it, so I thought it would be really nice to have your take on just, like, the ending of the game, what you thought about it, just to sort of bring you up to speed where we were the other night, when I was like, "Okay," and then Monkey and I are gonna be talking about stuff later, and then also to catch me up to speed also, thank you, because I know that there's stuff I haven't seen yet and I haven't done. And at this point, I don't really care about spoilers or anything like that, like, I'm over that.
And it's not the kind of narrative where they outright tell you things. It's
Right.
definitely the kind of narrative where you put the pieces together yourself. People aren't going to like they're delivering exposition and stuff like that. Not everything is immediately obvious.
Yeah, well, I think that is what got me a little bit at the end was that it was so it did feel very cut and dry right at the end, which was very, very different from how the rest of the game was, which is I think a probably I mean, that's for me anyway, that's how it just felt, like, it felt at least much more, like, plainly put than the rest of the game, but I also think that's a pretty good segue to, like, there's a lot of the rest of the game to talk about. And I see Yogi talking there about if you can watch someone else play through the game for the first time, do it. You know, there's so many things they put right in front of you, but would have never known. Um, yeah, I think once you play through the game, I understand why people want to go back and watch it. Is because now you start looking at the game through a different lens, and you start to realize how like all of this stuff is unfolding and right in front of you. But you are a citizen of Lumiere, right? You are as much a visitor in this fucked up world that this family has created as the rest of everyone. And you are also being like tugged along, right? And I think that um from my side of things, I think that that's something that makes this game so uh good, so like magical and everything is that it was going full circle to what Monkey mentioned earlier. It was written so well throughout that you are you, I can't think of a single person who has disagreed with this. You are the exact character with the exact position that they want you to be in the game, which is a person who lives in Lumiere who is just trying to fight the Paintress. You know? Like you that curtain is not peeled back until it needs to be. You're not removed from that illusion or anything. It's done so well through all of the different like artistic styles, the writing styles, everything else that they have to keep you immersed in the game. And I think that's the biggest strength that this game has.
Yeah, like I was saying to Alex, it's like one of the only examples of a game where I feel like the story was delivered with the same skill as one might expect in a very well written novel. Like I was really lusting for the details and the information and each log to find all of those small things. And I mean, obviously, that kind of narrative telling has to appeal to you, but I really enjoy putting the story together for myself. I don't enjoy the kind of like exposition heavy games that have become so common now. I really like that idea of like, uh, like almost like a FromSoft approach, but not that because that's ridiculous. But where you have to put it together yourself. You aren't being given, everything about the story and being like, okay, here's your track, run on it. I really appreciate that kind of approach, and it made the game and figuring out the world and the conditions of how everyone's been trying to survive for so long so interesting.
I gosh, I'm gonna Monkey just stay down there like duck while I'm saying this. Um I would like to compare the way that I really like what you said about how they're gonna give you crumbs, but they're not gonna put everything together for you, but they're gonna give you enough to do that. I will compare this flat out to what I criticized the most about a game like Hollow Knight, which was that game also took an approach of let's add in some, mysterious things here and there. Let's not give people all the pieces of the puzzle. Let's let them interpret stuff, but without actually giving you enough to put that together. And it's sort of like mystery for the sake of mystery. The game
Yeah, that's
didn't
a
give you
fantastic.
yeah, no, go
Sorry,
ahead. Oh, I was just
that's a
gonna like the game,
fantastic comparison.
yeah, right? Like, thank you.
Uh,
I don't think that, like, mystery for the sake of mystery is necessary. This game did mystery for the sake of making you think, and that's
and
good.
the interesting thing, and I think that this is where Hollow Knight fails in that way, is that, like Yogi was saying, if you rewatch it again, you'll see that this visual information is everywhere, like in the textures, the choice in their font. All of these things follow in a cohesive way to tell this story. Like, even if you just look at how the set pieces are set up around the areas where they know you'll focus on, all of these things make sense with regard to how the story works, how the world is built, the ecosystem of the world, the general purpose of each creature within that ecosystem and what they're there to do.
I started thinking
Um,
about that the other
all
day,
of these
actually.
things are very, very cohesive, and that's what makes that work. Everywhere you look, every under every rock, everything makes sense. Whereas with Hollow Knight, it's like a little nook and cranny here to give you like some crumbs or whatever the case may be. But the world isn't literally like plastered with, and in this case, the world is plastered with it, but it's not apparent until you really look. And that's what's so satisfying about it.
Yeah. They it's not overt. It's not one of those, like, flag waving in your face sort of things that is, like, very, very obvious, and it just makes you feel like, "Oh, I saw it. I must be really smart." Everyone's like, "Yeah, we all saw that," kind of thing, you know? Like, it's subtle, but it's enough to actually paint you a complete picture, but you have to do the work to put it together. And I like that, you said Hollow Knight style is much closer to the FromSoft style, which I think you said that would be ridiculous. So, yeah, I guess I 'cause I don't know the FromSoft style. I've only barely touched on Elden Ring. I really actually don't know their talking style, but I get now your point a little bit better based on what Yogi said there.
Y- Yeah, well, a small thing that I also wanted to touch on is that like it only works when it makes sense. And that's where FromSoft so often fails. They don't write things to make sense. So that'll never really work. So you only really get a vague idea of what's kind of going on. And even then, like, it's weird. Elden Ring is probably the most different in that sense, in that it kind of has a bit of a story. Um, but everything else is pretty like up in the air with regard to that. But I do like the kind of like no nonsense approach of putting you in a world with zero information and being like, okay, figure out your situation. Like, if you're getting isekai'd right now, you're not gonna have like backstory and like like a Star Wars style like roll of text that like fill you in on your situation. Like I want to see how a character responds to that change.
I mean, even at the literal beginning of the game where everyone's talking about Gomage, right? And you're like, "What's Gomage? We having a party?" It's like, I mean, I do like that they really do make it, I think, obvious enough that, like, the majority of people can figure out, "Okay, this is gonna be a shitty thing," right? Like, you're not fooling anyone sort of thing. Um,
Yeah,
but they're doing that to let you know, like, "Okay, now you got your thinking pants on? Alright, here we go." And they ease you into that, mindset. Also, welcome in. Thanks for the raid.
yo,
Hi.
Ima.
Ema, how is Boyfriend Dungeon? I like that I was watching you basically, play with a phone in-game and text people, which I don't know what that game is, but it looks interesting. Hi. Uh, Ema friends, what's up? Yo, what's up, LaRue and Blood Moon and Ema and everyone and Alex? Hi. We're here with Monkey. Monkey's don't be alarmed. Monkey's the bird over there. that's that's popping up, and we are talking Clair Obscur Expedition 33, and this is a heavy, heavy spoiler conversation. So if anyone's trying to avoid spoilers, we'd love to see you and we'd love to have you here, but also please remove yourself because you don't want to get spoiled for this game. It is an objectively good game, and you should at least play it for yourself. Even if you don't like it, you should give yourself the chance to play it unspoiled. And yeah, we had to bring wonderful people over to this, especially with this monkey special. Monkey, who is a bird. Again, just gonna throw that out there.
Yeah, it's pretty ironic that like I don't know, you're presenting, which is in essence an ape, and I am presenting as the bird.
I was gonna say that. I'm like, I am much more of a monkey today. Uh, but I realized my great thing about my new microphone is that the noise gate like actually like really works a lot better. Like I have the same exact noise gate level on this as I did my last one, but it works better. What you didn't hear is Crystal loves birds. She's always had birds. We don't have birds right now, but she's always had birds. And she walks over to her computer and she just screams, "The fuck?" And I hear I'm trying not to like get distracted as I'm listening to you, and I just hear her go, "Look at this cute little bird bouncing next to Falcon." And I was just like, yes. I'll explain to her later what's been happening. Um, who is going to be brave enough to bring this to Essentials next year? Fucking a whole bunch of people. Ugh.
Bro, don't make me prepare the ultimate argument.
My gosh. I thought, this was a good, like, little second also because there were ads happening, so I was like, just, like, pause for a second here, but they're gonna be done in a second. So
What's the time limit for essentials for your argument?
1 year. It has to have been out for a year. Oh, sorry. 5 minutes. Yeah, my bad. I didn't I was they got it.
Okay. I think it's easy to make a compelling argument in 5 minutes.
Um, Monkey, so I told Monkey I'm bad with, like, I mean, not I'm bad with, I can absolutely do prepared stuff, but I like to just kinda, like, roll with things also. But Monkey, I know, has some points that you definitely wanted to get to, and I didn't wanna, like I realized that, like, we could have fluid conversation about this all day and bounce around different points of the game. But were there any specific things that you wanted to sort of, like, start hitting on?
Well, like we talked about like two of the main
Mhm.
things, which is like the um like the driving force of trauma through like throughout the story of the game. And kind of like the nature of reality, right? Like what is and is not real within the context of, Clair Obscur. Um, because I feel like a lot of people often get hung up on the painting thing and being like, well, none of this is real, so there goes all my investment. But in reality, what it's supposed to do is provoke the question of what is real. And I think a better way to think about it is that it's simply another dimension. It's not in any way any less real. It's just another dimension where a certain select handful of people have absolute power. Um, so I think there's a lot of interesting kind of topics there with regard to just like the nature of reality. A lot of people get a bit annoyed about it, but I kind of like it because I think too few people think about, you know, just what is real.
I think that, out of curiosity, real quick, when you mentioned trauma, are you including in that grief? Because I know that grief is a big overarching thing, or are we separating trauma and grief for the purposes of this?
I'm including grief, so like trauma as a motivator for grief.
I think that, I so perfect. I have a really meta thing about the name it's referent and the technical medium we experience the game through. Sure. I, I even just the theme of the game with this all being inside a painting and then you imprinting yourself on this is like very, very meta, right? Like, my goodness,
Oh,
because yeah,
it's super meta.
yeah, right? Like it's so funny, like the layers. um Speaking of the what's real, right? Do you I so let's take me right just using myself as an example of like at the end of the day I was like what I like the verso ending and I like it's just fine for me because like verso's like soul doesn't have to suffer the painting that I'm gonna say like isn't real like goes away if I'm it provided I'm siding with verso like okay the painting isn't real it's still just his creation we have to like get away from that illusion blah blah like that to me, which and I guess I sort of feel fortunate because I can see how that would make a lot of people go like, well, what does it matter anymore, sort of thing. But that to me doesn't invalidate anything about the game or anything about the experiences and the characters because like it's still an experience that I had, but now I'm sort of like, okay, well, I have to like wake up because at the end of the day, I'm also playing a video game, and this is sort of like the sobering end of like this comes to an end, we have to move
Yeah,
on is also
it's very real.
yeah, it's like also my sobering end that the game is done. Okay. And now I have to like move on from my own immersion. But I can even see the other side of it that we're like so many of us are sitting here and we're like, look, Mael's ending is just like it's just awful. Like it's just evil. Like it's selfish. She stakes that she has more claim to it than her mother does. At the end, like even her mother is sort of like, look. Like, I'm gonna put myself aside. You make your own choice. You know, Verso tells her, like, look, Renoir, like, he knew that you were planning on like living and dying here. And he's gonna let you make your choice, right? Like, everyone steps out of the way and is like, look, we're gonna, not be selfish about this. And then she's still selfish about it, right? But I can even see that as being a relatable path because we don't know what people go through when they're experiencing grief. Sometimes, he says that, right? He goes, I know you were lying about that. You lied to me. She goes, yeah, you're right, and like, or like she kind of just like head nods or something, right? And he goes, yeah, and your father knew it too. Like we all knew you were lying. Um, but even that's relatable because when people go through grief, you kind of change as a person. you We can't tell people how to handle their grief or how to experience that stuff. It may not be healthy. It may be that they are making a whole bunch of like, air quotes here, like poor decisions, but it may also be like the only thing they could think of that they need at the time. So even that ending is I would imagine relatable to people. Like just don't like you can't tell me that I don't need this. You can't tell me just to like snap out of it, just to remove myself from the grief, to handle things the way you want me to. I can't. I can't do that. And yeah, I mean that's just another real aspect. There is so much in this game that you can be like, it me. Like that's me in this. And I when we were talking about this the other day, I just checked myself and I said, "Hey, like pause, friends. If I'm dismissing the way that any of you feel about this game, if it sounds like my like points may be contradictory, I'm not trying to dismiss your experience. I'm telling you my own. That doesn't dismiss yours. And I do think that this game is a no pun intended, but a beautiful canvas for you to really put yourself on. It's extremely, extremely real. So I wanted to like go back to like little grief part there because I kept thinking trauma and grief a little like separately in my head, but yeah, the trauma leading to grief, etc. Um, yeah, that realness is so important. So
Yeah, and I think that obviously the Verso ending is the more ideal ending out of the choices that were given, right?
yeah,
Because we certainly aren't given ideal choices. Um, because at the end of the day, like the canvas and Mael will both be destroyed, whether or not she stays in there. It's just going to take longer. Because she will slowly fall to pieces, and then Renoir will just destroy the painting anyway, because it's taken another member of his family. So it doesn't really solve the problem. So in that sense, Verso's solution is, the more ideal one. But again, he removed everybody's agency, including the Lumierans, by not giving them any information, not giving them access to the most insane shit that would have made their journey so much easier and saved a lot of people's lives, including fucking Gustav's, which he said he could have. Okay, let's not forget. He said he could have saved Gustav, and he didn't. Okay, never forget he.
I was trying to hold back. I was just like, I'm about to just like bust out laughing. Yeah.
Major beef with Versus, I'm sure you can tell. But that's the thing, like he removed everybody else's agency in the matter. I sincerely believe that with all of the information, Lune could have solved this issue.
I trust Lune with everything, honestly. It's my absolute favorite. Loved it from the start.
And
Yeah.
like Painted Renoir was also like pretty actually like quite open to, discussion and stuff near the end. Yes, he was, a terrible individual, but there's nothing to say that they couldn't have made another plan had they had all of the resources and information at hand.
Fair. I think it's just so funny because um that's not at all something I thought of. Which just goes to show you, right? Like depending on where you're coming from. not at all like, that's not at all something I had really thought of or considered. Is like
Yeah,
a
because I mean,
future where, like, the painting still exists. For me, the ideal ending really was the Verso ending. I was like, "Yep, this is exactly what I wanted." But that's also how my brain is wired.
like, let me
Yeah.
paint you another picture. All right, let me paint you another picture over here. Stick to the theme,
Yeah, yeah.
right? So, let's say instead of being an absolute dickbag, Verso shares all of the information from the beginning. They know all about, you know, painted Renoir and painted all of this stuff. They know about Mael and Alicia and everything, right? They then also have access to the Flying Stone, which he was just holding onto because he's once again a dickbag, and he didn't want them to be able to fly there directly because that would have screwed with his plan. Okay, so these are all things that they could have dealt with in that way. Aline was also not terrible to deal with. Like, there is definitely space there for some discussion.
Yeah, that was an oddly I think that was a okay, I'm gonna throw this out there. Power Chord said it the other day and said it several times, and I kind of mentioned it as well. I think good ending ties with Goose Duck. I love Power Chord. I thought that after like the start of Act 2 to the end is a bit of a mess. Like, I think that like the the lack of experience for like the dev team like showed, and I think that Aline was just very unexplored, and there could have been more because you're saying stuff here that I'm just sort of like, yeah, like I kind of wonder how this like would have gone, but I can't really get a good gauge of it because so much happened so quickly. I felt like there could have been a little more fleshed out, but yeah, I agree with you. There were other options to explore.
But again, Verso just being selfish.
Do you think that he had more of a right to be selfish because this is at the end of the day his world?
No, I don't think so at all. I think that the moment that like intelligent life developed within the painting, nobody really had a right over their living and dying.
If you let's just say, nah, I can't do that. Never mind. That's hypothetical. I can't. Nah, never mind. Too much of a hypothetical. That's fair. That's fair. I was gonna say if you can, if you sort of like suspend that like belief in them being real, and you sort of say like, okay, like they're fake, they're just like highly advanced AI or something. Like video games have just gotten to a crazy point,
Yeah,
and like does Verso have it does Verso have more of a right to this? I don't know. I think
I would
that's
say still no, because Claire helped him make it.
yeah, that's fair.
So you can't really say that he has more of a right to it necessarily than she does, because we don't even know what their contributions are. We just know that this is his only real canvas. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I don't really know if that gives him the right, because like I said, I don't think any of them have the right to have control over, this pocket universe.
Yeah, I also I like Blood Moon's uh like comparison there to the Matrix. That popped in my head at some point, right? I think of like what's his name, the Joe Pantoliano character that like betrays all of them is like, look, I just want to go back in. Like I know it's not real, but I just want back in, man. I want to make it my reality. It's just like, because it's not like a lot of these ideas. I've made a lot of comparisons to other games. For anyone who has played Xenoblade Chronicles, that was like one of the biggest comparisons I made, and to this game, like compared to that game, and uh, not a lot of these ideas aren't new. They're not new. They're not necessarily original ideas. It's the way this game presents everything and puts it all together that separates this from most games. And that's what makes it
Yeah,
incredible because these are themes that have been circulating forever. These are absolutely things that we've talked about. You know, these are just real world experiences that have become like artistic tropes, be it like in the different forms of media, like movies, games, music, uh, uh, paintings, writing. But like this game does it in a very, very special way. And I think also just the medium of playing a video game um, makes it especially real because you have to do something more so than if you were just. I do think that this is probably a very good game to watch. Like if you just watch like a cutscene compilation or something like that on YouTube, you'd be like, "Wow, what a great story." I think that's essentially what Noelle did because she couldn't always watch me play. She read and watched a lot about the story and got heavily invested in it. But I do think there's also something different about just playing it and experiencing it. That's going to be different than like reading a book or just listening to something or just reading something. So the magic of video games,
Yeah.
right?
And I think that's also a good segue more into like the game development and artistic point of view, because I really think that they do a fantastic job in getting you to really engage in a different way to a lot of like turn-based RPGs. Um, I think it's debatable whether like parrying and stuff like that is a good thing, but
Yeah.
at the same time, that's why they give you the option to turn it off completely. Number one, and number two, I find that with their like really dynamic camera work and stuff like that really kept me in the fights in a way that other turn-based RPGs and JRPGs sometimes don't. Like I often get bored with like the infinite cycle of fights playing out the same way, where you're just like mashing A or X or whatever your button of choice is, and just like kind of going through the motions. Whereas this, it really does feel a lot more dynamic. The camera angles are interesting and moving. You know, the inputs are, in my opinion, as someone that hates parrying normally in games, I find them very fun and entertaining. They make me feel very cool, as opposed to an absolute moron, which most of the time those sorts of inputs do.
I didn't know you could turn off the parrying, by the way. I actually did not know that was an option. I looked through all the options and I didn't notice. That's fantastic though. Um, gosh, oh, what was it? You had said something and it just made me smile. I'm just blanking. Darn it. But like yeah, oh, the camera, the dynamic camera. That was it. You mentioned the dynamic camera and it's so funny because there were so many times that I missed I forgot that there was a dodge button past like the tutorial for dodge. I was like, "Wait, you said me I could parry? I'm gonna parry." I love that because that's how I play games. Like that's even how I did Elden Ring. I forgot you could dodge in Elden Ring. I just tried to parry everything. And I realized there was a bunch of points in the game where, like, the camera moving and shaking and, like, being that dynamic I really mentioned really fucked me up. And I would, like, miss a parry or I'd miss, like, a perfect on, like, one of my, like, quick time events. I'd be like, "Son of a bitch. I wish the camera wouldn't do this." No, no, please don't stop, though. But don't stop doing it because you're right. Like, it was extremely cool and extremely well presented that even made the sort of like the oh my gosh, like the mundane experience of doing like a lot of fights over and over again feel fresh every time you did it, which is it that's something that I think that the like JRPG genre like needs to work on is how do you make this same turn-based fight style interesting? And they did. It was really good.
Yeah, no. And again, I think it is like that combination of really dynamic camera work, UI, and the inputs that they use that really make it work. Because again, if you look at the UI, the battle UI, it's also integrated nicely with the camera. It's tracking each character with the camera so that it pulls behind them, and it's all nicely there. You're not scrolling through menus. Everything is mapped to a button. So
Yeah.
it's hitting a series of buttons or triggers instead of going up or down in screens. So in that sense, battles can play out really quickly when you know what you're doing. and they're really dynamic to see. So when you start to get used to some of the fights, you feel so cool. Like, oh my god, I felt so cool during the Simon fight and the Aline fight.
I have to do the Simon fight today. I need you all to guide me to it. I'm very, very, very interested in what that's gonna be. It's like it has a name. Its name is Simon. That makes me more intrigued. Okay, I'll ask a quick question about that. I have mentioned time and time again that when I'm playing a game and I am seeing like all these bosses and there's some like, you know, 5-story hulking giant with like, houses for shoulders and all this, right? I'm just like, all right, like whatever, right? I'm gonna find its weak points, I'm gonna kill it, whatever. But when I walk up to something and I see just a dude, it scares me. Like if there's just like a person there, like she's just standing there like by herself on like in an arena, I know I'm gonna die. Like I'm gonna lose heart. Is Simon just like should I ask what Simon is? Or should I just like wait?
He does have relevance in the story. Um, but let's wait until you're done with him.
Okay.
He does have relevance to Claire's story, and there is some like information around that. But
Okay.
yeah, I would say Simon is the fight. I have seen people just like absolutely fucking wreck him, but I think it depends what like level you are when you go in there.
I was just wondering if this is like gonna be I just walk up and I just see some guy just standing there. I'd be like, this guy's gonna kick my ass. Or if it's gonna be like I guess I'll figure out what kind of creature Simon is or thing. Simon could be a book. I guess it doesn't even have to be a person. I don't know. So all right,
It,
interesting.
I'm circle with uh 4 colorful triangles on it. You don't know it.
Right. That's yeah, okay. Okay, so everyone has played Simon. Okay, just making sure.
I mean, aware of it.
Yeah. That would be the real boss. Like they just have a circle with colorful parts and then we have to play a memory game. Like I'm fucked, chat. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I'm done.
That's it.
I'm
I'm cooked.
done.
We have to get up to 12? No. Um, yeah, okay. I'm interested. I'll be doing that later then. That's
But yeah,
when
like in
stream doesn't end until I
terms,
do that.
yeah, in terms of side content, that's what I would say is probably like your uh priority. If you feel like you want to do like more fights and challenge yourself that way, there's a challenge tower that's pretty fun. We
I
definitely
saw
enjoyed that.
that. Was that like Endless Tower? Is that what it was?
No, it's not endless, or at least not when we played it.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't
I thought
know
that's
if
what it
it's
was
changed
called.
since then, but it isn't endless.
Gotcha. I thought I saw something called Endless Tower. Maybe I read it wrong. I saw something called something Tower, but okay.
And before you cap it off, you have to go and beat Golgraph if you haven't already.
Have I seen Golgrath?
She's the chief of the village.
Right. Oh my gosh. I don't even think I've gotten a hit off on her. Oh yeah, yeah. Gosh, damn it. She just talks
Go
down to me. It makes
challenge
me
the
feel
real one.
small. I like that. But like, ugh. All right. All right. So sorry. You were making excellent points here.
I can't remember what they were.
They were all good though.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. Uh, yeah. I guess if it's okay. I just to like kind of bring up again what I was mentioning before, which was we
Please.
were talking about like we were talking about the reality of the situation, like or sorry of the game and how they bring you into it and how damn good they make you feel because now you're immersed in the game. You are a Lumieran citizen and all that, right? I did mention that I felt as though and Blood Moon was kind of making a point here about a sequel of a game that we can probably touch on at some point as well. But I did feel like I'll just go with what PowerCore said. The game ends when Gustav dies. The good ending dies in Act One.
Yeah.
um, I did feel like after that point of the game, I did feel a little bit disconnected from the game, and I thought that it was interesting that for the most part, I think in order to really experience the story, the game, the immersion, and all that, you really had to seek it out because it was no longer in your way. Up to that point of the game, they have everything is pretty much in your way, and after that, the world opens up. Eskia can swim, and you don't have to really see much story at all until like the very end of the game. And I do sort of wonder if people had just skipped like the camp conversations. Did you care about anything in the game? Like I don't think anyone here did. I think everyone did the conversations, which is a testament to the writing of the game, excuse me, and how much they want you to get into the game. But if you did, okay, well, you skipped all camp. Did you give a shit after?
He's
Like,
savage.
yeah, what are you doing, LaRue? Did you care after? Like, what happened?
Got all the way there, didn't even care.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about Gustav and Verso. Fuck me, I guess. Well, I will say that fair. I guess at that point, I do think that Verso develops as a character in large part due to the camp conversation. Um, yeah, who just wanted to play the game but don't give a shit about game stories. I mean, fair, yeah.
Yeah, no, exactly. It is a good way to go for exactly that reason.
Yeah,
But it really is some for people who enjoy really well written dialogue, fantastic voice acting, and great writing. Just in general, I think those conversations are really, really worth it.
they're funny. I haven't, like, gut laughed at things in video games as much as I have with this game in, like, a long time. There were so many
Oh,
just very
same,
funny things. Yeah.
same. Just like genuinely funny, kind of like creative situations.
Yeah.
Like and like unexpected. Like when you meet Esquier and Francois, like I don't know, like if you don't know anything about the game, it's not what you expect after like the pretty
No.
dark tone that it kind of sets.
I I remember the most concerning thing to me that happens at the, like, end of Act 1, like, the transition from Act 1 to Act 2, you know, beach scene, Gustav dies, everyone in chat is spamming for those who come after, like, all that, right? Um, I was very concerned when we get back to camp and I have a conversation with Esquier and suddenly I have a relationship meter. I'm like, "Is this a dating sim now?" Like, what just happened? And they just, like, throw that at you, and I'm like, "This just got lighthearted in the face of the people's champion dying." Like, what just happened here? And then, like, SK is still a goofball, and then you meet Minoko, and Minoko is just the best kind of aggressive. It's just so funny. Just so,
Oh
so
god, I
funny
love
and
that
so good.
character so much.
It's
I really
such a great
enjoyed him.
character. Yeah. It's such a great character, right? Just the two of them just, like, talking to each other, going back and forth like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah." Yeah." Like, it's just done so damn well. Why do people hate on Gustav so much? Do people hate
I'll
on
never
Gustav?
hate on Gustav.
I love Gustav.
They only succeeded because of Gustav. If you think about it, without Pictos, they would have been screwed.
Yeah.
GG, done.
Yeah.
Game over. Gustav is the real hero.
Right.
Like really, really real hero.
Saying that they're impressive characters is a great, 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 great word for that. They are impressive characters, and because some of the shit that they, like, say and do, it seems like so fucking out of pocket for, like, the tone of the game, and yet it's not. Like, SK is a big goofball. SK calls Verso on his shit constantly. Just,
Yeah.
like, in a big, like, "Swim, swim," like, kinda way, right? Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
and that's extremely well done, and even Minoko, like, there was one part, like, at the end, right, where, like, the realism of everything sets in, and you're there, and you talk to Minoko, and there's an option, "Do you wanna have a duel?" And I'm like, "I'm clicking on this option because they had fucking better say that Minoko does not feel like it right now." And he does. He goes, "I'm not feeling it." And it's like, "Good." Like, just, like,
That's
so
how
you
you're
know what.
supposed to feel.
Yeah, right? Like, down to, like, you know what? Minoko is, like, is a character who is, like, very upfront, tells you, like, what it is he wants and like all this, right? And you know what he's all about. But at the end of the day, like he still like has that part of like a I'll call it humanity, but I don't know, gestuality in him, and
Yeah.
it's yeah. Gosh, it's just it's
Oh,
so
I
well
just
written.
love the gestrels so much.
It's just
I
they're
just love them
so fucking
so
weird.
much. Like I don't even know why. It's not even reasonable the way I love them. They're so silly and they're so cute. I just love them.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you noticed, but they're all paintbrushes.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. 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 Hi, RNG. Hi. Hi. I. Gosh, I do this constantly. I'm just a huge Star Trek fan, and I compare so many things to like different characters in the game and like how they feel about things. So like the gestuals to me are like they very much remind me of like Ferengi and stuff for anyone who just
How
like
dare you?
just
How fucking dare?
it's just so
Oh,
it was just so funny. But like
no.
just
Sis.
with their
Oh,
extreme like mercantilism of like when just like everything is about the trade. I realized that like afterwards as I like kept going with them, I'm like, nah, it's just like it's not a very good comparison because also they have like that whole like bloodlust, like let's just fight in them as well. But
they're
it's
just innocent,
they're just yeah, I
you
mean
know? They're just
they're just
innocent
goofy.
and kind of childlike.
They
Yeah,
are. They
they're too
are.
goofy to be evil
Yeah, yeah.
or bad. They're just kind of like benign.
That was actually so that's actually the sort of the point I was trying to make, which is like I realized that I couldn't actually ascribe to them one thing. We make this joke all the time about like orcs in games are very like Klingon because they are like people generally make orcs as like very specifically like World of Warcraft like very zug zug. They just like
Yeah,
are like
yeah,
I
yeah.
just want to kill, I want to fight, I want to fuck, and I want to eat, and like that's it. And it's like and then I'm happy, and we could be best friends, right? But like there was no character in this game or type of character that was so singularly focused and purposed that I could really directly compare them to anything else, which was great. I tried to. I love making things analogous to other things, and I just couldn't do that at the end of the day. They're
Well,
not
and I think it's
Ferengi.
also what's really fun is that like because they were created by child versa, you can also see them through that childlike lens.
Oh,
You
absolutely.
know,
Yep. Yep.
they're all about fighting, but nobody ever really gets hurt. You know, everyone kind of like lives forever. But
Yep.
like even when they're being mean, you know, in like their bad guy place where everyone's being mean, they're not really being mean. Like they kind of just don't really know how.
The
Uh,
description of
so like you could kind of see the lens through which characters like Esquier and the Gestrels were made, in that they have that kind of like childlike slant.
the conversation about that Minoko has with Verso about Eskie, about like the first time they met and they dueled. I loved that this there's such a childlike innocence when they're conversing. Like
Yes.
Verso as an adult. Verso is it's just so well, you didn't tell me that Eskie was the most powerful being in the world, right? Like that's such like
Yeah.
a little kid thing to do, right? Like, yeah, my big blimp chicken thing is definitely the strongest, coolest thing in the world. And it's so good. It's just so good how they I I I I said at some point it was slowly like moving in this direction for me like throughout the game, and then at some point it just hard shifted. I know the exact point it shifted, but I said by the end of the game, I think my favorite character just ended up actually being Verso, which felt weird to me because I'm just like, boy, that like main character energy. Um, I don't know if he like super qualifies as main character energy or not, because he comes through halfway through, and then like so you're Gustav for a bit, and you're Verso for a bit. I guess you're Alicia kind of, and whatever, But I was just sort of like, I don't want to be that mainstream and just pick like I'm sorry by the way, I don't think they can hear, but you probably hear like dogs barking and shit. Um, I don't want to pick just the main character as like my favorite character, but I realized that like Verso himself is like an imprint for all the other characters because the way that they all interact with Verso is the only way in which you're really learning lore about them because they're not generally interacting with each other. So he adapts to every situation to be a different person. And that's like so like as CL, like he's just like a very adult like person like with needs, with conversation, with like how complicated relationships can be, et cetera, et cetera. With Lune, he's like very, very inquisitive and learning and playful without like sort of like crossing into that. He doesn't like overtly cross that line like where he does with CL. Like he becomes sexual with CL, but doesn't necessarily with Lune. He's just more like attracted to her in a more curious sense. With Mael, he's like a father figure at some point, or like that sort of like Gustav figure of like, are you my father or my brother? And he just takes care of her in this very, very endearing, caring way. That again, he doesn't need to do all of this, but he likes these people and he does that. And I guess you now realize at the end, well, it's because he is her brother. So that's how that comes out in that way. And then with Minoko and Eskie, he's just like a best friend. He's a little kid. He's so many different characters. And what then sealed it at the end for me was after like their whole big reveal and everything, Mael's there back at, or Alicia's back at camp. Her hair is gray and everything. You go and like you talk with her with as Verso, and Verso says, you know, your family's grief cycle is really fucking it up for everyone, right? And uh that at that point he became like me. And I was like, I just yeah, like fuck, dude. I that just became like that sold it for me. Like I'm like, you know what? This is like my favorite character in the because this character is every character. And it just got me. So I don't know. That's my pitch for Verso right there.
Okay.
Hi Ollie.
Okay. Okay. So I'll talk about like what Ema says there in chat, like about people not liking MCs, and then I'll talk about my favorite character.
Okay.
So why people not liking MCs, right? So unfortunately, you'll notice a trend in video games these days where generally speaking, the main character is like a vanilla man. So like basically your standard sort of rough cut white guy. Um,
Right, right.
and like, I don't know, for a lot of people, myself included, that kind of gets really, really boring. So usually I don't tend towards that direction. Like I'm just so very, very tired of like that same character reappearing. Even though Verso is incredibly different and well written compared to those characters, I have an immediate response because it just feels like uh, almost every MC is the same character. Um,
I agree, by the way.
that
That's why
being
I was like,
said,
I feel dirty. I felt so dirty throughout being like, "Oh, I like this guy a lot."
he's a super compelling character. He's an incredible. His story is incredibly well written. I think like he's a very tragic character. He's very interesting. He's cool in his times, but he's also kind of a bastard, you know. And good characters aren't perfect. That's just kind of how it is. He's the most compelling character to you because he's got that depth. Um, so yeah, but like I mean, for me personally, CL is my favorite character. Um, because I appreciate the way that she copes with grief and loss and crisis. And I find her very, very cool in the way that she can adapt to pretty much any situation. Like, when you find her for the first time, she settled into the gestural village as the fucking champion of the arena.
I
She's
love that.
already made a life for herself.
Yeah, like this is fun. Like, all right.
Other motherfuckers out here considering suicide, and she's just like having a right old time in the gestural village, winning prizes and shit.
Yeah. I think that's great. I think it's very funny. Cuz like it also again you mentioned the point, like, you think that he's, like I think you called him a right bastard, right? And I was like, I don't think so. The whole time, like, "Nah, these people are all fake. It's all bullshit." He was right the whole time, and he's the only one. And that's like that's what I'm sitting there the whole time, like, I'm like, "That's my imprint on the game." It's like, "Yeah," I'm like, "No, this is all fake. Y'all are being tricked by the illusion of this painting. You guys are falling for it like Aline, like Alicia, but it's how you wanna view the game, right? Like, my take on it isn't any like I even though like that's my take on it, I'm like, nah, I can't look at it the other way. I don't disagree with your take on it. I think it's just so funny. And yeah, that's
Yeah,
that's what
and
this game
like
does.
you've also just finished the game, and there's a lot to think about, right?
Right.
So
Right. Yeah, yeah.
that opinion may change. Um,
Maybe. It
um, and
it
again,
could.
like I said, there aren't really good guys in a good story. The only people really that are without blame are the Lumierans, who are literally just trying to survive.
I almost just went full good place and I went Janet and almost said not people. They're fake. They are artistic creations. As real as they seem, they're not real. But I sure do have to fucking convince myself of that
That's a good shot, Yogi.
if I think that if I think that Verso is a good guy and I really like him, I sure do have to be an asshole to Lune and Ciel and the rest of them, don't I? And
Well,
fucking
that's
hate
the
them, don't
thing,
I?
right? You can also like a character and not think that he's a good guy.
That
Because
is so true, yeah.
I think it's pretty well established that Verso is not a good guy. I think a good guy would operate very differently to the decisions that Verso makes throughout the course of the game. Um, because he really, like, he literally lets Gustav die on purpose.
Right. But well, okay, we can argue this point, but Gustav isn't real. He's not real. Like it's you're saying that it's pretty well established. I don't think it is. I think that's up to interpretation because Gustav isn't real. None of them are real, and all Verso's trying to do throughout the entire game is to free his soul. Which is
Okay,
the only real thing that's permanently stuck in the painting.
but why, like, if that's the case, then tell me why
Wait, you cut
not.
out. Sorry. Say again.
I said if that's the case, then tell me why that's real, but the other people aren't. Because that Verso that you're talking about right now is also painted Verso.
Ooh, right. I'm talking about the verso that's in because that verso is like because it's magic, right? It's plainly put, it's just like the magic of the game. That verso is stuck feeling the guidance and everything else of the little painted boy verso, or not painted boy, the little boy verso who's painting, who now with the exception of what Power Core said about if there's like a little piece of lore that says like that verso actually doesn't mind painting forever and ever and ever. It's just he doesn't like how the painting has become that completely changes it. I don't remember that, and I don't remember that from, like, my play.
But even
S
still,
Right.
what makes that little boy any more real than any of the Lumierans?
Because it's just magic, right? It's his soul. Like, that's the whole thing is it's you because this whole thing is magical, right? Like, we can't really go into paintings and stuff. It's the fact that, like, he was a real living person, and that is his soul in the painting, and he has to suffer for it to keep existing. Whereas the rest of them can like go out of the painting, make a new painting, experience like he begs them to. He actually says like, "Can you please leave here and leave me alone and let me like die and rest so that I can like be at peace and you can solve your problems elsewhere, get your therapy elsewhere." And they're like, "No, I want this for me." Clea also, like, in taking the Clea thing into it, like, Clea also didn't want any of them to be in the painting. She made that, like, very clear in the things, right? So, um, Violet, go for it. And so it's just sort of like, well, this, like, soul, this, like, mystical thing, right? If you were taking it, because they do keep referencing that. If we're taking, okay, like, this is real, then literally there's a tortured existence happening in this painting, and that is the one thing in the
Absolutely.
painting that's trapped there that's real. But you have to
Absolutely.
like buy into
But
that. You don't
but again, more or less real than everything else in the painting. Because that part of Gustav's soul is suffering. Everyone else can experience suffering in the same capacity. In fact, maybe even more so, because that fraction has less faculties than a normal person might have, as we've seen through our, various discussions. So again, like, there is no more or less real. I think the most famous description of reality is, I think, therefore I am. And I think
Yeah.
it's very well established that all of these people think independently, um, and have their own thoughts and emotions and experiences. So from that point of view alone, I think it's pretty, it's pretty easy to establish that these are real living people that simply can't step out of the painting.
I'm gonna say something horrific in a second. I think, by the way, Violet there hit on the point that I was trying to make, where she said like that it's the fact that he was a real living person. It's the what separates him or that little boy painting from the people in the painting is that like the existence of the little boy in the painting came from outside of the painting, whereas everything else was purely manufactured in the painting. Like the soul, quote unquote, is something from the outside world versus everything that strictly was part of the inside world. But
But
also,
does
like
that
again,
make
that's
it
my.
less real?
Oh, does that make the sorry? Does that make the painting world less real?
Yeah, I don't think that makes anything less real simply because it's from the outside or the inside world.
Here's the horrible thing I was gonna say. This is a horrific thing. Yes, because if I bought into that, I would feel very bad about my Animal Crossing people right now and how every time I log back into the game, they tell me they miss me and they haven't seen me in forever. And I think that shit like that has been teaching me to to really fucking disconnect myself from like these worlds that we make and build, even on a very simple, basic,
Well,
stupid level like that.
that's why I say, like, not unlike, the Descendre, it's more convenient for the players to feel as though those people aren't real, because then it's easier to
Exactly.
deal with the ending, the reality of what the ending represents, you know.
Exactly.
And at the end of the day, what we're talking about here is like one family versus hundreds of thousands of people. And prior to the fracture, even more.
100%. This is like I realize that I should very clearly put I am making myself a bastard person. That is part of their like suspension of like imagination. And it's just like I am very much saying that like it is very convenient for me in my take on this to just be like all these people are fake and just to not consider that like what is reality. I have to do that in order to be okay with that decision of like, yeah, no, fuck them all. Burn the painting. Just be done with this and like free this soul. Because which is exactly what Renoir had to do, exactly what Alicia had to do, exactly what Alina had to do. Like they all had to be like, these people exist to like serve us, right? And verso. So yeah, it's just that's like I just think it's so fascinating because I had not considered really. I guess I had sort of I had thought about it, but I very quickly dismissed it as like, no, this isn't for me. The way that like you were looking at it, I was like, yeah, like these people are real. Because I do remember even in talking to uh Crystal about it in the like before I beat in the game, I said like this is a very much like a like what is God and what is existence sort of thing, right? Like, okay, like, well, if we are all created by this and that and et cetera, like we real, what's real, blah blah blah. And then like once I saw the little like painting soul kid behind the thing, had that never been a thing, I just would have been like, and Verso just like there wasn't like a little like oh there's a piece of Verso's soul in here or whatever. It was just like Verso the facsimile wanted to just fucking end everything. I would have been very much like, dude, you don't get to decide that for everyone. It was just like that little thing resonated with me more than everything else for some reason. And
Yeah,
that like made me be like all the all the Lumiere people, Lumierans, there we go, are fake and like we need to get out of this like fake shit, you
well,
know?
that's why, like, you have to come
Crazy.
back to the point that neither decision is a good decision, precisely because of the actions of the Descendre family. Um, you can't forget that you are given a choice. And neither are, there's a better choice to be made. Yeah, there's a better of two evils, but they both suck big time. Like they're both terrible choices to have to make. Um, and I think, um, although I agree that like forcing, Soul Verso kid to continue painting to keep people alive is not ethically or morally correct. I would hazard a guess that if the environment within the painting changed and there wasn't conflict and all this stuff, he might not be so bummed
Yeah.
about it, you
That's what
know?
Power Chord said, right? Yeah, and that would like I see a little piece of paper, a little lore drop that says something like that, and I change my mind again. And I'm just like, you know what? Back on Team Lumiere. That's it. Like the Verso could be okay if everyone stopped being a dick. Which is exactly what your point was, right? Which is that the Desandra family are just fucking awful. They're just awful. They're fucking awful. They're awful fucking people, like who
Yeah,
are
they
just
they kind of
self-serving.
are the real like villains of the whole story, and it is like again returning to that concept of like absolute power. Like there is no avoiding the pitfalls that come with that. Like how, as somebody who goes through the trauma of losing a child, going to resist being able to see that child again? How is somebody that goes through the trauma of losing the ability to speak and like really being burned severely in a fire going to be able to resist the temptation of living as she was or what she considers to be normal? These are things that are not healthy for people. These are not healthy abilities for people to have. And that's exactly why Aline gets essentially trapped in this painting.
I told Violet, I said, "Go full send on this," because, she didn't wanna she's like she knows that we, like, talk about these things here, but it's, like, pretty heavy, but I mean, it's just another way to imprint yourself on this, right, for depending on how people see this, but, someone brought up a point to me that I'm still not sure how I feel about applying to the story as a whole. It still solidified my belief that Verso had every right to decide the fate of the campus. Versus Soul being forced to continue the painting in order to sustain the lives inside the painting can be seen as an allegory for pro-choice, pro-life, and that he is being forced to continue this against his will. He has every right to decide what he does with his soul, his body. Forcing him to carry on with the campus for the sake of keeping the painted people alive feels no less morally absent than forcing someone to carry a fetus to term against their will. That is absolutely, absolutely, absolutely a way that you can imprint meaning on this, right? Like
Yeah.
I don't think
And
there's anything wrong with that view because it's
while
interpretation.
while I agree like with the moral structure of what you're saying, I think it is a little bit of a false equivalency because we are comparing like an entire dimension of people. But I do completely agree that like ethically there is a massive problem with that. And it is what in the end made the decision for me in being like, okay, this is the better ending because this has to end. Because from my perspective, I saw Versa as somebody that always wanted to perform music and having to um like paint and be a painting family was difficult for him. At least that's what I saw in his, little child Verso in there. And in that sense, I think he probably wanted it to end. I think it would be idealistic to believe that if he made everything right, he'd be cool with it. Because I really do think that all he ever really wanted to do was make music and like play music.
I think it's so funny that I really, really, really I don't think ever would have gotten to that point that you just made. But I think it's like the second or third time that you've brought that about, like how his purpose, what he wanted to do. He's being forced to paint, but he wanted to play music. I never really thought about that, but that is I mean, this is you as an artist. I think it's so very telling of your own experience. Um, again, being like put onto this canvas of this game because I mean, in shouting you out and your like commissions being open, everything like all the time. I mention all the time, like guys, let's keep Monkey and Alex out of the corporate world, please. And like the purpose that they want here is to explore their creativity and their talents and not benefit like $1 billion fucking corporations while they're doing it, right? Like, just the way that you want to do it. So, like, yeah, like, Verso is, like, an artist through and through, and sure, he can paint, but that's not the way he wants to express himself. He wants to express himself as a musician, and he's doing this thing for everyone else and because he kinda has to, but this isn't what he wanted. And I just kinda, like, hear that little parallel, like, between you. It's like, yeah, like, I I can
Yeah,
I can do this, but, like, I really wanna do this.
and I think SEB is on it there with like the generational trauma, and it's very visible if you look at like the mansion, right, and how they've structured the mansion and each individual person's rooms. You can kind of see what their interests are and like what they're into. And Verso's room is filled with musical instruments.
Yep.
Mel's room is typewriter and pages everywhere. And Claire, being like the painter of the crew, has multiple canvases. Um, so yeah, like it really does give you an indication of what they were doing in their spare time, because there were also areas in the house where people would clearly paint together, like multiple different sized easels and stuff with canvases on them. So within their rooms, you could see that they were investing most of their time into either novels or music, because Mel really had books piled up high.
I, I kept trying to have Verso play the piano, and I don't know. Maybe there's some reason for the piano all the pianos in the game, something that you can do, but I could not figure it out. But I kept trying to have him play the pianos. I don't know. I might as well does anyone figure out some shit you can do with the pianos? Besides just, like, tinker on them?
I know that different characters are better or worse when you hit the button.
Oh my
And I
god.
think Verso, if you hit the button like in timing, he actually plays like a tune.
Observe them lovingly. The characters okay, I was just wondering. I just thought that was just another layer of, like, fun stuff because you brought up the manor. I did start paying attention to the manor and noticing the difference in the room, starting to, like, piece that together, which again, circling back, that is what you mentioned. Uh, they do a good job of giving you little pieces here and there to figure out the story, to figure it all out on your own. You can do that. I do think I figured out a good chunk of the story. I realized throughout playing the game, I never really told people what I was thinking about the story and where I think it was going, and I guess I sort of figured it out at some point because they gave me enough clues, and it was still compelling. But, yeah, yeah. Uh, you unlock a bit more at Floris when the mansion that clues and does love the music and hate of painting. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, and they do tell you a lot. They tell you that a lot.
Yeah, I think they try and make that like quite clear through Verso's character. And I think in that sense, that's where he like connects with Mile quite a lot, in that they are both pursuing art forms outside of what their family would want. Because it's a big thing within that universe. I mean, it is essentially how they practice their magics, is that skill that's passed down within their family.
I did say that
And
I think the most French part of the game was that, by the way. Like
oh
a
yeah.
war between writers and art. The hell? Like, I think that's the most French thing in the game, by the way.
That is pretty French, I'm not gonna
There's
lie.
it's like wait, like there's like a house fire and shit like that. Like, did their house get shelled? It's like a World War One algorithm. Like, no, the writers and the painters.
Yeah, they
They're
wrote it in,
us.
motherfuckers.
Yeah, sorry, PowerPoints. I was trying to set up the Discord just in case people come in. I had to like tinker with it because something got messed up again. Thank you very much. I had to remember to put my face here.
But yeah, it's my time to drop out. I don't know if somebody else wants to tag in.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's totally up to you, Monk. I realize we've been like talking forever. I will gladly just like keep going, by the way, because I know we went on like a whole bunch of side paths and everything. I really wanted to make sure you got through like all your points. And if anyone wants to like talk about stuff, if you want to stay, Monkey, you're welcome to. But also, I know it's also really late there, so don't feel pressured. It's totally up to you.
Yeah, it's like midnight, so I'm gonna start doing midnight things.
Fair. Is there anything that like I should ask, is there anything that you wanted to, like, hit on that you didn't get to?
No, I think like the key things, I pretty much hit on all the things.
Can I ask you one more question then?
Of course, anything.
I think that, I've been seriously thinking for, like, the last 2 hours how to ask you this question. Because I don't know, like, how to phrase it. It just seems so silly. But, like, again, the whole motif of this game of, like, it's art, it's a painting. It's a painting world, and then there's painting happening within the painting, and there's little paintbrushes and all this stuff. It's all about art. But, like, what's the most is there something that you can narrow down or, like, a couple things you can narrow down to be, like, the most significant uses of art in this game? Is that too, like, simplistic to boil it down to that?
Yeah, it's pretty broad. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
lie, but like are you talking about like the use of art as a concept within the story of the game, or
yeah, like, art as a concept, but then also just, like, plainly, like, artistic decisions that they made in game, like, visually. Visual
okay?
artistry in the game that they use that is, like, this is I think, like, this is some of the most brilliant, like, individual pieces of, like, visual art that really
I
send stuff
think
home.
what's very, very unique and I've only ever seen another game really succeed in this in the way that Clair Obscur has is their like design ethic, right? Like so for Clair Obscur, they've used this Art Deco style. Like all of their fonts, everything like fulfills the criteria of Art Deco. Like all of their buildings are gorgeous. All of that detail is there. You know, the black and gold, all of that stuff is just beautiful. And it even follows through to the UI design, all of those things. And again, like I said, that dynamic UI design goes a long way. Where you see this in another similar-ish game is Persona. Persona also has this really dynamic UI, moving on the screen, highly representative of what it is. All of these things are very, very stylistic. And I think they go a long way in a turn-based game in keeping things moving. So in that sense, I would say that that's where this game really excels, is carrying that same motif through everything.
I I'm so glad I managed to ask this question in a way that got that answer. I will say at one point, also Gannon, welcome in Raiders. Hi, we are in the middle of a Clair Obscur discussion, so if you don't want to be spoiled, I would recommend tuning out. But hi, and how is SMW? That's my favorite game of all time. Fun fact. Um, I I'm glad I asked you that. I'm glad you said that because at some point, and I did it very briefly because I was very hesitant to do this too much. I did compare how this game made me feel and how Persona made me feel, and how I specifically Persona 5, um, because both of them dealt with like real world stuff and very very heavy topics, but in extremely different ways. However, what was really, really, like, overarching that, like, they did it in different ways and in some similar ways because you mentioned, like, this, like, big, like, flair and art deco style, is that, um, they both were just dripping in style and,
Yeah,
like, making those choices to just make this, aside from just a game, also a work of art
absolutely.
visually,
Yeah,
through audio, is just sends it over the top, and think brings you in more because it's a complete experience. So, like, I'm
yeah.
glad you said that. That's never anything that I would have been able to, like, actually put out there, so freaking cool.
And again, like the only other team that I've seen bring that level of like artistry to UI elements are the people that do Persona. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the end of the list.
Yeah, that's tremendous. You know what? When I do my actual, like, I'm not just trying to get you to play the game. I'm gonna as cement this as an essential presentation on Persona 5. I'm gonna now compare it to Clair Obscur, and that's gonna get everyone all, like, hot and bothered, and they're gonna vote for it that time. So, perfect. I'm
Well,
stealing this.
if you need to talk about points to make in your argument, I'm there.
Oh,
I
yeah.
love the design in those games. Like, I don't really play them, but I really appreciate how they're put together.
I've I sat here. There was a clip of me just showing the Persona 5 intro. I forgot why the clip got made. It was like it was a mistake or something. But I remember once I was like trying to set something up on stream. I'm like, here's what I'm gonna do, guys. I'm just gonna show you the intro to Persona 5 because this is one of the coolest intros I've ever seen. Because the art and everything is like really great. And it's like it starts out the gate. It's just the style is gorgeous. And this game does the same exact thing because you hear I forget which song it is, like what the name of the song is. That's the theme song. It might be Alicia. Um,
Probably the first song you hear.
Yeah, whatever the title screen is, I just like of Clair Obscur, like they start you out with a bang, and
Yeah.
and they capture you right away. So freaking sweet.
When every song is a banger, you can't miss.
It's true. They were all good, and then they throw in Minoko's song, and you're like, how do you keep doing this? It's so good. Um,
Okay.
uh, dude, Monkey, thanks for the idea of doing this. First off, thank you for like I didn't think to do this, and I love that we did this. So thank you so freaking much for this. Um Gannon, thank you again for the raid and like dude, a plumber for all seasons is fantastic. If anyone played Super Mario World and you're looking to branch off of that, play a plumber for all seasons. It's a great like follow up to the vanilla SMW. Um, Guys, go check out Play Plump. Play Plump is Monkey and Alex's game. It's currently in beta testing. It is an idle game where you can just hop in on Twitch and get your little slime in there and play with your little slime as I was gonna say as though it were an RPG. It's not as though as it is an RPG. You train it up in different stats. You do different tasks. You work with people. You can chat in there, listen to music OSTs. You can leave it on in the background while you're working all day and hop in and grow your plump little slime into the best version of itself. And you can do what I do, which is just train charisma and fishing all day because you just fish in every game
Yay.
that you play. Um,
We love self-improvement.
we love self improvement. Um, yeah. So follow Play Plump, follow Monkey, follow Alex. Monkey, was there anything else you wanted to throw out here before bedtime?
Um, One last thing. Clair Obscur has a major flaw. Platforming mini games. That's it. Okay, good night. Have a good evening. Bye, Falcon.
Bye, Monkey. Oh my gosh. Yep. He dipped. He dipped. He just straight dipped. Gannon, thank you for the raid again, dude. Sorry, we were just finishing up and I didn't want to like cut off Monkey there. It's so late. I think I want to say they are 7 hours ahead. So what did Monkey say it was midnight? I think he said, right? Oh my gosh. Also, huge thanks to Monkey for covering for now. I want to bring you all in here if anyone has it. I don't want to stop discussion. So if people want to talk about stuff, I'll bring you in a second. I just want to say like I thank you to Monkey because I had he's 2 hours ahead of me. Perfect. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought it was like 12:30. Um I Discord was completely cutting everything out like constantly, and that was upsetting to me. So I had to fix everything when Monkey came in. So he had to like take control of everything solo while I fixed everything, and then it fucking did it again. Because if I was gonna bring any of you in, I had to fix it again. So huge props to Monkey for balancing everything. Um, Monkey, I hope I didn't railroad you too much because I realized like I felt a little bad. I just finished this game, so I have had so much less time to talk about this. I was like my head was just like kind of bouncing all over with all these stuff, the stuff that I was thinking of when Monkey was bringing it up because all of his points were so interesting to me because we looked at this game in very similar but also very dissimilar ways depending on the parts that we were at, and I just thought this was brilliant. This is such a brilliant idea that Monkey did. I highly recommend friends that like others of you come like do this with games you play, have discussions with people who are passionate about it. Chances are, by the way, most of you who are playing a game, Monkey and Alex have played it. Ask them if they want to talk about it. um Me too, Monkey, me too. And come join us in EG if you guys aren't in the EG Discord. This is where we were having this discussion. EG has a shit ton of boosts on their server. They have better quality audio, so we wanted to make sure we did that. It's like a game book club. Yes, I agree, a game club of sorts, if you will. um Blood Moon, if you want to, I'll give you a second to decide. What I'm going to say real quick, as my else that I felt pain. Jay, we can talk about that for sure. Exclamation point join if you all want in. I just want to run to the bathroom really quick. Let me run to the bathroom real quick, and then I'll come back. And if anyone wants to hop in call with me, I see Blood Moons in the waiting room. I will pull you in a moment. So give me 1 second. Let me run to the bathroom real quick, and then we will talk. 2 minutes. Hi, Woodsy. Hi, Rena. Hi, Jay. Give me 1 sec. Okay. Thank y'all. Do this here. Okay, I'm gonna pull Blood Moon here in a moment. Hey, goofball. You want to know something very interesting? I kind of understand what Charlie Cox was saying about his own voice acting in that. I just also sort of think that was the character. I don't know. I mean, that could just be being like Mr. Nice Guy and being like, oh, nah, like whatever. But I was sort of like, yeah, I don't know. Gustav didn't have a lot of like, there was like, I think like one line that I was like, very powerful Gustav line. Otherwise, Gustav was just kind of like, I love Gustav. Don't get me wrong. I just don't think there's anything like crazy about Gustav's voice acting. Which I get it. Like, when there's so much more craziness in there. Fuck the mission. Maybe. Yeah, maybe that was it. All right. Blood Moon, are you cool if I pull you in? I don't want to catch you off guard. So friends, what we're doing here is we are going to have discussions. We're going to have fun discussion time. Blood Moon says good. Okay. And if you want to come in, you want to ask a question, you want to make a point, you want to discuss something for a minute, sure. We can all like take turns and everything like that and whatever. I'm going to pull Blood Moon in here and we'll talk. Blood pudding. I love it. Okay. Hang on. It's going to be really weird, Blood Moon, because you're going to just suddenly come in here and then you're not going to hear the end of this. Or maybe you will. I don't know. I'm putting you in the wrong. I'm putting you in LaRue's channel. That's my bad. Let me fix. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. I think you sound good right out the box. That's perfect.
I do good. Very good.
Yes, perfect. You are set. If you're going to make the point that you were typing about, I'm excited for this because I have had so many thoughts and I need to hear someone else's thoughts. So,
Okay.
yeah, what were you going to say?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about, or rather start with, the name of the game. I have to preface this. There I am, yeah, little bouncy ball.
Yeah.
And that is like simply Clair Obscur. So I have to preface this. I do not have an art history degree, but I have a media studies degree. I'm studying North American history, and I have an English studies degree. And to me, it was interesting insofar that when I first heard of this game, which was like when they did the reveal trailer, I forgot when that was, like 1.5 or 2 years ago. I was immediately like, okay, I'm talking about Painters, so this is going to be art referencing heavy, art themes heavy in a sense. And then, of course, the name Clair Obscur, which is light dark, or the original Italian art term would be chiaroscuro, which describes in painting techniques and effects that are reached with strong light-dark contrast, especially when you try to give something dimensionality in a two-dimensional art form. And what I found interesting, especially in retrospect, when you look at how lighting works in this game, like there are a lot of, especially those small little areas you go into, where there's not much, but usually only an item or an expedition journal, those painting thingies, basically, that are in the overworld, and you go in. And just how much those worked through lighting. And what's really interesting about the technique in terms of painting, when it comes to oil paintings especially, is that you have this effect of an apparent luminosity out of the painting itself, even though a painting does not emit light. So you can only see it when light gets thrown onto it. But it's still used to create effects of lighting that appears to be thrown inside the painting, maybe from light sources like open windows, but also out of figures themselves, especially faces. Because oil paint that uses light pigment has this really strong effect under light to appear almost glowing if you surround it with something that is darker. And the interesting thing to me, and that would be something where I say, okay, now I'm moving out there, is that in a sense, the technical medium we experience this game through, i.e. LED, LCD monitors, also has, in a sense, this property that, of course, the monitor itself is glowing, but when you have light and dark areas on the monitor, especially like white writing on dark mode sites or something like that, or when you play something like Clair Obscur, you have this effect of background luminosity that on the one hand is of course glowing because that's how a monitor works, but on the other hand appears almost as if these fake light sources, in a sense, like light sources that are simulated to be in the game, have the same effect as if you were watching or looking at a chiaroscuro technique painting, in a sense.
I think that's first of all, I didn't realize the educational background that you were bringing. I was like, oh shit, damn, this is good. And also, though, I think that it's right there in the title, and I think that the title is not lost on people, and they constantly talk about the light and dark motifs, and I still think a lot of what you just mentioned is lost on people. and now I'm sitting here like I'm like having like the TV show flashbacks now, like poof, and like I'm thinking about like different little side areas, points of the game where they just outright played with the lighting like right in front of you, and how much actually how much that actually and usually also coincided with music, of course, to set a full scene top to bottom. And whereas I was so focused on the music, I think I missed the visual effects that you're pointing out that that really add to the game. That is yeah. This is good. Sorry. I'm immersed in this.
It's okay. And there's then also this like more metaphorical angle to this, like light and dark. What you mentioned before when talking to Monkey, where there are these strong also tonal contrasts in the game, where you go from a super serious situation into something that is goofy, and then again into something that is darker.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
it's also like this play with emotions, play with colors, with music and everything. It's really, to me, a very enjoyable experience because it does it so well. Like other things that have or are trying that as of late are more of the more modern big Hollywood productions where you go from something, oh, this should be really tragic and devastating to the characters, you just go to some kind of joke. But instead of saying we make a tonal shift, just like life is an ebb and flow of emotions, we are basically trying to erase the fact that this could be heavy because we want to have an entertaining movie.
I mention that to people all the time, is that we are dynamic
Yeah.
creatures and uh in various aspects of our life. So I did notice that a lot. I noticed that a lot, that they were very, 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 very good uh at shifting the tone, using visuals, using music, using dialogue. They were very, very good at that because that's just how life works, like you mentioned, right? This is how people like cry at funerals and such. We are able to exist in multiple facets at the same time or very rapidly. Um and yeah, that's a great point. It's funny too. I throughout this game, I realized I did want to dig into the specifics of like people who worked on the game, but I sat there saying, you can't just be game developers. Like you have to have people here who are like career artists and this and just helping to guide this. Like this has to be a team because it's too good. And you know what I'm thinking actually were you here when we were talking about Assassin's Creed, was it yesterday or the day before, and how they did Japan dirty?
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, boy, this is a shitty game company that didn't do their homework and did a real disservice and was just like, we're gonna play expert when we're not. But like every aspect of this game felt expert, top to bottom. Like even I'm sitting here like with the psychology of it. I'm like, this feels like someone here who like sleeps on a copy of the DSM, like put psychology into this game. So I couldn't agree with you more that they crushed it.
And funny, speaking of Japan, like the obvious inspirations in some designs when it comes to JRPGs, especially Persona. The amount of contrast in this game where you can then try and read things into it or are interesting to look at, like just the red and white flowers / petals, like even in the background artwork you have right now on stream.
Yeah.
Just something like it. Like in Japanese culture, red and white are considered complementary colors. And with symbolism like regarding the flag and I think it was life and masculinity for red and things like dignity, but also femininity and death for white. But also you find red-white contrast in I don't know, I think it was Coptic or really old Catholic Christianity, where you have the contrast of the blood of Christ and the I don't know anymore how you call that thing.
What, like the Eucharist, the little cracker, the Jesus?
No,
Oh no.
the veil you put over the dead body.
Oh, I
Yeah,
know what you're talking about. I don't know
yeah,
what it is
like
either,
red
but yeah,
blood, white veil, things like that. Yeah.
I
I
thought
mean,
we
I'm
were.
not saying this is necessarily the angle you have to take, but this is one of the neat little things that are in there that are open to reading, and this is then very interesting to someone like me, who basically watches movie and reads books just to take them apart in such a way.
I very much paid attention to that as well because I was trying to sort of feel the difference between the petals with with many of the characters that were it wasn't just. I don't think it was just the Descendra family characters, but the red and white petals for all the Lumierans, and then the white and gold petals for the people who came there from the real world, but also I think for a couple of other characters too. And it
Yeah,
just,
I
man, yeah.
don't remember what Painted Renoir produced when he was gommaged. I forgot.
Which character?
Painted Renoir.
Oh yeah.
When Maya/Alicia is guided by
Yeah.
Verso to woof him.
That's yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure I could do this again. Boop. Yeah. I can't remember. That's what I'm trying to remember now. I'm like, ooh, you know what? That is. I think that's why like second playthroughs of this game are so popular, and watch throughs of the game are so popular because, yeah, then you can start focusing on and looking at like those details that you may have previously missed. And yeah, you're giving me more to think about. Yeah, if you, Monkey, everyone has been giving me more to think about now, which is oof, a lot.
I don't know if anyone has mentioned that, but there's one detail I think Yogi alluded to that earlier. It has to do with the beach scene.
Right. With Renoir and you know what's interesting? Yogi said that there's something that that's like glaring right in your face if you play the game, you rewatch that scene again. Would that be interesting if I mean, I'm sure I could find like just a YouTube clip of it. Would it be interesting to just watch that beach scene again and to see if
because
I pick up on
bet you will see it immediately when it pops up. As soon as it pops up when you look at it, you will see it.
Okay. I'm gonna have to do that after we're done with the conversations, just because
sure.
it's gonna take me a second to like move my toggles. My brain is dealing with Discord today has put my brain in overdrive, but I'm gonna go do that. So I'll open that up right now and I'll get it ready for later. Okay, cool. Now, was there I want to throw out there, by the way, anyone who is interested, if you are interested, you are welcome to who Jay was asking, you are welcome to hop into the waiting room channel of EG. You can also like just ping me here and just be like, hey, just like I'm in there or whatever, and we'll like pull you in. And we can. Is the waiting room channel locked? Wait.
Not for, I don't know. I don't think it's locked for anyone usually.
I might have. It is for you. The waiting room channel is locked. Really? Okay. That's interesting. There might be a server setup thing. Are you able to get in any channel, like 8 Crazy Nights or something? Because then
I can get into the regular voice channels. I can get into waiting room. I have permissions for several team member channels.
But
those were given to me. I don't know if waiting room has any other requirements.
They're all locked for everyone. Okay. I have an easy way to fix it then. Sorry, friends. I don't know why that is. I have a very, very easy way to fix this. I could do it afterwards. Blood Moon, I'm sorry though. I didn't mean to take up your time with this. Was there something else you wanted to get to?
Nah, that was my most pressing thing I wanted to get out.
Fair. Okay, cool. Blood Moon, thank you. That was very, very interesting. I love that. I also think that's a really good extension of what Ptarmigan, of what Monkey was saying, right? Because like the artistic stuff, as much as I like art and have gone to art museums, I don't think it with the mind of an artist. So I really appreciate your take on that. That was good. And yeah, okay. Well, I guess if that is Blood Moon, I can see. Okay, so who Jay did get in. You have to agree to the rules of the server, rule breakers. That's what they're. Okay, sweet. Blood Moon, thank you very much.
I'll jump out again. I'll continue hanging chat.
I'm gonna miss your little moon being over there. I think it's funny that's bouncing.
Okay.
Right,
until then.
All right, let me bring in Who Jay here. So apparently that's it, Violet. You have to just agree to the rules. And naughty. All right, Hujay, I'm gonna pull you in here. I've never spoken to you, Hujay, by the way. So let me pull you in 1 second. I didn't feel dumb on stream. Let's go. Now you can have my experience. Hello. Just FYI, you're gonna have my true to life experience, which is I feel them every day on stream.
Yeah, well, happy to join you. Hello.
Heck yeah.
Do I sound okay for your audio purposes?
You sound fantastic. Everyone comes in at 100%, which is usually too quiet, so I just turn you up and then you're fine. But you actually also kind of like out the box sounded really good.
Excellent. My background is not to do with art history of any sort. I am a podcaster with a political science background. So,
Let's go. I love this.
my thoughts were pretty vapid, like I said, I think, compared to your previous discussion, but I missed your stream today. I was back watching your reactions live to the choices at the end of the game, and then I hopped in your stream as it was going. And my thoughts around the ending of this game, which is that what we're talking about? Is that kosher?
Anything. Yeah, anything. I said to everyone, I'm like, even I'm gonna be spoiled since I have done no post game. Like I'm gonna be spoiled too. So there are no bars. You can go whatever.
Okay. I don't plan to talk about anything post game, but my thoughts around the ending are essentially summarized as you pointed out. I think like there is clearly a preference from the writers of the game, from the developers of the game, as to which ending you choose based on. And I think you talked about this as you were going through the endings on stream, where the sound design and the visual design of those scenes is very clearly like you made the wrong choice or you made an okay choice, right? And when I was making the choice, I cannot disagree with the actual ending, the way it plays out being kind of unfortunate, but the argument for a version of what Mael wants exists. And this is where it gets maybe hypothetical, right? It's Verso. So one, I never liked Verso the entire game. You talked about when you were going through the endings that you felt that Verso was a protagonist. Like you resonated with Verso as the perspective character, right?
Right.
And I never did. For me, it was always Mael the whole time. She is the only real person that you play as throughout the game. Verso in the game, the protagonist that you're playing as is not a real person. He's a facsimile, as you called him, created by his mother in this canvas. And so where Mael eventually realizes, oh, now I remember everything that happened in my life and also my life as Mael in the game, she is suddenly very clearly to me, for my experience, the protagonist of the game because she's the only real person. And she's a person that's making choices about her own life. And then the other thing that got me was I don't actually ever really care about anything outside of the canvas. That's where I eventually landed, like, because I read everyone else's responses, right? Everyone else is like, oh, well, obviously, you should let this family move on. Like, that's obviously the right thing to do. But for me, the whole game is like, here's Ciel's backstory and her husband and her lost child, and here's Lune's backstory, and here's Mael's backstory, and here's all these characters that you become invested in the canvas. And so for me, they in the way that the game was presented, in the way I experienced the game, I was never given reason to care about the things outside of the canvas. So for me, saving the things inside of the canvas was a priority, one, and two, I just always have Mael's perspective as the protagonist in my mind. So different experiences, right?
I'm gonna legit. I'm losing my shit because power chords is like you have the biggest fan in power chords right now, and as soon as you started, I knew this was gonna be the case, which is so funny. But yeah, no, you're spot on. You are spot on, and this is something that I was like off stream was having a discussion about the other day, which is like you know what, like Team Mael exists. The devs make it very clear, like, what that implies, but Team Mael exists, and yeah, For me, I had a little bit of a difference because I really didn't like Mael's character throughout the game. And so like when Mael became like a person, like a real person from outside the canvas who was brought in and wanted to keep it and all that, I was just like, uh all right. So I think that was my own bias. Yo, Grudo, thanks for the free sub, dude. Hello. I think that was like my own little bias brought in there to like dislike Mael, but also, like you said, very, very just different perspective, which is I think beautiful about this game. And I love that perspective. I just absolutely love what you said because I don't think it's been flat out plainly put, which is why should I, who has been set up to be this Lumieran citizen the entirety of the game, to just play through it, to exist in this world, give a single shit about the outside world?
Yeah.
I think that's phenomenal. I
And
think that's kind of how I felt a lot of the game.
I remember when you got to the end of Act 2 and you kind of see the real world a little bit. That maybe needs to be more fleshed out for me to care. Like we see the outside world very briefly and we meet Clea and she's kind of a jerk. And
Yeah.
Mael's clearly miserable. She's like
Yeah.
grunting to communicate. Yeah. So anyway,
I
and the other
agree.
thing was I did not like Verso's character at any point. Like I understand not liking Mael's character too, but Verso comes in and just like lies to everybody and manipulates everybody for the entire game for reasonable, like you understand why he's doing it, but it's one of those things that for me, like as he was doing it the whole time, it was kind of brutal to watch it every step of the way.
So funny is to take something that actually you just mentioned. Something you just mentioned actually makes me like Verso more, which is
Oh yeah.
so funny. It's you mentioned that you're right. Gerudo, just for anyone who just came, Gerudo, by the way, thank you again. I've got Hujay here. We've had people revolving door all day. If you don't be spoiled, you are going to be spoiled. We are talking deep spoilers. I don't want you to be spoiled. So, if anyone just came in and you don't be spoiled, remove yourself. I miss you, but take yourself out. Yeah. The point about how like this, I kept saying facsimile because I think at one point they did, and I'm like, gosh, I just love the word facsimile. But yeah, this copy of Verso that was made by Line still wants to end everything in the canvas, despite the fact that he was created to not do that. And that for me almost like overrode the whole thing, like a lot of other principles of the game. And I was like, no, that's it. I'm Team Verso. I'm Team Soul Defenders. We got to free this boy's soul, and that's it. So that's like so funny how we just look at these things in very different ways.
The problem with the whole boy thing, right, is that there's never direct communication with the boy. Is there? I can't remember. It's been a long time since I played.
Only at the like, yeah, like I guess you kind of see like the little like shadow boy like around all these different places giving little things, but you don't really like have conversation until the very end when like.
But even that seems like it's like a pre-recorded set of messages. It doesn't seem like it's much in the way of back and forth communication. Like he's actually learning and understanding what you're telling him at any point, right? Am I remembering that right?
Verso looks at him and he goes, "Hi, Verso," and then he like comes up and then he you see him and he goes, "Are you tired of painting?" And the boy nods. He nods yes, like, and he, you say like it's time to stop painting, and so there is that like back and forth in the form of just like a very simple like nod.
Like at the very end, you're talking about
the very end, yes.
Yeah, at which point it's very obvious which way the developers want you to choose.
Right.
So like this is one of my things with the endings. It's so blatant by that point. Like there's a compromise that could be reached. They never discuss a compromise. This is maybe a problem with my writing at the very end of the story in general. Like I think most people find both endings to be somewhat unsatisfactory. But to me, there's an ending wherein Mael and Verso have a conversation that allows Verso to live a natural life. And she kind of suggests that, and you see that Verso is aged in her cutscene, but it's never an outright discussion that they have. It's a question posed and not answered by Verso, who's just like desperately and while dying saying like, let me go. There's never an action.
Right.
And, they're talking while they're fighting. So it feels like the way that those relationships have been built over the course of the story, that there would have been more opportunity for them to be direct with one another and have that conversation. Just like we often say in real life, right? Like if only we could be more direct
Right.
and not be talking around the points that we're trying to make to one another.
Which I mean, very much goes back to also I think a point that Monkey made like 3 hours ago, which is like this family is uncompromising and they're selfish, like the whole lot of them, right? And
Yeah.
that was, I guess, that just wasn't going to happen. They weren't going to discuss it. So it's like, let's fight. Winner takes all, and it's
I kind of wish there was another ending, that
yeah,
like that's kind of where I land is like I wish that there was a cut more and asking a lot of a game, but I wish there was a more customizable ending that is like, yeah, I want the people in the canvas to continue living their lives, but maybe like Mael should be on a restriction that forces her to also leave the canvas from time to time to be a real human being and allows Verso, the painted Verso, to have his designs and have the things that he wants as an individual who is just as much a person as all of the other painted creations for whom I am advocating in my defense of Mael.
yeah, I think that's great. I will say I actually was surprised. I mean, I don't think there's any other ending, right? It's just the two, right? That we know of. There's no
Yeah.
like secret. I have to 100% the game, right? Okay. Yeah, I was personally surprised there were only two endings. I thought there was gonna be more. I was like, oh, okay. And yeah. I do think it's funny though that even though I think a lot of people have just really criticized the end of the game, everyone's still like 10 out of 10, game of the year, let's go. So that's kind of how impactful this game really was.
The start of the story is just so strong. Like
It
the
is.
the
Oh my gosh,
opening
yeah.
scene gets you right away. As someone who hasn't played through a single player RPG in like since Final Fantasy X, maybe. Like I tried the Witcher games, didn't stick. The start of this game is like, yeah, I'm finishing this game. I
So
know that right
strong.
away.
Yep. It carries the
I liked Act 1. I liked Act 2. Act 3 is probably the weakest part of the game. I think there's consensus there, and I agree with it.
Yeah. I I loved, I mean, Power Chorus has been the biggest advocate of like you need to play this game, and then also was like, also though, past Act 1 it kind of gets messy. And I'm like, yep.
Yeah, I see a good point that there doesn't need to be a happy ending for the game, and I
Sure.
think that is fair. But I would say that there's a world in which rationale prevails, or rationality perhaps prevails, and maybe that doesn't fit into the themes of the game either. But like, well, where we're talking about heavy psychological themes throughout the game, it doesn't feel like there is certain area for nuance that could exist, perhaps.
Very French, such is life sort of thing, right?
Yeah,
Like
maybe.
this is sorry, that's just life. You don't get the happy ending. It's like, oh, okay, thanks.
Anyway,
Thanks,
I think
dude.
those are most of my thoughts, so I can hop out of here and let you take your stream back over.
Dude, Jay, thank you. This is great. I mean, I'd never heard you before. This is very cool. And thank you for bringing your perspectives. I think that's another. I'm constantly getting sides of this that I had not thought of. So thank you.
Nice to chat with you. Have a good one. I'll
You
be in
too.
chat. All right,
Yeah.
bye.
I'm gonna see Jay type in chat. I'm gonna go like, Leo, long time no see. I'm gonna wait for it. Let's say that. It's gonna be really funny. Uh, did anyone else want to hop in? I mean, we can keep talking about that. We also keep talking about this just in chat if anyone prefers, or I can also get to the game. I heard the jog. No, you didn't hear it. Yo, long time no see. I love. Yo, there's Woodsy. All right, hold up. I'm just gonna drag Woodsy. If you're good, I can just drag you in. I don't wanna like surprise anyone. Just be like, you're in right now. Good answers. I am Good. Okay. Yeah, what's I I have a request. Can everyone who comes in here have a name that's alphabetically before mine? Because then what it does is I crop this so that it would show people whose names are alphabetically before mine light up as speaking. But so far we've had 2 W's and it's throwing my whole thing.
I'm sorry. I'll change my whole internet persona for you.
Can you be T Woodsy? No, that's still after. Dang, I will.
I'll
I'll
just
move
be
on.
well. I was gonna say I'll be Udzy T. Oh no, that'd be I'll just get rid of the W entirely.
ZT.
Udzy T. Just for you.
Thank you.
I'll be really quick.
Sure.
Yeah, because I don't have a ton to say. And I actually full disclosure, I still haven't played the game for myself. I've only sort of absorbed it through streamers. But so what I kind of want to touch on is actually because I'm really into the cosplay scene and the con scene, and there's something I've noticed that was really cool and creative. I think that they did with their marketing, and I don't know how intentional it was, but the sort of there's this really clever thing that I think they did with the Lumiere, the French outfit, where at the beginning of the year, any anime gaming convention you went to was just absolutely filled to the rafters with French people.
I love that you're mentioning this, by the way. I absolutely love this.
That's how I found out about the game. Like that was how I discovered Clair Obscur. And I know I'm not alone with that. It was just like you couldn't swing a dead cat at PAX West without hitting a baguette or like just a French person.
This is so funny because I forgot about this. But this is something that Power Chords had mentioned to me like weeks ago. And I completely forgot about that. And they had said like I have been waiting for you to play this game to tell you about this experience where everyone was dressed like a French mime. I'm like, that's so funny.
And I think what it was an easy cosplay, right? Because it was just a stripy shirt, black pants, a red handkerchief, a baguette she could get, and that was your lunch for the day, and a beret, and it was that simple. And you could get like 30 people together on accident. You had a meetup happen. And you could make the little Spider-Man pointing meme. It was so easy to do. And you could just have a riot at a con.
You know, it's I mean, you're right. You're absolutely right though, right? Because like the way that you make a game stand out is to make a game stand out, right? And to be super like relatable or really easy to like mimic. And I think it's funny we're talking about mimicking mimes essentially, but like, yeah, that's honestly that's a brilliant point. Also, just putting it out there, I love that you said this is the point I made before. I said that I'm pretty sure you could get away with not having played this game and just watching people play it and still have a fantastic experience with it.
I mean, I have so far. I've been waiting for the opportunity because I'm my real background. I work professionally as a musician, so I want to talk about the music in the game and what I've heard, but I really don't have an informed opinion on it yet. So I'm gonna zip the lip on it. But
I'm excited to hear you talk about that because that to me, the most impactful part of the game, besides the like I would say maybe the writing. At points where maybe the music was just like a little bit of background and not really, overly heavy, was the sound. The sound in the game and the music. Those were the most impactful parts of the game for me to set the tone and to really like I actually lost the visuals a lot because I was so focused on hearing the game. And I'd be excited to hear what you like as a music professional thinks about it when you go through it.
Yeah, I'll let you know as soon as I have an opinion.
Please.
But yeah, the idea of making an easy cosplay as a marketing tactic was really the only thing I wanted to bring up, and whether or not that was something that had occurred to anyone. But that's all I have for you, Falcon. I'll let you get back to your stream here.
Well, thank you. I'll leave you with Power Core said apparently there was a dog in cosplay for it. So there you go. Even dog-friendly cosplay for this game.
I totally buy it.
Thanks, Lindsay.
Thank you. I'll see you in chat.
See you there. Guys, one second. Crystal had to say something to me real quick. Let me just mute myself 2 seconds. Okay, sorry. Crystal was cooking and she does a lot of meal prep for us. She does a lot of meal prep for us. And I just wanted to she wanted to ask me a question about how boring I want literally let her cook about how wait, hold on, actually I have that in here. Wait, hold on, what is it? It's let her cook. Let her cook. There you go. I've met a few people about this game, but most of them have had nothing very surface level thoughts about it. Game, good. Violet, did you agree to the server rules? Did you want to pop in and say something? It's up to you. I know that I if there was anyone else that wanted to say something, I know that Violet said potentially she wanted to hop in, so she gets first pick. But if anyone else wants to hop in, Power Cores wants to skip out and work, we'll pop up. I'm perpetually shadow banned. Okay, I have another way to do this then, if you'd like. You're in my Discord, right? Here, hang on. I'll just go in there. I don't care. Am I betting to rabbits? Yeah, go for it. Also, here. Are you sure you want to switch to private? Yeah, sure.
Show me your moves.
Okay. Here. I'm just in the stream Discord. So if you want to hop in, you're very welcome to. It's a Discord problem. Yeah. I'm in the private channel. It's very, very private. Yeah, do you like that, Lol? It's Kyrie and Girlwoody. I did not see you come in here because I have streamer mode on and it muted everything. That caught me off guard. Hi.
Hello.
I think you're also good. Everyone has such good sound today.
That's surprising. I'm on my crappy HyperX headset. I don't have any of my streamer stuff set up anymore.
I was gonna answer my question. I was gonna say, hey, when's the next time you're streaming? I'm gonna not ask.
I don't know. To be determined.
TBD. There you go.
TBD. Current events in my life are preventing me from doing so. If you know, you know.
Fair. Sorry to pry. I don't want to be rude.
All good.
I like the point you made, by the way. I think that I know that you didn't want to open the floodgates and upset anyone with that point, but the point about pro-life, pro-choice is again something very real that you could equate to this for sure. So
yeah. I didn't equate it myself. It was discussing with the one other person who I've had a real conversation about this game with brought that up, and I was like, I think it's pretty clear the writers weren't going for that in making this game and making the story of making that an overarching allegory for the theme of the game. But I think attributing that line of thought, that same principle, to those decisions puts a lot of weight on it. I have some very strong pro-choice views, and I feel like if I were leaning towards the Mael ending in any capacity at this point, that is almost like antithetical to pro-choice beliefs. That's really conflicting, and that makes me feel weird.
I think that that's a great point, right? Because I that's why I said that it's so important to be careful when we are talking about people's views. Surrounding a lot of things, not just not just video game here, but like surrounding a lot of things. It's really important to hear people and hear where they're coming from and not invalidate their points, especially if it's something that's not necessarily like hurting anyone else or actually like causing any like real harm. If it's just quite literally an opinion about something that doesn't have a ripple effect of like harm, then it's important just to hear people because some people are so quick to argue and to disagree and be like, well, what you're saying is like it sounds contradictory to what I'm saying, so therefore it's invalidating my reality. When in reality, it's very much not doing that. Like multiple opinions can exist at the same time because they are just that, they're opinions. And especially in the case of this, like this is just how you imprint yourself on the game and you imprinted yourself in a way that's different than other people did, or in just a way that other people hadn't. But now that we can think about it that way, it's like, yeah, there are a million ways to look at this. I thought that was awesome. I also, by the way, I kind of thought you probably wanted to say something else. I just wanted to start with that because I thought it was just such an interesting
yeah.
point to bring up.
Yeah, no, and I kind of wanted to clarify a little bit further because I don't think I did in writing. I was actually on a work call while typing that out, so I was just trying to throw scattered thoughts to
so
the wind
funny.
and hope that they made coherent sentences. I think both endings have very valid viewpoints. I ultimately do agree with the Verso ending for reasons I've already stated, but I think the Mael ending has a lot of weight to it for reasons that have already been stated by folks. Mael doesn't really have a quality of life outside of the painting. She's been burned to the point where she has chronic pain and she's completely lost her voice. She is in a state of, I can't think of the word I'm looking for.
She kind of says she's perpetually suffering. That's her.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that's the best way to put it. She feels that she is in a state of perpetual suffering and she doesn't feel that she has a quality of life, but she does feel that inside the painting. It is a form of escapism, but I think it's a very real and, from her perspective, a just choice to be able to live that life and pursue things inside the painting, to be able to actually feel like she's living a fully fulfilled life. She can speak again, she can live without chronic pain, she can have a fully functioning life, albeit one that's essentially simulated. But to hold somebody else accountable for having to oversee that and against their will continuously create the painting is where that gets really morally messy for me. But I'm going to play devil's advocate here for the Mael fans.
Power cord is locked in.
Suddenly like, oh, I got to listen to this now. Tune me out completely when I said Verso, but no.
Hi, Silverheart. Hi, Adam.
Point in favor for Mael's ending. Why couldn't Verso at least, I don't know, sustain the canvas for a while? Because he's essentially immortal now, right? His soul is in the painting. His actual physical body and such is no more. It's just a part of his soul with the canvas. Mael isn't immortal. She isn't going to live forever. Neither are the folks in the canvas or any of the Desandre family associated with the canvas. He could, in theory, sustain the canvas for a while to allow them to live out whatever their desires are on the canvas, allow the people within the canvas to live, until the Desandre family is no more. There's no longer anyone to sustain the canvas, aside from him. There is a window in which everybody's dreams can, to a degree, kind of be fulfilled, if he chose to do so. It's kind of a selfless act and goes against what he wants, but it is a limited time option. It's not a eternal purgatory of painting.
Yeah. I mean, I hadn't thought about that. That is fair. I guess it's sort of like I guess, it's all speculation, right? So it's like a sort of like speculation of like well, maybe his suffering has just been so long that it's like this is unsustainable anymore. So like it's his suffering versus her suffering. But like, I mean, truly at the end of the day, I think you have to like put that aside to consider what you just said. And yeah, that's a good point. I mean, that's sort of what people are craving, right? Just another ending, just something to like
Mhm.
really satisfy, right? Because could there be an ending where everyone's happy? Everyone's like, no, that's it. That's the ending. That is the best right there. Maybe because it kind of sounds like everyone wants the same ending that didn't happen. So maybe they could have done something like that.
And now to layer upon that point, I think that is just yet another point that in the favor of having these two tragic endings where you get to pick which grief you want to experience. You can have this happy ending where everything's resolved and everything's great, or you could be forced to choose between bad ending A and bad ending B, where no matter what, you're going to be sad and disappointed because you're not going to get what you want, much like the Sandre family, who is currently going through grief because they can't have their son back.
Yeah, that's a great point. Uh, I want to say one of us mentioned that earlier, which was like you are basically taking your own. Oh yeah, it was the thing I said. Like it's very French, right? It's like, oh no, sorry, this is life. This is hard. You
Mhm.
can't be satisfied. You have to take your small victories and suffer the big losses. And it's like, oh, okay, great. which which pile of garbage for life do you want? I'll take Versos, I guess. like, and that's a yeah. Suffering big losses is very French. Very good, Crystal.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, that's true. I do you think hi Moose, by the way, if something happened to Mael in the real world, would the ability to end the painting also end with her? Um, it looked like I think to Violet's point, hi Moose, that's a good question. I think that to Violet's point, it seems like I mean the whole thing is Verso ended the painting without Mael in it, right? Like the whole way in which he was ending the painting was by himself, and he kicked Mael out. So it seems like he could do that. So the ending that Violet put out there, I sounds feasible. I guess my question, Violet, would be: Would you would you be satisfied with an ending like that? That's just like kind of perfect and it appeases everyone, or do you, in some way, almost prefer the imperfect endings that make you go through your own sense of grief?
I think from an artistic standpoint, they nailed it. You get bad ending A or bad ending B. You get to experience the grief yourself. I think that's what they were going for all along. The whole theme of the game is figuring out how to cope with grief and watching these other people go through the stages of grief and all the suffering that they've experienced in life. I think they hit the nail on the head with the endings. I can't say
Yeah.
I'm pleased with the endings myself. It makes me feel bad. It's like, would I want there to be a happy ending? Like, feelings wise, yes. But from an artistic standpoint, I get it and I can agree with it and I can appreciate what they've offered.
I agree. I agree with you. I'm almost I was talking about this with is something completely different yesterday, but I think that there's like a lot of like beauty and actual a heart that goes into imperfection versus perfection.
Mhm.
Like when something is so manufactured and sculpted and so pristine and perfect, it can almost like lose a sense of reality to it that connects us to it as humans. And I think that the imperfection of the end of this game, like the two endings, is potentially a better way to have it be rather than the look, nice, neat little bow on it. Isn't everyone happy? So I'm with you on that for sure. Yeah. Uh, that's awesome. Oh my gosh, this is I love this. By the way, I'm glad. I'm glad you hopped in because like I'm really happy that so many people who were like so active in chatting about the game as we were playing it, um, have wanted to come in and say something because I really want y'all to have like a forum for this because it's impactful.
It is, and it's super fun to be able to discuss that with like-minded people who may not have the same opinions and thoughts and lines of conclusion about the game. We can have disagreeing thoughts and opinions, but at the end of the day, everybody's having like a successful debate here of getting their viewpoints across and discussing them in a civil manner, and I think that's super fun.
I think that's awesome. Yep. I 100%. I could easily see people having like drawn out fights about this where they're like, no, this is morally bad. This is like whatever. And like, but like, there's no point.
Right.
There's not a point in doing that because like this is very much human experience, the game. So that's just invalidating human experience. So I agree. Violet, that was awesome. Thank you. And
Thank you for having me on.
yeah, thanks for coming
And thank
in.
you for swapping over here to work around the tech issues that I'm having, apparently.
This was the easiest. Yeah, the Discord can't agree to the rules thing. Freaking Discord.
Discord and not functioning. Name a better duo.
None whatsoever. Actually, no, sorry. French and making you feel grief, and then that. So.
True.
Thank you, Violet.
Thank you.
Y'all, I just wanted to throw out there. That was switching to another Discord was the easiest tech fix that I had to do today. It was gosh, everything was bad before. Discord kept turning off my Spotify, the music in the background. I just stopped turning it back on at some point with our discussion during Monkey because if Discord wouldn't stop shutting it off. I disconnected Discord from Spotify and it still did it. And I'm like, this is stunningly bad. I fucking hate you, Discord. I couldn't get the sound the way I needed it to be. It was just ridiculous. It's time to your Spotify too. Yep, classic. All right. I can it's up to y'all where I go. You know what? I'm going to go back into the EG Discord. But like if anyone else like can't get in the EG Discord or whatever, you guys got to hear my my chat when I join a channel thing. It plays Captain Falcon yelling, "Show me your moves." If anyone can't get into the EG Discord, I will easily pop back to the stream Discord if they want to come in and discuss some stuff. I want to give Power Chords a second. I know that she wanted to come in. However, also, we don't need to just restrict it to this. I could at some point just start playing the game and Power Chords could come in while I'm doing that. So that also works. I wanted to ask, though, we just had ads play. Does anyone have anything else? Oh, Power Chords, don't rush. Like, take your time. I'm still streaming. You can come in an hour if you want. Like, no rush. Did anyone else want to pop in and say anything specifically about the game? You are welcome to. We are obviously very spoiler heavy. This game looked cool. That is all. You look cool. Actually, I'm pretty sure Adam has an emote. Like that is exactly that. Yeah, if anyone has anything else to say, you want to come in, feel free. Otherwise, also what we could do is I can also start playing and we can talk about it more while we're playing. And I can bring power chords and everything. However, watch the scene. You know what? I'll do that right now. People will buy some time. People can think about if they want to say anything. I can watch the scene. Yeah, let me watch it real quick. Okay. Let me find it and then I will put it on here. So give me a moment. I have to fix my OBS and everything. So hang on one sec. Okay. That. All right, let me go get this real quick. Sorry, Crystal asked if I wanted a little treat of a hash brown, and I said, yeah, like my favorite kinds of little treats. All right, I'm finding it. Give me one sec here. Clair Obscur beach scene. Okay, I think it's this. Let me just double check. Oh my gosh. Okay. This is it. Okay, great. Oh yeah. If I know that makes sense. Okay. I think that the full screens that everyone get, I'm gonna uh bring up the sound for this, but I'm going to play without you guys for a second. Okay, just to make sure I have the sound tinkered properly. Okay, that looks like it's gonna be good volume. So, all right, let me bring this in. Let me play this. Let me see this. It's like a 4-minute cutscene here. Sure, SCB. I think that's a really good point too, right? Which is that uh they don't have to deal with this in a healthy way, right? And that's sort of like the point is you want them to, but they don't have to. So, all right, here we go. Here is the cutscene. Wait, hold on. Nothing is too. I'm gonna put this in 1440. I'm not gonna go. I don't think I have a 4K monitor. All right. Okay. Yeah, I got it. I see. There's the hand monsters. We love these. Yeah, anyone who missed it, it was like right here. Right? They all get fucking blasted and shit. And then right here, it's fucking Verso. Verso is grabbing, I guess that's probably Mael, right? There you go. There's Verso grabbing Mael. And you can see that I guess he takes, right, which is why he takes her to the manor. And that's how she ends up there. So there you go. Yeah. I know that that's like very obvious and you see it. I mean, it's literally it's not supposed to be obscured at all, but there's no way you know who that is, right? When you first watch it. So yeah. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. That's funny. That's a funny little hidden thing there, huh? I've heard of that, Taylor. I not something I've ever seen, but I've definitely heard of that before. Put myself like right. There you go, Caddis. Caddis Hydrate. Good job, Caddis. Proud of you. You don't even know that's Mael when you first watch? It looks like Mael. Was that this is the intro to Act 1, so not the opening scene of the game, but like the intro to Act 1. Looks like Mael. Wow. So Verso, I remember that actually. Did you SCB? Yeah. I mean SCB, yeah. They give you the clues, right? Throughout the game. They do a great job of just like giving you the tools they need. I mean, so you put what was happening. Yeah. Yeah, they give you the tools, right? That's like the case in point right there. They give you what you need to be able to solve the puzzle. And that's what's so damn good about what they're doing. So that is fantastic and also very, very, very okay. Let me hide that. Let me move this. Let me put this over here. One sec. I had to change everything. Guys, you know what the best part about streaming is? Audio. I am. I know I am. I don't have my microphone in the right spot. Okay. Sorry. Let me move everything and do this here. And then put that there. Sorry. Okay. Cool. All right, neat. I don't think Armando said 37. I was so confused. Yeah, the stylized writing. Yeah, my bad. All right. I've got this in a spot where I want it now. So I should be good. I had to change like everything here, but I think I should be okay now where I am focused. Okay. So, friends, oh gosh, never mind. I'm not going. Nope. Hold on. I'm pausing. I was going to say I'll throw up the break screen here. But nope. Hold on. I just looked at Discord. I saw a waiting room. I just can't find the background thing. Hold on. Power Chords needs a proper background. There we go. And I need to do this. I need to go back over here. Nah, I'm not going to fix all of it. It's okay. I'll just pretend you can see Power Chords. Okay. Power Chords, should I pull you in here? I don't want to just like yank you in here when you're not ready. Go for it. Yeah, SCB. SCB, I get that. Yeah, you're more observant from watching things from the outside sometimes. That didn't work. Wait, where did I put? Never mind. I lied. That worked. Hello. The blast effects are also in the overworld portals. Blast effects. Wait, what? Blast effects are in the overworld portals? Debates start. Oh man. Well, maybe. We'll see.
Hello?
Hello.
There we go. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. I don't remember how to use push to speak.
I figured that was like the case. I was like, figure it out.
I was like, I'm unmuted. What's wrong? What's happening here?
It's just technology. It's confusing.
God. I don't know what to say. Everyone else had so many better points, Falcon. They took all of my thoughts. I'm just gonna say this game fucks. And everyone should play this game. There's a lot of details that I really enjoyed learning watching you play through it with all the context of the whole game. There's a scene that like I think I saw at the end of like the painted Renoir talking to the painted version of Verso where he's like, I realize that you have all these like loyalties to Aline, but I also love you and I also want like what's best for you. And I was just like, oh, that's so hard in such a way that like you don't even realize the first time you're watching through it because you don't even realize that they're different people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am Team Mael, but I also feel like I have to be Team Mael because you came out so hard against Mael. You're playing through. That's the thing.
Falcon dug in. I need to dig in harder.
I have to dig in on the opposite side of it. I loved Mael, I loved Verso, and I loved Gustav, which apparently, according to chat, is not correct.
Wild, unholy trifecta.
Yeah.
This is like the unholy trinity that you just named.
But I love, like, I mean, I don't know, like, every single character is such a bad person. Except for, like, the people that are just part of the canvas, you know? That's the thing that I love about this game. Like, every single person is a bad person. And every single character in the canvas is dealing with grief in some different way. I don't think that you noticed this, because I think you had her in the baguette costume the entire time, but, like, one of, like, the details of Ciel's design that I picked up on immediately is that she has, like, a C-section scar. Did you notice that?
Nope. She was either a baguette or she was in a bathing suit.
Yeah.
98% of the time.
I was talking to, I don't remember who it was, but I was talking to somebody, and I was like, that was the thing that I noticed about her immediately, is I was like, oh, she has a C-section. And so when it got to her big character moment later on in the game where she's talking about losing a child, I was like, yeah, that makes total sense.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that makes so much more sense. I just started thinking about that. I was like, right. They also talked about like how like not having a kid is a mercy. I think at one point, right? Because like, well, why damn them to this fate? And
then like Lune's kind of working through like the grief of like losing parents that she doesn't seem like she fully loves at the same time, but also is trying to live to expectations that like she never felt like she could fully meet, and having all this responsibility thrust on her. And like, I don't know, I just loved how like the game itself like really kind of explores all these different ways that you approach like loss in that way, and all the different kinds of loss that you can have. And there were so many little details about that. One of the other things I thought was really cool that I only realized like watching you play through it is the literal world is scarred with like the Dissandras fighting. Like that's what the cataclysm actually is, was Aline and Renoir fighting and kind of destroying this world over their grief. And it's like, oh, it's actually literally destructive to all this world and all the people around it. Yeah.
I think it's funny, by the way, that I loved like the first thing you said was, I don't have anything else to really add because everyone took all my points. This game fucks. But like, I think it's really funny because like the two people I've probably spoken to most about this game are you and Breathtaking Legend. And you and I was gonna say we keep same hours because you keep normal hours and I keep degen hours. So we've probably talked about this more. But like I kept referencing, like every time someone made a point, I'm like, yeah, you know what's so funny? I was talking to Power Horse about that. Like, so everyone kind of took your points because like you made a million points that other people made, which are just very good points.
Did anybody else send you required essay reading before you got to the end of the game? Like, hang on, and before you get to the final boss, you have to read this essay. This guy.
There was, I forgot about that. I was so Power Chorus apologized for this because like I said I was in the middle of like doing something and like WoW. I'm like, yeah, I'm just like doing like a dungeon or a raid or something like that. And he goes, okay, cool. Also, here's an article with an essay like written by a poet. and Yushik's out, and then immediately goes, by the way, sorry for sending this to you while you're like, you literally just said you were busy. I was like, no, it's fine. Like, I'm into this. I read it and it was awesome. And I was like, yeah, like it's, I mean, I don't know. Do you want to like tell people what it was? Feel free.
God. No, because I already sound like a pretentious asshole. Being like, hey, this is essay that's really good.
I'll be an asshole with you because I read it word for word. I read the whole thing and I was like, this is phenomenal. And I also read it. I ended up reading it at like 3-4 in the morning, which is like not good reading time for me because reading makes me sleepy, but it kept me awake. So like that's how good it was. So I got your back on this.
I'll link it in chat or somebody can, I don't know. But there's a poet whose name is Hanifulis Abdurakiv, and I'm gonna butcher his name. And he writes for the New Yorker, and he wrote a poem back in February or an essay back in February called "Lessons for the End of the World." And it was kind of looking at like the AI slop in the era of like deep fakes against the backdrop of the LA fires. And it's a very like personal essay where he goes into kind of his own history with like grief and loss and kind of reconciling different technology and the ways that we can try to bring back what we've lost in different ways. And I latched onto it immediately for this game. I was like, this makes complete sense in my head. I don't know if it makes sense to anybody else, honestly. Thank you, Hujay, for linking it. It's a great essay. It's also available on archived websites if you don't have a New Yorker subscription. Just FYI.
I could probably find that in our conversation. Yeah, that it was I thought it was phenomenal that you brought in like a real piece of work that was also referencing other pieces of work to describe this piece of work, and I was just like, this has gone so deep down the rabbit hole, and it's also perfect. So yeah, we've been talking about this a lot, and I don't know, I don't know, it's fantastic. I'm gonna find the article here for everyone. Here, I found it. Is there any reason why I can't just give them the link that you gave me to read it, the archive? Oh,
no, I think that's fine.
I'm so stupid. I'm so sorry you had to listen to me through stream. Just next time tell me I'm a dummy. I'm so sorry.
I was literally episode 2.
I'm so sorry.
I was like, no, it's fine. Also, I can only hear you through stream right now.
Yeah, I forgot to hold out my button because I was searching. What a dummy. Here you go, everyone. If you want to read the article, there you go. My bad. I think that like you made me really also think about like the whole like Team Mael thing, because I do think that the like correct ending or whatever the right ending is the ending that's right for you, because that's the point, right? That really, I do think that after everything else, after it was sort of like cut and dry of like what they're saying is like, this is like the good ending and this is like more moral and this is the bad ending, this is like more immoral, or like whatever they're trying to imply, like, or like what, this is dark and this is light, or whatever it is they're trying to imply is one thing. But also I think that they just very much want you to make your own determinations about how you feel about all that. So I don't think there's any wrong to to being Team Mael. I also think it's so funny because I have now heard so many of you today say that Verso is a bad person, right? And I'm just sitting here like, I could not disagree more with that. But but the reason why I think I keep hearing everyone say that Verso is a bad person is because Verso being a good person is contradictory to the way everyone else wants the game to end. And I think
spicy.
Yeah, like because I think there's like a whole lot of like, I'm dissatisfied with this. I want the ending to be like this. I want the ending to be like that, whatever. And the more I think about it and the like further removed I am from the two endings of the game, the more I'm just like, nah, the Verso ending's perfect for me. I'm set. I'm solid. I'm good with that. Yeah, that's like, I could easily see the really more ending, sure, but I'm totally fine with that. Like, people are forced like to deal with their grief and to work on it. They look kind of happy. They fucking Yoda out at the end, like all the ghosts of the people from Lumiere, you know, their memories still exist, and that's the part of them that is real, is like their memory in the real world, but they weren't real. And Verso's soul is free, and everyone is doing whatever. And I'm just like, why does everyone hate Verso? Guys, why? And I'm trying to like think of like the thread that I've heard that where people have said they dislike Verso, and it just seems to be it's because Verso getting what he wants and basically manipulating and using everyone else is in direct like opposition to what everyone else wants to happen at the end. Be it they want Mael to be able to grieve, or they want the Lumierans to exist, or anything else. I'm like, well, you know, this was Verso's playground, and they didn't have more of a right to it than he did. So why can't he just like beg, borrow, steal, and cheat to get his way? So it's like, I don't know. I finally just like put that together when you mentioned your like preference for Mael's ending.
So it took me probably more than an hour when I played through it the first time to decide which ending to go for, to be clear. And I went with Mael's originally and immediately felt like I made the wrong choice. I still don't know if I have a preference for either one, but I am going to argue for Mael's because you're on the other side. And that just makes good content. That's just good content.
Everyone called a debate today. They knew it was coming. Apparently, so.
I called debate. I made the debate. Oh gosh, there was like two things I was going to say. I think it's really interesting that the choice at the end is both characters wanting to die, and the choice you're making is which character deserves kind of to die more. When you think about it in terms of like what Mael gets at her ending, she's choosing to die. And when you think about it in what Verso gets in his ending, he is choosing to die. And it's one of those like layered complexities on the endings that I find really, really fun, especially like contrasted against I think as the person playing the game, you know, like I think Monkey was saying earlier, like you were, or not Monkey, Hujay was saying earlier, I think you end up relating to the characters of who are the Lumierans a lot more than you do for the Dysandras, because those are the characters that you are playing with the whole time. Those are the ones that you're getting to know. So the ending that feels more right contextually, being the one where they all die, feels really wrong, and the ending where they all kind of get to live and have a happily ever after feeling so bad, I think also is very intentional.
Yeah. That you're spot on by those, Sujay, saying like, why do I care about like the outside world? I don't. And I'm like, yeah, fair point.
And the other thing that like I've been thinking about for a long time since I finished this game too is I think the game itself is also kind of lying to the player or like at least trying to misdirect the player, because I think that the Verso that you play with isn't actually Verso, right? Like he's the painted version. And the game shows with other painted versions of the Dysandras family that they are distinct characters who have their own wants and their own needs. And it's not quite fair or accurate to say that they're a facsimile for the original family. But the thing that Verso struggles with that the rest of them don't have the same issues with is that he is the only one left. And so he has all these expectations put onto him that none of the other painted versions of their characters have to deal with, because he's basically having to struggle with the burdens of grief for somebody that he like isn't even as a person. He's not the original Verso that died. And yeah, that's the other part of that I keep thinking going back and forth on it too.
That's what that's what got me about that Verso thing, and why like I guess I felt more comfortable calling him like a facsimile, because I think they said it in the game. Like I don't think I initially used that term. I think that they said it, because if anyone is, it would be him, because he is like the whole thing of like his soul is still in the painting. So although he was created to serve this purpose of being part of Eileen's like perfect family, he rebels against it and doesn't, because the portion of him that's still in the painting is what controls him, and not what his creator, which would be the paintress, wants him to be. So that is sort of in my mind what like led me to be like Team Verso's right, like all this, because this like overarching governance from outside of the painting, from the real world in this like magical existence of a soul thing is superseding every other like powerful magical force. And that's how Verso is still like, I can go through here at the end. I can go through this portal. I can find my being. I can end this all, even though I wasn't like created or programmed to do that, because I know, because I am still like, even though I'm fake, I'm still Verso at my core. And that got me. And I think that's really what made me like really go to that side, is because like all of the as I guess the hierarchy of magic in the game. I don't know.
No, like that makes total sense. I think the biggest thing, like the thing that separates it from me is, I didn't see Verso as still being Verso at the end of it.
Right.
I saw it as being somebody who had like an extra 100 years of life and was really fucking tired of being alive by the end of it and had no choice with that. But then if you accept that he has autonomy in that way to make that decision, then I don't see an argument where you don't also have that for every other person that lives in the canvas too. That's where I ended up on it, and why I was I've kind of come around on my else ending in like the months afterwards. Because, dude, you missed out on like some of the best animation for the mocap at the ending, by the way, with Lude's sunglasses on. Because like she is so fucking mad in that final scene when you choose Verso's ending. It's crazy. You should honestly watch like another cutscene without the sunglasses on with that.
You know what's so funny is even with the sunglasses on, I got it. Like I got that. That's just even like just the way that she like sits like at the end, it was like, oh yeah, I should do that. That's a good point. Because yeah, they did say it's funny, but like it would influence her, right? Even down to the very like little subtle movements of things. Yeah. No,
or like
I have to go back and do that.
The thing that I saw people talking about afterwards that I didn't pick up on was like, in the beginning, she's very much like, when one falls, we continue. And at the end, she's just like, fuck it, and just sits down. And it's her tacit way of just giving up and saying,
Yeah,
there's
I'm
no
not
point to this
continuing
anymore.
anymore.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I don't really think any of them are good or bad people. I think everyone is trying to deal with grief in their own way, and that however you choose to deal with grief has consequences that you have to live with. Not having any perfect also mirrors life. There's no great, yeah. I mean, spot on, Taylor, right? I think that's sort of the point, is like, you don't get perfection. You have to just live with the choices you make, and these are the choices. And everything that you've done to this point, like, has led you here. And some of it's out of your control, but you still have to like live with your decisions. And you know, like, which thing are you going to choose? Unless you're me, in which case you get your fairy tale ending after all, because I thought it was great. I'm a special little boy that the game was made for specifically, and yeah, I love that.
And you can replay it whenever you want and just experience the world over and over again,
and then make it, and then honestly, probably go through and find something that makes me make a different choice, because I think those little bits of what you experience and what you feel throughout the game affect everything. Like I said, I thought I was complaining about my L's character like frame one. I was like, I don't know about this character. I don't really like. Yeah. And so of course, like throughout the game, I was just not gonna like it. I thought I liked Alicia more, but then Verso, who was like I felt so connected to, basically tells her the fuck off, and it's like, yeah, like okay, you know what? No, what's your beef with Mael?
What is your beef with Mael?
A lot. I didn't. I saw. I just want to say, I saw what Blood Moon wrote. I just want to like digest it. The audiovisuality makes it difficult for me to see how any game that would require the writers more could be true to focusing on that theme rather than painting it just went to the same style again.
I have heard a theory that it's very tongue-in-cheek about the writers, as in the writers being the game's writers, forcing them to go through this fire, like as a fan theory. and it's not
Wait.
actually a different faction. I like that theory. I don't think it's actually true, but I like the idea of like this is just like a misdirection, and it's actually like a meta commentary about the writers.
Oh, so like the writers of the game wrote in that they were going to burn.
Yeah.
So
therefore the
fake
writers are the
mad.
reasons.
Oh
yeah,
my
therefore the
gosh.
writers are what caused the fire.
That would be very like true to the game, right? So now their world is a world within a world, like, and it's like, okay.
Yeah. Blood Moon's got it better than me. Postmodern play.
That's so funny. Basically how people get pushed around or let someone direct their life can start to seem harsh, cruel. I've only been putting up boundaries even though it's the right thing to do. Yeah. SCB had a great comment before too that cracked me up, and I can't remember what it was. It was like extremely, I think the already dead person should get to die. What was that? What was that one line especially, which was like, it was about like, the benefit of grieving the dead, or you have it like memorized. Something about like grieving the dead is that they're dead. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. I don't have it as a direct quote in front of me.
Oh, okay. I thought you had it memorized for some reason. Like you pulled it up so quickly, and I was like, yeah.
It stuck with me more than anything else from that essay.
It was.
I could find it really fast.
Yeah, I'm like searching through it now. I'm like, it's not loading, so I failed. So you're gonna get it first. It was such a good line though about with dead people. It's a fun element of the writers quick start the plot. Yeah, hi Vinaj. I just realized I'm like never gonna get to play this game. By the way, not because like I'm not trying to say like I have to get to it right now. I just realized like it's 7 o'clock, and like I also just want to keep talking about this game because I'm enjoying talking about it so much. I very much like this discussion. Oh, that archive site is not working, or my internet just hates me. I don't know. Anyway,
I think it's both.
We'll do both. Damn it. Vinaj, Vinaj, please stop. I should also take a second to thank people because, like, Jay said it, Violet said it, you said like I really appreciate everyone having actual like civil, polite, kind, respectful conversation. And I do think that the fact that so many people have had just like such different takes on really everything going on like in this game is just a testament to like we have to respect each other's opinions here or this shit's gonna get real fucking messy. So I would come in and be disrespectful, but I'm at the laundromat. You just come in on your phone and play laundromat sounds in the background.
Who said that? Was that Moose? I knew that was Moose. Hold up. I'm trying to pull.
It's like the most Moose thing to say.
Who's memeing?
Yeah. I agree though. It's like it's been extremely respectful, and I told Monkey like he was like, what like want to do like an hour? I'm like, let's do like 2. We might need a little bit more time, and it's been like 4 hours of us discussing this because I don't know. I think it's worthy of it. Also, the Game Awards are tomorrow, right?
I should know that. I don't.
No, you're not obligated.
Probably.
To. There were some, yeah, there were some like side ones yesterday. The Game Awards tomorrow, 7th. Okay, so tomorrow it's 24 hours, 30 minutes from right now. I should plug this real quick. Friends, if you want to see this, Ben, I really recommend going to this. Ben is going to be doing a restream of the Game Awards tomorrow on his channel. So Ben is going to be streaming. I'm going to shout out Ben here because it's been like at least 7 years, I think, since Ben has streamed on Twitch. He's going to be streaming it. There is an epilogue bingo that you can find in the arcade. It's all in that event thing if you click on it. If you want to try to win a $50 prize, whoever gets the most bingo wins $50 to a platform of your choosing. Steam, eShop, PlayStation Store, whatever the fuck you want. And we'll be watching the Game Awards. And LaRue's going to host a Discord call if you want to talk about while it's happening. So I will be there watching that tomorrow. Y'all want to hang out in Ben's channel and watch Clair Obscur win 14 awards or something like that. That's gonna be fun.
I do wish that they were able to recognize the mocap people in some way. You should watch the PAX panel, by the way, now that you finished the game, because it does actually have a lot of spoilers in it. But it's really good, and it's between the voice actors for Mael and for Verso and the mocap artists as well. They have somebody else in there I can't remember off the top of my head. But it's just a really good discussion, and they go into a lot of the behind the scenes work that they do to like actually make the vision for the game actually happen. It's really, really interesting. I really liked it. And you can see how many people like were in the Baguette cosplays at PAX 2. Because they pulled everybody from the audience ahead of time that was in a cosplay and put them all into the same section, like front and center.
I love that so much. I did hear about that. I did hear how they were like essentially petitioning to be like you should have a category where like mocap artists can win something because they brought this game to life as like much as anyone else did.
Yeah, and it's like I think there's really only like 2 main mocap artists for the majority of the characters. So like Maxence Casorla. Sorry, I don't speak French.
The SKA voice actor, right?
He was the SK voice actor. He also did mocap for Verso and Gustave and Renoir. But he talks about like the different ways that the director Guillaume Broche, I'm butchering it. Europeans mute this.
I just want to call him Will because I don't have a shot of saying that name, but I know it's like French William, and I'm like, all right. So anyway, Billy.
Yeah, he was talking about basically like how the different directions he had to go through to like make the characters seem different as people, as opposed to just like kind of doing mocap for 3 characters 3 different times. And he also is apparently really good friends with the woman who got hired first to do mocap for like Sophie and for Lune and some other people, which is why some of those scenes are very emotionally charged when like she's dying in Gustave's arms, for example.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
It's really intense. It's really cool.
That's actually really. You sold me. This is one of those things. I should give you a heads up, Lol. I have never liked Carbot's work. I don't know why. I am like the biggest Carbot hater, and I don't know why. Like going back to like Heroes of the Storm days, I don't know why, but I might still give it a try because I will say this is one of those games where I am very, very tempted to like consume other media surrounding the game. I think it would be very, very interesting. Like I've already been listening to the OST and such. It's because it's just really good. It's real. I was vacuuming, and I decided that I would listen to the entirety of the OST while I was vacuuming. Really do like a thorough job. And you know what? Made vacuuming better. So
you're just listening to A Life to Dream as you're vacuuming.
Dramatically. I love that, by the way. I don't think I mentioned at the time, but what was it? A Life to Dream and A Life to Live? Was that the 2 endings?
One of them is A Life to Paint.
Oh, A Life to Paint. Okay.
A Life to Dream, I think.
Okay.
There's technically 3 songs that have A Life to blank
right
on the OST.
Yeah. I thought that was just like very interesting. I was like, oh, I'm glad I opened up my reading comprehension here and got this. You remind me of the dead chef from Ratatouille. I've never seen Ratatouille, but you just mentioned dead chef, and I got me. Good job, SCV. Violet's cooking on something. Powers, by the way, I don't want to like I will sit here and talk with you all day because I talk to you all day basically anyway. But like I don't want to keep you longer than you are able to. But I did want to ask if there was something else that you had like cooked up in your mind that you were thinking of.
I mean, I have so many feelings about this game that are just insane. But I think that like honestly a lot of other folks covered a lot of the things I want to talk about specifically. I do like Mael a lot. I related to her really hard.
Hi, Megumi.
And I think that something that I could never get past with a Verso ending is that her family just sucks and doesn't really seem like they like her very much.
Yeah.
And it didn't feel to me like it was an ending where she was really going to be happy no matter what was best for her, because I don't think that her family actually really cares about her. Is kind of the impression I got from it. Also, like, I don't know, I couldn't get past how Aline treated her. I think I was talking about this with SCB or Blood Moon in chat earlier, but like the fact that she was painted to just be constantly in pain and suffering is so fucked. Like, that's rough. That's her mother who did that too.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah.
That's really all. Yeah, that was weird. All right. I don't really get that. Because wasn't that like the point that she was trying not to? So why, like, wasn't that the point of what Aline was trying to get away from? So I don't know.
I mean, she painted everything as like her interpretations of her family members around her. Like, I think Monkey was saying earlier, like, that's why Renoir is very different as the painted version versus the real version of him.
Right.
But then to see her daughter that way, I was just like, you suck. Like, you're a terrible mother.
Yeah. Yeah, she was.
I don't care what kind of grief you're going through with this.
You kind of all suck.
Yeah, this family sucks.
I don't know if I'm reading into it too much, but the Mael ending also gave me a strong feeling of alluding to the continued cycle of grief when Verso starts playing the song that plays on the intro screen for the game. Right. Just an endless cycle. Yep. To that point, there's another lore thing you missed in the Alicia epilogue of the real manner, if you don't mind me mentioning it. Sure. I think that you mentioned one yesterday or the day before. Was there another one? Because apparently I missed a bunch of things in the manor. The real manor. I did want to ask you if I can. There is a wall of paintings next to the dogs that you can interact with. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I did look at the paintings. I did not interact with shit. I don't think I did. No, I don't think so. I did want to ask you, by the way, something that I wanted to ask everyone like all day today. One more thing. And I don't think we have specifically dedicated time to it. And Alicia comments that her mother always said she'd never amount to anything as a painter or something to that effect. That's great. I think it sucks. Boy, what a shitty mother. Yeah, good point.
That's really, I forgot about that, Violet. That's so interesting with some of the side content.
Yeah. Great.
Yeah.
I mean, that is kind of thrown out a lot throughout the story, especially like the little like black and white parts and the little like reflections of the past and everything. It's just that like these were basically just like shitty parents that basically browbeat their children into doing something that they wanted them to do or be, and they just, so that's just more like fuel for the fire, right?
Yeah. And I don't know, like, I never got the impression that her family really respected her choices either. But you could say the same thing about Verso at the end of it too, which is why I think it's actually, there is no true, real good ending, and there is no real true good answer for me in the choice between the two of them. I think they're both imperfect endings because there is no perfect ending in how somebody deals with tragedy and loss under most circumstances.
Yeah, that's fair. If I may, my question was going to be, so I guess they're going to make, they said that this is now a franchise, right? And I think Blood Moon said very early on, I think they have to go in like a very different direction to like continue a franchise like this. They can't do what they did with this game and expect, and like, just because of the way the game was, you can't just like repeat this game. You have to do something else. Do you have like any sort of speculation or does anyone have any sort of speculation of like where they could go? Because I keep thinking about it and I just like keep ending up in very dissatisfied like answers to myself and just sitting here going like, well, this is why I'm not like a developer on this game. I mean, there are other reasons too, I guess, but like this is a major reason why, because like I just keep ending up being like super dissatisfied with my own answers of like what could come next.
Yeah, to me, it doesn't make any sense as anything other than a franchise similar to Final Fantasy. This feels like such a seminal piece as like a work of art for the director. I don't know like how you have ideas after this that measure up to it, to be honest. Because I feel like it's like one of those like things like the story you've been trying to write for your entire life, I think the Blood Moon, like touching about on the different artistic mediums earlier, with the different artistic styles, is really interesting. And to me, I could see them exploring different aspects of that as like a launching point for other ways to look at games in this universe in the future. But I don't think we're ever going to go back to Lumiere. I'll say that. I don't think that we're ever going to come back to this canvas or this world or these characters ever again.
I agree. I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure that we can come back to the idea of like painters and a canvas. Because Clair Obscur, right? It's like Clair Obscur is like the title, so it'll be like Clair Obscur something else, right, for the next game. And I mean that's just light and dark, right? So like that could be explored in so many different ways. It doesn't have to be through art. It doesn't have to be painters. It doesn't have to be the painters and the writers thing. It doesn't have to be musicians or anything. Like they could do it in other ways and achieve that same thing about like just Clair Obscur being a representation of just light of life itself, right? There are high times, there are low times, and yeah.
I like Blood Moon's suggestion that it becomes a rhythm game about the musicians.
Was funny,
yeah, it can be Stepmania.
Obscure Stepmania. Everyone, go secure your dance pads now from Poland for the true streaming experience, please. I'm just glad they're not likely to pull a Kingdom Hearts with it. I was gonna do you one better and say I just kept coming up to this dissatisfied ending where they go, and I'm gonna like throw my headphones after I say this because I'm afraid of what Power Chord is gonna say. When they go like the Assassin's Creed way of doing it, where like where like we were like all in, we were all in on like you know what, this is brilliant, and I can't wait to see what other like piece of history they go through and how they like relate this to the real world and like this and that, and like and then like they eventually are just like, you know what, this Clair Obscur like franchise and this name is just like so powerful that like we can just keep pumping out different ways to express like this concept, and then eventually it like loses all feeling, and you know what, they just turn into Ubisoft. And that's it. They live long enough to become the villain. And I hate it.
That part of Assassin's Creed. I thought you meant the part where at, you know, the last 11th hour, some fucking guy in 2013 wakes up from a machine and they're like, did you know that you were in the simulated universe the whole time?
No. I was just thinking like how they, well, I mean, maybe. I hope not. Gosh, damn. But like, no, I was just thinking like how do you like keep putting this out and like making it achieve like the greatness of the first game, right? Like how do you do that? And you said it too, right? You're like, this is like this dude's like crowning achievement. This is what I've been waiting to do this whole time. Can we even come close to this? And it makes me like nervous. And I mean, Violet's, yeah, AC1 was great, and I wish they killed it there, right? So like I that's why I'm like I cannot see a way in which I'm satisfied. But at the same time, I think it's just because like I can't think of where they're going. And this game, with its imperfections and everything else, like with Act 2 and Act 3 making me just kind of go like, it actually made me more excited for a new game. Because now, if this was the team's first game, and they are willing to learn, I can imagine what they're going to do with more games. So I truly like all like jokes and Assassin's Creed aside. Yeah, Assassin's Creed spoilers. I am excited for the future of this franchise.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, this is basically the game that caused them all to break away from their steady jobs and strike it out and try something new. So I almost want to say that like I don't think whatever they do next will measure up, because it can't. You know,
it could be different, right? Like it could be different, and that's okay.
I think there's very. Go ahead. You go ahead.
I was say I really like what Himiko wrote. I just got here, so I don't know exactly what's going on. But in Japan, there was a saying that a great writer only writes once. I mean, that is extremely applicable to what we were saying, Himiko. We were just saying that Clair Obscur is such a masterpiece. Can they come close to achieving the same thing again? Because now Clair Obscur is a franchise. What are they going to do next, right? I think almost for like the safety of whatever game they put out next, it probably should be way different, right? Because like you shouldn't make it try to compare it to this.
I think the only way they could possibly have it level up against the expectations they now have on themselves is to take a big risk and take a big swing. But the problem with that is that it doesn't always work out.
No.
So
no, people are always dissatisfied, right?
Yeah. Or it sometimes doesn't land. Sometimes it gets. Honestly, I'm kind of shocked that people loved this game enough to have fun debates on Twitch about it for the last like 3-4 hours.
Yeah.
And we've gone into like different artistic styles, different like, interpretations people took away from different parts of the game. I don't know the last time a video game had this much debate around it with its like story or its message or its narrative. I can't think of one.
No, I can't think of one either. I'm gonna shout out Dangle here for doing like an incredible job with like Hollow Knight. I remember before Silksong came out, I kept telling everyone like, please go check out Dangle's lore playthrough of Hollow Knight, where he talked about all of the lore in the game and like how impactful it was and how important it is and how much it means to people, which was like really freaking cool. But like I said earlier, like I personally like it resonated with me and it was fantastic like watching Dangle do it, but I couldn't have my own opinions about it. I needed to have like Dangle hold my little hand and tell me what happened. But this game is so well done that everyone has their own opinions without being told. And that to me is like just really, really, really incredible. And I think that's really the beauty of what they did. I think plain and simple to me, the best thing that this game did is make people think and allow them to express their thoughts. And hi, Alec. I think that was fucking awesome.
Yeah, I fully agree. I was trying to find what was your favorite gameplay aspect of the game?
Just like simply as like this is a video game and I like doing something.
Yeah, why not?
There's something so satisfying about parrying. Like I said, like that's kind of how I tried to play Elden Ring because I didn't realize you're supposed to dodge. Like okay, and like that's like a big thing in like Blasphemous, and so like I thought that parrying just like felt so satisfying, and it also it does feel like someone said something along the lines of like this is just like memorization in the game, and someone else like snapped at them for that, and I was like, I mean, kind of. Like, it's kind of like memorization in the game, because, like, if you just memorize the patterns, I did that with, like, one of the dancers, like, the ones that, like, fling ice and fire. I was like, no, it's easy, guys. It's 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and, like, that's it. And, like, you can do this with your eyes closed, because you just memorize, like, their little Simon sequence. But, like, there is something satisfying about it, and it feels good, and it scratches my brain good, and I like that. But it's either that or I really liked making my own like kind of customized combos and strategically figuring out how I'm going to spend my AP on what. I don't know. I just felt like so Giga Brain when I'm like, okay, I'm going to mark this and then hit a burn on it. And then I'm actually going to strategically like skip my turn so that this person could take advantage of the mark when put more burn on it, and then this person, like the last person, will like do mega damage based on now how many burns there are, or something like that, right? Like,
oh yes,
that
stacking burns
so
is so satisfying.
It's so good, yeah. Hi, Himiko.
I also feel really bad. I think it's Verso who's
Good
vulnerable
morning.
to fire damage in the final fight. And it's just like that's just mean, devs. That's just really mean.
Come on, yeah. It was yeah. I think that really got me, right? Like it took the JRPG like kind of turn-based, like, this has been a thing that has been in games for holy shit 40 years. And like made it interesting. And I'm going to turn that question back on you, by the way. So
I had a very similar answer. I loved being able to build like good combos with my Pictos, my Luminas. One thing that can I give you I don't know if this counts as a spoiler anymore.
No,
can I
you
give
can
you
go
a
for it, I don't care.
mechanic?
Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
spoiler,
I know
kind
what
of.
you're about to say. Can I take a guess?
Or no? Also, I can't hear you anymore because you've.
Fuck my word. Sorry. I leaned all the way back because I was like, I know exactly what Power Core is about to say, and I'm just gonna like, do I need like a little dummy tag next to my name? Is it what I? Can I take a guess?
What do you think it is? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do the Pictos have stats on them?
Oh, they do. That's not what I was gonna say though.
Oh, there's more? Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, go for it. I'm gonna just hold my head while you do.
I don't remember the terminology because I have a memory of a goldfish. But the stat blocks you can do for the characters, like strength or like defense and that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Right. So critical rate is fucking broken because it's not increasing your chance of like a critical rate over a percentage. It's just straight up increasing like the critical rate. So if you dump everything into critical rate, you can have like your characters hitting crits 100% of the time.
My brain stopped.
So I can see Violet in chat too. Yeah, I didn't. No one wanted to say it to you the whole time because you didn't want hints or feedback. But you can so easily 100% crit once you get to like to the end of the game, or even before that. Honestly,
how? Like so?
You just take all of the stats that like basically. Gosh, I'm gonna have to do this a lot more intelligently, not on stream with you. But basically, like the weapons kind of influence like your strength a lot more than the actual like points do. And the ranks for them determine like basically how much of each stat you should be investing in, right? But under most circumstances, crit is so broken in the game that you should really just dump all of your points into crit first and then everything else second once you max it out. Because most characters, you can end up getting a crit like the vast majority of the time if you just dump everything into crit.
Huh. Okay. I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense because if you just put everything into crit, you crit. I just didn't know how that would be beneficial because I was like, well, but if you're critting and hitting like a wet noodle because you have like nothing in might, does it really matter? But I guess what you're saying is you'd have to know that like the weapons are really what's like determining your damage more so than like might.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yeah, the might doesn't have as much of an impact as the crit does. Is the thing that's wild about the game.
Yeah, that makes sense now. Okay.
And then yeah, there's ways to turn Verso basically into like an automated rifle. like what we're talking about, and have him attack like 150 times in a row.
Should I just like go into like the side game shit, recode Verso, and just like turn him into a fucking assault
You should
rifle?
definitely recode. I think you're going to struggle with some of the side content at the end game if you don't do recoding for some of them. But like the nice thing is the game gives you so many options to like recode that like you can play around with as much as you want, especially at the end.
I'll throw out there. There's actually $100 online for this, which people didn't know. I'm gonna go ahead and dox this right now. I probably won't mind. I'll take a chance on this. Snorhawk said, "I can't wait to see you fight like the secret end boss," which I'm guessing now is Simon, based on what everyone has said. And Snorhawk said that there's no shot in hell you can beat Simon because you're not strong enough now. And I was like, but if I just parry everything, can I just win? Like, what happens if I just parry everything? And he goes, I'll give you $100. I have no stakes on the line here.
Interesting.
So I am now completely invested in like attempting that. It took them a very long time. Shit. Okay. I mean, there was like, I mean, back before I could even like, I had painted power or anything like that. I took on that big like ice giant thing. And I parried that thing for like 15 minutes and it still had like 80% health. So I would imagine that some shit just has a lot of health.
Yeah, I don't know how much I'm supposed to say.
Right.
So
Okay, everyone's giggling. So
again.
There's some shit I don't know. Okay.
We're just all smiles. All smiles in chat.
Giggle, yeah. Okay. Oh my god.
There's also a couple of Pictos that you haven't found yet that are really, really helpful.
Fair. I just need to explore, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Okay. I have been so okay. I've been choosing my ads because I didn't want them to run because yeah, I don't know. We were talking and I that happened before when someone was talking. I felt very bad about that. Should I just I don't know how much more I could stay out, but should I just like play some now? Should I just get into it?
I can get offline.
Oh, you
Let you just play the game.
You don't have to, by the way. You could just stay here. I don't really care, but I figure you probably don't want to while I'm doing this. While I'm playing, it's totally up to you. You can also guide me to where I'm supposed to go if you'd like. That's up to you. That's up to you. Whatever you prefer.
I'll probably hang out in chat because I do have to go back to other things, unfortunately.
Fair.
But
oh, I just realized
out
what
either
time it is
way.
there too. I keep forgetting. It's like way earlier there. It's 4:30. So
Yeah.
Okay. Well, before that though, I wasn't. By the way, I just wanted to. I was not suggesting you leave at all. However, I did want to give you an out in case you wanted to or had to. But is there anything else you would like to throw out there?
Let me be clear. Even if you're like, hey, power chords, thanks for coming, get the fuck out. I would not take any offense to that whatsoever.
Look, I didn't
totally
say
fine.
it when you defended my L. I wasn't gonna say it now. So
no, it's totally fine.
Yeah, I've calmed myself. So yeah, I accepted this. Scatter. No. Yeah, no, was there any other like did you was there anything else you thought of or anything?
I think those are the biggest things.
Cool.
That one quote, like from the essay.
I think it was like the you wrote it. I can literally search in our DMs. Give me 2 seconds. I can find it. I believe that what makes the dead worthy of our grieving is that they cannot come back. That was the quote.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was so very interesting. that really does like hit hard with this game and like, you know, the whole grief cycle thing. Yeah, I think that what makes the dead worth grieving is that they cannot come back. So and specifically, I do recommend everyone like read the article. It's a very, very good article. Specifically, what they're referencing also is like, if you think about like all these like AI generated like celebrities like coming back from the dead to do stuff, it's like, yo, what would Tupac want right now? It's like, nah, dude, like, stop doing that shit. It's fucking. First off, it's fucking creepy, and secondly, like, what's the point, right? You know, like remember things as they were, like, and not as you like want them to be. So
yeah, and this author in particular got into writing as a way of connecting to his mother, who passed away like when he was a kid.
Right.
So it's just there's so many good layers to it. I don't know.
There's good parallels. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'll let you go. Thanks for letting me be on and crash your stream.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in. This was really fun. Yeah. Good luck with the rest of your day. I'll see you in chat.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. I wanted to say I stopped there because I was about to start thanking everyone else who came in here. I was like, wait, hold on, let power chords go before you do that. Thanks everybody who came in like and chatted today and had just respectful discussions about this all day today. Because this was quite frankly like pretty special that we were able to do something like this with something that can be so divisive, but divisive and differing opinions doesn't necessarily mean like conflict and wrong. It doesn't need to be like that. So we didn't make it that way, which was awesome. I'm gonna play the game. I'm gonna play the video game. I'm gonna load it up. I do need to go grab something real quick. I need like some sort of like little snack or something because I'm like 5 hours in and I'm a wee bit hungry. So let me fire up the break screen here. Ads are currently running. Let me do this. Let me do this. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, right? It's almost like it was a good video game. Objectively good video game according to Monkey. So there you go. All right. Let me join too and let me go take a quick break and then we will come back and we will play the video game after 5 hours. This is a good day. This is a really good day. All right, I'll be right back. Hello, friends. Hi. They pushed it up, Taylor. Money grab. You know what's not a money grab and is a genuinely good thing to do? The hell of a segue. Go check out Science. Our friends of Science are bringing you free science content every day. You could choose to give them money. I would recommend it. Assassin's Creed? No, Power Chords. That's a money grab. Okay, we'll get it. We'll figure it out. Go check out Science, everyone. Couldn't stream last night. Science. I hope everything's okay. If you need to reach out, feel free to. Science rules. Tonight, however, is Whack'em Wednesday, and we're gonna hold Blint to make up to us everything that we missed yesterday. All of the science articles. And this can most definitely happen. I don't know if Blint's here to hear me make this promise for him. But I'm doing it. So there you go. How's that? Ridiculous. Yeah, no, that's really it. Is they want to capitalize on FOMO, right? Science describes the rules. True. ZA was not met with the warmest of greetings. So if people have time to mull over whether they did or not like it, they may not buy it in March, but they'll buy it now. Thank you. Thank you, Jolty. I was inspired by you. I thought maybe if I wear glasses, I'd look as smart as you. So is it working? Minnie, thank you for the resub. Thank you for the 31 months. Hello. How are you doing? My new mic sounds sexy. Shouts to Minnie. Minnie helped me pick out what I wanted and gave me options and stuff. And there we go. David Foster Falcon. Minnie, thank you for the 31 months. I appreciate the heck out of that. How you doing? Good morning. How are you feeling? Hopefully good and refreshed and everything. Yeah, friends, I have the same microphone now as our buddy Midnight Sumo, who helped me out because I was very, very intimidated about getting this microphone and setting it up. He goes, "Little Falcon, it's okay." Crystal said, which is impressive because he's a cat. I didn't say it. She said it. Psycho Snail, thank you for the Prime sub for the 20 months. Hello. Psycho Snail, have I seen you today? This is the first time saying hi to you. Hi. Sorry, I'm ordering bagels. Minnie just goes, "This is the welcome I get?" Yes. Psycho Snail, thank you for the 20 months. Thank you for the Prime sub. I'm straight up swiping this line from Science, but of the 10 million channels on Twitch, you used your only Prime sub here. That's very cool of you. Thanks, Psycho Snail. I hope you're doing well too. It wasn't me. Minnie, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. It's Crystal. Did you? Oh, I didn't even check. You know what? I hadn't had a chance yet to check the Discord, but I'm wondering if you saw that Chobani I put up there. Let me see here. There was a yogurt that everyone told me Mitty had to see, which was a Chobani Holiday Nog yogurt. I will preface it by saying that I liked it, but it's a one-time thing for me because it's just very heavy on clove. Like it's all I tasted was clove. So if you like clove yogurt, sold. I just exclamation point Ben instead of bended. Clovegurt, yeah. Actually, wait. My I have holiday nog coffee that I'm gonna have now. Because why not? So there you go. Here's everyone. I'm not big on clove. I don't mind it's either clove or nutmeg, and I can't tell which it is because I confuse the two a lot. But I would say if you could find one, buy one and give it a try, and then if you like it, go get more. Moose, I'm adding it back now. It was being spammed before while we were chatting with Monkey, and I was like, that's not okay. So I turned it off then. But I have it back on now. So okay. Probably nutmeg. Yeah, I think it's nutmeg then. Yeah, that glass makes the coffee look incredible, right? We got these mugs forever ago, actually, to the point where like the glass is like no longer like clear and lustery. It's gone through the dishwasher stuff so many times. But these are like such like standard crate and barrel mugs that you can get for not too expensive. I don't think compared to other mugs, I love them. I love them so much. Moose, do you feel at home now? Hey, anytime you want, Moose. I'm about to get bonked again. If they remove clove from pumpkin spice, it would be much better. Fair. I have a there it is. I wrote something a very long time ago that said something to the effect of, I had my first ever pumpkin spice latte. Like I don't think Noelle always got them, and so I would try hers. But I got my own, and I said something to the effect of, there was enough sugar in it to spark a trade war with like, I can't remember if it was East or West, like Dutch West Indies Company or something like that. I think that's how I chose to describe it. Gosh damn. But yeah. I don't go for pumpkin spice things, although I realize that I don't dislike the flavorings. It's just very fall. I just hate that they call it pumpkin spice because I don't like pumpkin stuff. I like pumpkin seeds. Here's a fun thing. Y'all can still, you still can, I think. I think they still like do them. You just tell them. One, please. I think. I don't know. Should I? Oh, right. I'm supposed to put on Clair Obscur, and I forgot something. The in-stream game, I think, cannot run when I play Clair Obscur. So I have to disable it. Let me tell you all what we're doing, by the way, real quick. While all this runs, while I wait for the packs to finish. I'm so sorry, Power Chords. Is this like when Moose said the other day that they were having girl dinner or girl lunch, and they had like dates and mascarpone and like all this stuff, and they said, I feel like I should work a salad in here somewhere, and I said, why don't you take all of what you're eating now and put it into a salad? And they said, did you just fucking suggest that I put my girl lunch into a salad? And I realized at that moment I had made a mistake. Yeah, I am so sorry. And girl breakfast, yeah. My girl breakfast, I have girl breakfast every day, I'm pretty sure. It is wild shit. It just sounded like a bunch of stuff I would put into a salad, but I realized the error was that if it was just stuff, then that would be fair, but it wasn't. It was girl lunch, and I made a mistake. Is this like how I just suggested you get a pumpkin spice latte right now? It's because it's not pumpkin spice. Why would you put Ritz crackers in a salad? I would put Ritz crackers in a salad. They sound like better croutons. They sound like nice buttery croutons. That sounds really good, actually. Kind of want to do that. That sounds good. What? Oh, something you just learned about me just at this very moment is I get called out constantly by anyone in my wiki back in the Discord. I get called out. I get called out constantly for if I get high pitched when I get very defensive. So what this man puts in his salad, I will put anything in a salad. I don't know. I mean, I just typically make typical salads, like what you think would be in salad. But sometimes I'm just like, you know what? Why stop there? It's a little like having pizza or flatbread. You can expand your palette of like what you're doing here, right? I will commit war crimes for croutons. War crimes for croutons is a fantastic band name. Do you put tomatoes in your salad? Yeah. You put pineapples on pizza too? Sure. We order Hawaiian a lot because Crystal likes it and I'm down with it. So I'm going to hell, right? Is that it? I treat my salad the way the children of Mary Poppins treat their tonic. Can you elaborate on that? I haven't seen that since I was like 5. You put pineapple on pizza? Yeah. Pizza's a palate. Pizza's a palate. You do whatever you want. Yeah, I am. I am getting high pitched. It's true. I realize this now. Oh my. Hold on. I gotta this over here. Okay, good. I can feel my tongue getting ballooned. Just think. Oh, are you allergic? Hawaiian pizza in your salad? I would put cheese, tomatoes, like onion, pineapple in a salad. That sounds good. I eat salad because I have to for my well-being, and I make it fun by putting olive oil, lemon juice, salt, and pepper on it. That sounds great. I over time, I became someone who was like, to me, salad is a vehicle for dressing, right? Specifically blue cheese. 2, if you handed me a head of lettuce right now, I could raw dog it. I could just munch on a head of lettuce. I fucking love it. Casey, I've heard that before. Yeah. I do support blue cheese dressing. I love blue cheese. I love blue cheese so much. I know it's disgusting. I know it is. I love it. Raw dog a head of lettuce. Please, Falcon, enable location. I just want to talk. Hi, Box. Yeah, I've heard that before, Casey. Isn't pineapple like the fruit that eats you back? Because it's just so acidic. Oh, okay, there's bromelain in it. Okay. You know how to make baby streaming lettuce? What if I do? It's an enzyme. Yeah, Crystal said it has that compound called bromelain in it. So it like literally is like trying to eat you. Ray messaged about that. I'm here to raw dog a head of lettuce. Who are we rating? Oh, right. I was supposed to tell you about the rest of the week. Right. So, friends, the rest of the week. Let me tell you about it real quick. Friday, we're playing Date Everything. Okay? Friday is Date Everything. We're gonna date everything. Get your box ready. We'll start stream with like a little bit of side content game. Like we'll do some like GeoGuessr, some Game Note, all that stuff. Maybe we'll do Hurdle instead. We'll skip. I don't know. Whatever. And I'll give everyone time to get in here, and then we will go and play Date Everything for the rest of the stream. Tomorrow we are going to. Tomorrow we're going to play Ironmon until the playing a date girl dinner probably. Game Awards start time. It's I know Ben's starting at 7:30. Is the Game Awards starting at 8 though? The opening act starts at 7:30. Okay. We're gonna raid Ben for the Game Awards around 7:30, okay? So yeah. Y'all want to hang out and watch the Game Awards? That'll be tomorrow. So there you go. Okay. So Yeah, that's gonna be a really, really good time. Like, I'll be there. We're all gonna be in Ben's channel. So come watch it with us. It's gonna be a really good time. Trust me, you want to watch Ben cover the Game Awards. Ben would literally like a writer for I think Ben was literally a writer for fucking IGN and shit, like back in the day or something like that. So like Ben has like serious like media stuff. Ask him what his doctoral degree is in. You want to watch him watch the Game Awards. So it's gonna be really fun. All right, I'm gonna load up Clair Obscur. I'm gonna play a video game. You can't stop me. I don't know how much of this game I'm gonna play, but I'm gonna play a video game. What is this? What is this? Silver, what did you do? Silverheart, are you here? I'm gonna have to have a conversation with Silverheart. Silverheart can hear me. Thank you. My gosh. God. Thank you. If you press the pause button, you don't play anything. It's true. Silverheart's very sweet. Okay. Is this going to be the game that pops up, by the way? Is this like what's currently broadcasting through my Steam capture? I hope so. I did have the category up. Well, I did have the category up because we were genuinely talking about Clair Obscur, right? So Clair Obscur day 12 post game fun. Okay. This game not making sound? Oh, I have it muted. Oh, this is about to be really loud. It's fun, yeah. It's almost 2 a.m. Yeah. I normally end stream right about now, but now I'm like, all right, so should we play a video game? I'm like kind of hungry and tired. This game fucks. I think the most like poignant statement made today about really truly anything is Power Core's coming in and saying this game fucks. Like, yeah. True. I don't think we have any discussions.
Really can't rely on. Well,
I can spend time with Minoko right now? Wait. Doing what?
it is a beautiful evening. The colors in the sky, the shining of the stars. Tonight is a night full of promise.
Is it?
We shall bring Noko back.
Oh, I haven't done this.
I thought you wanted to wait until things calm down.
Who knows how much time tomorrow will allow? No. Let us give Noko the gift of today.
This is very interesting. Okay.
It's a simple
Sure, Bloodman.
journey to the sacred river. We're not far. It's close to the station.
Golgra won't be happy that you're jumping the queue again.
I'll deal with Golgra later. You helped me bring Noko back once before. Will you help us again, my friend?
Always.
First of all, it was Minoko that they would bring Noko back. Siguru is not far from Noko Station to the north. Okay, cool. I don't want to do these conversations now. I want to go out of camp. Yeah, I don't care if people tell me places to go and stuff like that. I think the only thing I would say is that, like, I can't go everywhere. So I have to, like, get out and, like, figure out where I want to do real quick. First about everything the painters, Aline Renoir. No matter what happens, the truth will be written somewhere. She is sure that when she brings the apprentices back, they will want to read the story. That's a different song. I, by the way, would like to throw out there that I thought that Mael's interpretation about how other people are going to feel was also incredibly self-centered. Because it was like very like, oh, they for sure will feel this way. They are going to. When they like made it very clear otherwise that like they didn't want to. Like, no, I don't want to read this fucking journal. And I don't want to like, I just thought it was so funny. The whole time. What is this? That was so funny. Right, exactly. Except for Verso, who's perfect. Are you a journal location? Sure. Sure. Is there something like on the overworld here? Yeah, I start flying in dreams. He's like Versa because he does have good hair. Very vain. Let me see, Moose. Yeah, Moose. Me too. Can you pull up your map? Sure. Here is map. There is a map. Yeah, it's pretty big. I think I know what you're talking about, Blood Moon. Are you talking about here? Or here? One of these two? This section below the snow region, like here? North. Frozen Hearts, yeah. That's what I was thinking of. The world is huge. It really is big. Got it. Okay.
Here we go.
I'm gonna slam into that dragon. What happens when I do that? Anything good? What is this? Wow, I see fucking like crystals and shit up here. What is this? I care about nothing else now. I'm sorry. Everything else that everyone said, I care about nothing else. And I just want to go to the casino.
Flashing through the sky.
Sorry. Well, they got me. Absolutely caught. They said casino. Where am I? Okay. I don't know why, Moose, but I feel like you should bonk yourself for that.
Nice.
I'm going to ignore whatever this is to my right.
I miss you. I don't have the right to miss you, but I do. I wish I could talk to you. Tell you. Fuck. I don't know what I would tell you. Just ask that you forgive me. Julie. Forgive me. I'm not a traitor. I'm not. I'm trying to save us all. But you're right. I am a coward. I'm a fucking coward. You deserved to know why, but I couldn't. I couldn't face you properly. Not, and still do, what had to be done. Papa believes you're Clair's creation, and even if you're not, we can no longer trust you. But I think you just wanted answers. Why? Why couldn't you just let it go? Why did you convince them to abduct me, interrogate me? No. Fuck, I shouldn't say that. You thought I was a traitor. You were doing what you thought was right, just like we are. I swear to you, I'm doing what's right. I should have known when you started questioning things that you wouldn't be fooled. But how could I even explain? You'd have thought I'd gone mad. Doppelgangers. Canvas worlds. Man. But Papa's right. We can't take the risk. Too much is at stake. It had to be done. It had to. Clair already took our sister. If we want to save our family, our world, our people, we can't take any chances. And once we free Mama, she'll bring you back. It won't be forever. I promise. I promise. We deserve to live. All of us. We deserve to exist.
Let's go.
Seems like a weird journal entry. What is this, by the way? What's this thing? I fucked up. Guys, I fucked up. Okay, so my party? Okay.
Taking to the sky.
Just a little oopsie. Okay, interesting. How much more you plan on doing? I don't know, because I really don't want to keep playing this on stream, at least not during regular stream times. So I think I would like to do other stuff. Like, but I can't do too much tonight. I really can't. I can't do too much tonight. It's just very late, and we had so much discussion, so. Am I in like a little hole? I am. That's good. Oh, whatever. I want to go in here anyway. Hell yeah. I am big about whatever this is going to be. Hello? Hello? So maybe I'll come back and do like alternate streams of this or something, or maybe I'll just do like YouTube streams. I don't really know. I'll do something. What is going on here? This is weird.
Is that a casino?
Hell yeah, I like the casino music. What humans up here? What? This? Why, this is the whole world. What do you mean, what is this? Verso, you were here. Expedition Zero was here. What do you mean by the whole world? I ended up here after the fracture and couldn't get back down, so it's my whole world. You want help getting back down? Nah, I'm good. Who watch over things if I left? Nah. This place is a living piece of history. It used to be the place to be, you know? Play some games, drink some drinks, gamble a bit, all the fun stuff. Now it's like, well, you know. Anyway, just don't talk to that dimwit over there. Who's that? Such a downer, stuck in the past. Talk to him and you'll be drowned in nostalgia, or he'll drown you in nostalgia. This is the really good song that plays in the other casino. This is the really good song. All right, here. You're gonna sing in a second, right? This is the best song in the game. I'll say it.
Interesting.
Gosh, I hope that this song is what plays when I play that. Oh my gosh. Using no way aside, do you call out? Yes. No response. Try again. Yep. No answer. Try again. Could you peasants please cease that infernal shouting? Oh, hello. I've no interest in conversing with uncultured humans. Leave. Oh. Could you peasants please see that infernal shouting? Why were you not answering? What do I owe the pleasure of your company? What are you doing hiding in here? I am a lone intellectual cast aside by my people whose constant obsession with conflict drove me away. We are fellows then. So it appears. Is this the old gestural casino? What is going on here? The music just like went crazy. Indeed it is. I maintain this place even after its fall, so its history is never forgotten. Before the fracture, I ran this establishment. It's crazy. Linear, welcome back, by the way. I hope you're okay. The joy of seeing people revel in their fortune, and the despair when they lost it all. I miss those times. I feel you. Times were simpler back then. They sure were. My friend, your clothing is a disaster. You should wear something befitting your stature. Here, try these on. They're from ancient times. Now you look like a true gentleman from simpler times. Thank you, my friend. You're welcome, my new friend. I played that perfectly. Ah! Oh! Yes! Come on, everyone. We're walking this way. Let's go. Uncultured swine. Oh my gosh, Alec, I'm so happy. Hello, my friend. Hi. I agree with SCB. I think we just found the good ending. That's it, right? I think we found it. This is it. I feel like I'm playing a completely different game right now. Like, what is happening? Oh my gosh. The nod would be a gestural? That's fair. This is great. Sakapatat ending. I'll be real, y'all. I'm just kind of exploring a little bit right now. I went to a bunch of different places. I don't think I have time to go I don't think I have time to go to like Simon, and I don't think I have time to figure out like what's going on with Julie or anything like right now. I was just kind of like flying around and just seeing stuff because I realized that there's a lot. Like I just found that
Through the sky.
flying around is cool. Yeah, there's like so many like aisles in the sky. The other thing where you suggest, I maybe not. I might not have. Where it was like over by Minoko Station, right? Let me see here. Let me also put the music back to where it was. There was a reason I had the music like that. Okay. Frozen Hearts, the carousel. There's whatever this is.
Hang on tight.
Sure, Bloodmoon. Sure. The Chosen Path. The Chosen Path? That sounds very dramatic. That sounds extremely dramatic. Here real quick. I swear I've been there. I swear I've been there. Because that name very much rings a bell. Let me go check Blood Moon. Here. Yeah, I don't know why it's not lit up, because I swear I've been here. Oh, no, I actually specifically avoided this. I did see it, and I specifically avoided it. Beep, beep, get out of the way. Get out of my way. That's it, that's it. Move your body. Sunless cliffs. Now, what's going on over here? I'm just running around as Minoko now. Suddenly Minoko is the best person to run around as. This is great. This is fantastic. Yep. Barely fit through this little cave. Doesn't matter. Minoko in a suit. Okay. Expedition 42. Post game all Minoko. You're getting it. That doesn't look great. I mean, this doesn't look great, but back door. Okay, I guess not. Chroma moves inside the frame. Only one person may enter at a time. No, no, I heard the music fucking immediately.
Ready to evade. Go. Ready to evade.
Fine, fine. Okay, one more shot. One more shot. Good shot. Look, it's only gonna be like 17 turns till I go. I hit it too early. Never mind. All right, that was it. God. Remember what I said about crit rates? Yeah, I do. I do remember now. Yeah. Well, this was nice. And back to the continent. All right. My gosh. I think it's terrifying. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so now I know not to go there.
Here we go.
What else is around here? What else is going on? Look at this. What's this? Oh my gosh. You could instinct that. This is a hotel.
Through the sky.
Oh no, it's not. Oh, this is another Jeshlal Beach. No, I'm okay. Hey, I haven't dove yet.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, that's it? It's just for items?
And go.
Okay.
Here we go.
Alright. Alright, fine. What's this one? That mime was fucking crazy. Alright, this music is so loud. If you just, it's true. I did say if you just never miss a parry, right? Like you just win. What's happening here? Oh, I see what's happening here. Oh, this sucks ass, dude. I fucking hate this already. The water moves at different speeds. Okay, I see. What a fucking shitty thing to do. I didn't even make it off the first platform, shitty shit. No shot! You tell me what I was supposed to do there. I can't do anything. I can't move. You're a piece of shit game. I agree with Monkey. Fuck you and your platforming. I'm just getting fucking splashed on. Never leave the right side. We're fine. Oh, time has come. I got ballsy. No, not here, not now. What's the grandness? Hello, call me impressed. You're the second expeditioner who managed to climb this wall. Others. I think it was someone from Expedition 60, but they refused my reward and said they would never wear any clothes. Oh, but you seem to enjoy clothes. Perhaps you'll enjoy this. I found it in an old farmhouse along a cliff. It's so soft and pretty. Looking at it made me happy. Is this like a bell dress? I think I did power cores. I think I did. I hope wearing it makes you happy too. I do actually think I remember what Expedition 60 was all about. Have I not? I swore I did. No, I didn't. I found 70, but I never found 60. I never found 60. No, I didn't. That's right. I said I had to find 60. I know which one I thought this was. By the way, this is not. It was my L. Oh, it's a swimsuit. I thought it was just gonna be Belle. It looked like Belle. Civilian, obscure, edition. Maybe I might have. I don't know. I don't know. A lot of this is just kind of running the same in my head. Oh, well, that was a nice way to get out. Oh, that first swimsuit. The swimsuits are fucking horrible. I don't think I got 60. I'm pretty sure I got 70. I did not get 60. So, yeah. How do I journal? No. I remember getting 70 and being like, oh, I still have to get 60. I thought it was the, I thought it was a different expedition. I remember there was an expedition that was a little more, free thinking about things, you know? So, all right. What do I want to do now? I just want to run around and see stuff. What do I want to do? What's this now? Whatever that is, I'm sure it'll kick my ass. Doesn't look good. No, you get to like read all their journals. They all like left a journal behind. Yeah, this is.
Take it to the sky.
But there are other secrets yet to be uncovered. Nice tip. Go to sleep yet? Yeah, I realized it was 17 past the hour and they were going to run. So I was like, before I get to any sort of story, I'm just getting my ass kicked. I'm going to run them real quick. I'm also going to take a second to shout out Ashley, everyone. Ashley, I think, beat 2 ROM hacks last night, which was fucking hell yeah, dude. And also got to play games with chats. But you know what? It's like a pretty complete day and a complete stream, if you ask me. I'm just going to fight this. Why not? 2 ROM hacks. We're at a Goblu. I don't remember fighting a regular Goblu. Oh, this can't be good, right? That's a lot of damage to have done no damage. Okay. That's a lot of damage. I mean, this just seems like it's going to take forever. I don't want to do, it's true. Enjoy your walk. Yeah, actually, I just saw it's 42. Yeah, like I could do that. I don't want to. It's just going to take too long, right? Like I don't want to do anything that's going to take forever. Is that fucking thing that just bounced on me for longer than that? Power chords? Is that what that was? The thing that just like, yeah, that was horrible. Why? Why is that? Why is it like that? 20 jumps in a row. Why? That was the loudest noise a game has ever made, by the way.
Oh well.
What is happening? What is happening? Yeah, why was that was definitely like a sound error in the game's part. What is this? What is this? What is this boss? Great. All right.
Not impressed.
Dude, why is that so fucking loud? Stop it, game. Sweet fuck. Oh my gosh. Dude, this is crazy. So they really want you to be fucking higher level for so much of this, right? Like every single thing I've run into so far is crazy.
Take it to the sky.
Holy shit. No, I figure I could figure it out, right? Because I know there's tons of shit that I haven't gone to that's like normal and doesn't scream danger.
Swim.
I'm just like amazed that there is so much that is like crazy. Is this now? Is this the manor? Is this where they fucking put it? White Sands. Have been here? Yeah. What's White Sands? What's going here? I'm just exploring. I'm just really having fun exploring. I'm just like genuinely just like, what's going on here? Like, what's this? What's this? Oh, that's good. Yeah, like whatever's happening here. Look, it's just look at this. It's just lagging. This is good.
Accord silencieux de nos âmes, lèvres fantômes, et râle pâle. Lumière s'éteint.
Oh.
Au loin, elle s'élève, seule, sans détour, songe, sans retour. Lumière s'éteint. Les pétales d'iris envahissent les rues du jour déclinant. Nuée complice du clair obscur vacillant. Nuance de chagrin, il danse autour des heures littorales. Éclipse florale, lumière s'éteint. Variation dans l'air, vapeur de nos chairs. Respiration amère, lumière s'éteint. Contretemps volontaire.
What's happening in my ears right now? What is this? Why is this person speaking at me? What is going on?
À contre-courant. Les miroirs sans teint dévoilent leur nature.
Useful.
Si nos pulsations jouent à contre-cœur, notre amour veillera sur la mesure. Lumière s'éteint.
I remember that when I was listening to something about the intro to this game, right? Or like the Lumiere song, right? The lyrics. Everyone's like, oh, it's French. We have to be able to translate French in order to understand what they're saying, right? It's not. It's not French. Some of it's French, but it's mostly just a made-up language, and it's bullshit. I want this guy to stop talking at me.
Doute à chavirer, lumière s'éteint. Nuage à la dérive, lien en déclive, brume qui déteint.
This is all French though, right?
S'éteint. Seul. Sans secours. Songe. Sans contour. Sombre. Pour toujours.
An advantage.
Lumière s'éteint.
I don't know, Erase. That's a good question. This is intrusive. I don't want to. I'm leaving. I'm fucking just leaving. Is there something else I could do in there? Lumiere is a place. No? Look, me when I walk. Look at this cut content. Seems it. It is legitimately uncomfortable. Why? I don't know why that fucking guy is talking at me. I don't want you talking to me. I don't know you.
Here we go.
This is a calm voice. That somehow makes it more unsettling to me. I don't know why, but it makes it more unsettling. Is there a pétanque over here? Oh my gosh, is there?
Hang on tight. Here we go.
There is. There has to be.
Let us get wet.
An advantage.
Swimsuit on.
Here's die. Okay. Yeah, that checks out. Are you a flying walnut? It kind of looks like that, huh? Okay. What did I call it? I don't know. I was kind of quoting what other people called SKA. I'm going to fly into this thing's head hole. Everyone said like a flying featherless chicken is, I think, the description I heard. And it's paid. I do like inflatable wine chicken. I didn't say that, but I'll take. I like that.
Here we go.
A big marshmallow, man.
Perfect.
Okay.
Hang on
Yeah.
tight. Flashing through the sky.
Okay. Everything just looks like it's going to be horrible to fight or to engage with. Here's another one.
Interesting.
Okay.
Fastest swimmer. Hang on tight.
Yeah, it sure seems like it that there's just a lot of that, right? Where am I right now? White Tree. Beach. There's this over here. Apparently I haven't been to whatever that is. All right.
Here we go.
In here. The fountain, danger. I mean, yeah, everything's fucking dangerous for me, apparently. I'll just go in though and I'll, then I'll have it marked. The fountain, okay. Tour Eiffel Porte de Lumiere. Oh, I don't think I have a choice. All right, let's go over here. Sure.
Watch out. Is it looking for a fight?
Oh. Hello? You, the ones who conquered the monolith, and bested she who claimed this painting as her own. Mistress shall be pleased to hear of your feat. Now, one cannot stay ignorant to the consequences of your triumph. What will happen to the canvas? I don't know. Renoir to destroy everything. I've heard nothing less. I think of this not as a tragedy, but as a victory. We'll stop Renoir from destroying the canvas. Impossible. What you aim to do is unachievable. But I commend your determination. Mistress afflicted me with a similar quality. We who are her creations, we share the same duty to hasten a resolution to their conflict by removing their powers of destruction by keeping Chroma from their grasp. Okay, so I wonder if the they're talking about here is just the Desandra family. But I was assigned additional duty, incomplete, unfinished creations brought to life by the hand of the mistress. I was painted to neutralize them. This is proof of my mistress's failures, and for that reason I want to erase them. But I could not. Painted by the same brush, cut from the same cloth. Seeing their pitiful state, I simply could not. I could not kill them, nor could I help them, as that was not how I was painted. I found myself in the same sorry state in which I found my brethren. So I turned to you. Then across the canvas they wander without aim, waiting for help. Offer them your kindness, and in return I shall offer you mine. That is all. So I have been kind to a bunch of them. I saw you help 4 of them, but many more stole away salvation. I turn to you, my brethren, do not deserve this fate. Wait, so, okay. Very interesting. I have been choosing not to kill them. So that's kind of interesting. And there is a journal entry over here.
Yasmin, Monolith Year 84. My favorite theory is that she's some crazy demonic maths teacher, and this is our punishment for failing at numbers. A load of superstitious hysteria, but at least we're here now. It's worth it just to walk these valleys. I've barely seen a meadow since Lady Genocide and her poison smoke took up residence. And the sky. I feel almost naked without the dome above us. We're so exposed, but it's thrilling too. We landed at the exact spot where Expedition Zero touched ground and retraced their route. But there's not a single scrap of cloth or body anywhere. Bloody hell, we're out here chasing shadows. 15-year-old shadows. I'm glad we restarted the expeditions. How the hell are we supposed to find them? No trail could last 15 years.
Ah, interesting. So the reason why there are gap in expedition numbers is because they just didn't do expedition. It sounds like, which is interesting. So okay, cool. I will say, sorry, I'm putting my glasses like under the headband. I will say, I definitely felt like the game was almost too short in the main story. And I appreciate that there's a lot of side content, but I would have liked more to be in the main story. Okay. Well, so I'm glad I found this. This is cool. I hadn't come here. Gosh damn it.
Good stuff.
Okay. Neat. Go back. There's a lot going on here. I should probably find what Power Core suggested, which was Renoir's drafts, right? So wherever Renoir's drafts are. Let's see. I do also have to go back into the paintings, right? The painted world at some point. Figure out like what's going on with that. This is the ultimate round stopped going out of here. Right. There's lots you can do. Seemingly so. What is this? Crimson Forest. You're in the ocean. You're in the ocean. This now. Okay. Where's all the faces? This place is freaking interesting. Okay. I haven't been here, right? I don't think I have. Minoko sure has fun climbing noises. Wait, is this how I get back up? No. I am confused.
Nice.
That expeditioners. More as a viewer than a player. I was just. Yeah. I mean. Yeah. Just like stuff that was critically important. I wish there was more critically important main game stuff because the stuff that they did force you to play was like fairly empty. A lot of it. Like once you got into the whole stuff with like the axons and everything, it was pretty empty. Like it really had very little purpose. And it was sort of like, well, why am I doing this? Okay, what was that over there? Battle? Oh, this is straight up a boss thing. I can't like engage in a battle with this or anything. So I'm gonna have to like walk into it to engage in a battle. Oh, what kind of miserable bullshit is this? Is this like literally just like... That's good. Oh.
Oh, wow.
I see. What the? Where the shit am I? Oh. Yeah. I see we have assholes now. Reminds me of Chrono Trigger. Remember how Chrono Trigger, you could just do like nothing and finish the game?
Feel the burn.
I didn't mean to do that. I thought I was targeting the left one. Oh gosh. Fire is easier, right? I think. Whoopsie. Right, okay. So close. Okay. One sec. Here. I mean, fuck it. Fuck it. Oh, Luna can't go now. I thought Luna went next. Whoops. I messed up actually really bad right now. Okay. I messed up. Let me start over. News laws in Australia are kicking IC. I heard that was a Sunday reserve team. No, let's start over. Yeah, we're starting to fire again. Power's been waiting to make that joke for 12 days. There's a lot of story that like Act 3 adds and everything in it. Like it's just that they fill in the gaps in a lot of ways that are not necessarily in your way, and what's in your way takes a lot of time to do, and unfortunately is a lot of it is meaningless. So like it's in the grand scheme is meaningless. So like the meaningless stuff could have been the side stuff, and the stuff that you really need and has meaning could have been the in your way stuff, I think.
Not impressed. Didn't really need it.
That's just hard. Frozen's hard. This little first hit.
Stuff.
Hard.
Overflowing with energy. Everybody, let's go.
Let's carve a path. Strike.
That's fine.
Blades sharp.
Wow.
That's better.
Look at all the shit that pops up when I counter in the bottom right. Look at all that.
You need it.
This was not a red zone. No, this was not.
Let's keep going.
Bring it on. I would have lived.
Feeling better.
Not impressed. I would have lived.
Oh,
That's better.
horrible. How much do I, what can I do now? I didn't get any burns or anything on that. That was pretty freaking cool. Mark? I'm not getting anything. All right. Whatever.
Feeling better.
Come on, dude. I don't know how I'm missing that. I have no idea. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna do this because I can just put this skill on myself now to end this fight as like a flawless thing. Now this guy is marked. Great. What do I want to do here? Is this thing breakable right now? No.
Time to strike.
Blades sharp.
Now it's fucking marked. Gosh damn it. All right.
Void, take everything.
Maybe it still kills. It's just strong, dude. It's just strong. Yeah, you just hit Strike Storm early. You don't worry about it. Just like do it early. Don't worry about it. Move on with your day. Belle's kind of OP. She sure feels like it.
Nice.
Get that over there. I don't want to deal with that though. I backed out. Oh, this isn't great. What just happened? Dude. I have no idea how I'm not parrying any of that.
Everybody, let's go.
Oh. Hold on. I actually can't hit anything right now. Like I can hit one button, which is my attack button. Is my B button just not working? Okay. No. The game's bugged. I can't hit escape either. I actually can't do anything. Yeah. Yeah. The game's bugged. I'm actually stuck like this. There's no way for me to hit back button. And that's why I was wondering why I couldn't parry either. I think something fucking mega bugged. But I can't do anything. I just have to crash it. There's nothing I can do. Yeah, all right. That sucks. Weird. Weird. Here, I'll reload it real quick. Hold on. Well, when I fell down, I was wondering why. I'm like, dude, there's no way I didn't parry a single one of these fucking hits, right? And I think I figured out why. It just basically made most of my controls unusable. And that's why I couldn't parry it. So that makes sense. Talk with the uncheat codes now. True. It. All right. I'm just curious where I am. I don't know what the point of this place I'm in is. You know, man. I'm assuming I'm like pretty close, right, to where I was. This is exactly where I thought it was going to put me. Okay. All right, let's get back up to where I was. Hello. Oh no, that's over there. I don't want that. I actually do want to go over here. Dupes. Not where I wanted to go anyway. Fuck. All right, hold on a second. Yeah, okay. Parrying suddenly unlocked again.
Just try it.
Okay. Nice.
Not impressed.
Let's keep going.
The frozen one is so hard, dude. It's so hard.
Feel the embrace of fire.
Ready to strike. Time to strike.
Oh, baby.
Not impressed. Stuff. Didn't really mean it. I would have lived.
Ah!
Danger.
You need it. That's better. That's better.
Okay. Better. Overflowing with energy.
I think it has 40 stacks of burn on it. You know what? He has 40 stacks of fucking burn on it. I love that shit. That shit's so funny. That is so funny to me. Which way was I walking? Hey, people who think there shouldn't be a mini-map in this game, by default, mind you, that you can then turn off, then tell me why the fucking camera turns around on its own when I tell it not to. Maybe make that not a feature of the game. Maybe complain about that a little bit more. Oh, man. All right, hold on a sec. Thank you for... Is that a GG? I can't see it. I took my glass off and now I'm, like, gone. No, it's not. It looked like a GG. So now everything's black and white. Okay. Now what? I should fight these, right? like on my own accord. This area is very interesting. I'm doing something here. I don't know what, but I'm doing something. I will maintain that no minimap is inexcusable. BTL, thanks for the 100 bits. But have it be a toggle, that's fine. All right, here we go. I gotta remember what the Clair Obscurs do. Ah, fuck. I needed that. Here we go. I was little. I knew.
The dance begins.
Gosh, damn. All right, well, let's just see if this works. I just want to take one out. Yeah, okay. Fine. I knew when that weakening thing happened too. I'm upset about that. I really should have had that.
Incoming. Ready to go. That's better.
Fuck. Woo!
Now's our chance.
Dude, Luna's sick, man. She's so fucking cool. Gosh damn, man. How do I get across here? Do I really have to, like... Ew. That was horrible. That was horrible. I played some fucked up Kaizo Mario shit. Alright. Well, it's dark now. I don't. Where am I right now? This is so weird. This is just really weird. I don't know what I'm doing or why I'm here. I came here and I'm just like, I'm just like in this, but I don't know why. I'm making things black and white. I sure am. This is okay. This looks like. Oh, it's so hard to see. This is the beginning. This is just the beginning. I did this before. Yeah, it's literally the beginning. SK is waiting for me. I'm assuming I'm trying to find one more of those things, and I'm trying to figure out like where it is. Like one of the sword people, the lifty sword, and then I will be able to make it even more colorless, or something like that. I'm obscuring right now. I'm full steer and no Clair. But I don't know. I don't know where it would be. I think I've been around like a whole bunch of this place. The problem is, and this is what I mentioned about what I didn't like about what they did with the game, is they started just throwing in a shit ton of you get a DoorDash message, ignore it. Okay. A shit ton of enemies, just like random enemies. And like use your monitor settings to equalize it, yeah. And like it makes me so not want to do anything because I don't want to fight a lot of stuff. No, I was just here. I just don't want to fight things forever. Yeah, I don't know. This is confusing. And there's like just gonna be a bunch of enemies here. I just fought these. Whatever. I mean, it's better if they attack me, to be honest with you. Countering does the most damage. Oh, good. Or so I can counter that, right?
Let the ink flow. Feel the impress. Fire.
Maximum damage.
Hey, Val. How you doing? It's better to just let them attack me, right? Just start the fight with like 10 AP and just like full send. How you doing? You good? Yeah, just been working on getting... I see. I was like, what's a deco? And then I just realized what you're talking about. Yeah. Solid choice. Solid use of your time. Oh my goodness. Good to see you again, Linear. Yeah. Absolutely. Maybe I just go down here. This looks different. I think I just want to go down here. I think this looks different. I'm going to do it. No, I think this is the beginning again. I think I lied. Is it? No, this is different. No, this is good. This is good. Maybe I need to be someone else. Hold on. Actually, wait. What's over here? A lot of the same. Need one more to level 4, huh? I must have missed something. Yeah. I must have missed something. Okay. The old World of Warcraft. Here, just attack me. Actually, yeah, there we go. I'll just jump into you.
Oh well.
I just wish these attacks weren't so slow.
Okay. Careful, Verso.
Yeah, everyone's trying to. Everyone's trying to gather chairs for the cuck chair contest that we're having in the guild.
Cut him down.
What am I gonna do here? What do you mean? Well, see, if we have a contest, we'll have a contest, right? And whoever has the best on theme
Void, take everything.
decorations wins the contest. Oh no! What's the reward? Another chair. The reward, Val? It's. Okay, wait on. Here's another one. This surely must be it. Yeah, run! This has got to be it, right? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. This looks good. This looks good now. Yeah, right? Something is coming. All right, cool.
Just try it.
Uh-oh. Oh, it does more attacks. Yep, it does more. I was ready for the third attack. It does like 17. Moose, you would have had to get a new bonking stick in raid last night. Holy shit. It was unruly. All right, here we go. Fuck. 1, 2, 1. I see, okay.
Bring it on. Just try it.
Maybe, Moose, maybe. I'm gonna let myself die here. Fuck thinking. Yeah, Moose, it was so, you were so very well behaved. Allegedly, Val, in terms of the boundaries that you have told me. No, all right, this is gonna be a hard fight. Shit. We try, yeah. It's gonna be a hard fight. Oh, shit! Fuck, kill me. Oh, actually, let me learn how to block this. Hold up. Oh, maybe we can still cook. I don't know. This is less cooking. A very innocent raiding party member.
Not impressed.
All right, here we go. Do you know who didn't even perpetuate Moose? Perpetuator. Perpetuator wasn't even perpetuating. That's the crazy part about all this. Everything was topsy-turvy, Moose. Nothing made sense. 7. I know, Moose, I know. Everything was wrong. Let's go, Verso. All right. Come on, come on.
That's better.
Better? Feeling better.
Maximum damage.
All right. That's dead. I'm gonna be extra safe here. That's dead. All right, here we go. Memorization of the game, everybody. Yeah, let's do it.
Let's carve a path.
I see why Verso can become just a fucking cannon. I just understood what it is. It's that move where it crits, it does 2 extra hits. Damn. I knew it was coming, I just fucked it up.
Overflowing with energy.
Here we go. Ah. Fine, it's fine, it's fine. Fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah. That's a lot of experience. Cool, what does this do? Oh, they're excited. What is this? I'm gonna wait for the other items to clear so I can see what the fuck this is. I'm excited I got something done. I don't really care what.
Good stuff.
Chevalim. Chevalam? It's rank 20. Oh, it's level 24? Start battle at rank S, but can't be healed or gain shields. Holy shit. Okay. Well, we figured out what this area was. Look at that. I did a side area. I did one. I accomplished something. Wow, if I had just paid attention to this being called the Three Blades, you know what? I probably could have learned something else about this. I could probably know what was going on. Thank you, Azure Kale. I appreciate it. All right, friends. Let me cut off YouTube here. Hi, YouTube. Hi. I don't know if there's going to be another. If you look at the VODs after watching this, and like, unless you're watching this the day it's posted, and you see, look, there's more VOD. Then yeah, woo. Then I kept playing this and I recorded it. I put it on stream. If not, thanks for watching Clair Obscur. This has been great. Thank you to everyone who's, I don't know if I'm going to divide them to 2 VODs or not, but in case like this is on the same VOD or even the separate VOD, I want to thank everyone who came in there earlier. Please, if you want to have a discussion about this game with people, keep it civil. This is a great game to discuss. Discussing things in general, keeping things civil is generally the way to go. Not always. A little incivility is okay every now and then. But thank you for watching this. Thank you for being here, and thank you for enjoying Clair Obscur Expedition 33 with me. This has been great. I appreciate it. That's it. Game of the year.